a spotlight or a sign. But most of it was quiet steps that slowly turned to mine. I packed my doubts inside a box and carried them for years, mistaking caution for control, mistaking strength for fear. Then somewhere in a smaller room, with sunlight on the wall, I realized the life I chased was never far at all. It lived inside the early hours, the coffee and the train, the way I chose to rise again after the smallest pain. You walked beside me without noise, no speeches to impress, just steady hands and patient eyes when I felt aimless. You never tried to lead my pace or pull me into yours. You simply let me find my step and open my own doors. And that was when it changed for me. The pressure lost its grip. Success was no cathedral high, just balance in the hips. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't fast or grand. It was breathing in the morning air with courage in my hand. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't made of fame. It was knowing who I am, becoming and loving who I became. The city doesn't slow for dreams, it rushes past the doubt, but I no longer race its pulse. I let my heart speak out. There's something strong in choosing peace, in building brick by brick, in understanding lasting joys, quiet and not quick. We talk about the years ahead like sketches, not like chains. We draw in pencil, not in stone. We leave space for change. And even if the plans we make shift shape beneath the sky, I trust the way my feet now move. I trust the reason why. Because I'm not a virgin lost, not waiting to be found. I am the echo of each step that firmly meets the ground. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't some applause, it was letting go of proving and living without cause. When my life found its rhythm, I stopped asking when. I learned that every honest day is where the dreams begin. There will be seasons I outgrow, there will be turns I miss, but none of them can take away the strength inside of this. The younger me was always brave, just buried under noise. Now I walk with clearer sight and make deliberate choice. And if tomorrow shakes the map, if storms arrive unplanned, I know I won't collapse inside, I know I'll understand. Because the rhythm isn't fragile, it doesn't break in two. It's the steady pulse of who I am and who I'm growing to. So here I stand in simple light, no rush to be complete, just grateful for the ground below and every heartbeat. When my life found its rhythm, it felt like coming home, not somewhere far beyond the hills, but here where I have grown.
I had my walls built high with every brick in place, a fortress made of years of playing safe. Then you walked in with that ridiculous face and asked me something no one else would say. You said, why do you hold your coffee like it's scared? I laughed so hard I nearly dropped the cup, and in that moment suddenly I cared. about the kind of things I'd given up. I wasn't looking, I wasn't ready. My heart was locked and I had lost the key. But you showed up so calm and steady, and somehow found a door I couldn't see. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrived exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. You remember things I say in passing, like my favorite flavor and my middle name. You notice when my smile is only masking a feeling that I haven't learned to tame. You don't try to fix me or complete me, you just sit beside me in the noise. And somehow that's exactly what I needed, more than any grand romantic poise. I spent my life believing love was heavy, something you survive instead of hold. But everything with you feels light and steady, like a story that was waiting to be told. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrive exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I think the best things in life are the ones you can't prepare for, the conversations that go 3 hours longer than they should. The people who make you forget to check your phone, you're that kind of unexpected. The kind that rewrites a story without changing a single word, just by standing in the right place at the right time and being exactly who you are. Now every Tuesday feels like something new, and grocery runs have turned into a dance. I never knew that someone else's view could make me wanna take another chance. You've taught me that surrender isn't weak, that opening a door can be the bravest thing. And every time I hear you start to speak, I realize what all the poets mean. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrive exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I didn't see you coming, but now I can't imagine looking away. You changed the way I see the view, and I choose you every single day. I didn't see you coming, but here you are.
It started at the dinner table, past the salt and smile. Don't bring your feelings here, we haven't got the time. I learned that love was quiet and opinions were a threat, that the safest thing to be was someone easy to forget. So I practiced being pleasant, like a full-time occupation. Built a woman out of pleasing, and I called it reputation. The lies we learn in childhood are the hardest ones to break, because they sound like love and feel like keeping safe. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I learned to fall. I carried it to friendship, said yes when I meant no. Carried it to lovers, performed instead of showed. I could mirror any person, become whatever fit the scene. A chameleon so perfect I forgot what I could mean. The line wasn't malice, it was just the only tool a child could find trying to navigate a house of fragile rules. The lies we learn in childhood are the hardest ones to break, because they sound like love and feel like keeping safe. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I learned to fall. I'm not angry at the table or the people sitting there. They were lying too with their own inherent despair. But the cycle stops with me and my willingness to speak. The truth is clumsy, but it's mine to keep. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I chose to stand tall. I'm unlearning now, one truth at a time. The girl at that table, she's finally doing fine.
이렇게 좋은데 비싸면 어떡해?
나 아고다 쓰는 남자야.
모텔이 이 가격이야?
가성비가 막장이지.
생각보다 싸게 잡는 한국 모텔 아고다로 찾으세요.
I held your name inside my mouth for longer than I should. Tasted every syllable, letting go never could. We said our last words standing in a parking lot at night. You took the left, I took the right, and we dissolved the line. It wasn't war or anger, just a quiet kind of end, where two people stop belonging to what they can't defend. And now I'm left here wondering about the strangest thing. Not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Your toothbrush disappeared last Thursday, and the hook looks bare and strange, like a sentence missing punctuation at the bottom of a page. I still reach for 2 cups before my hands remember one, and the silence in the kitchen sounds like something coming undone. But I don't regret the loving, only how we wore it then, like a favorite coat we couldn't save from all the weather we've been in. And now I'm left here wondering about the strangest thing. Not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? to wear my yesterdays like armor on my shoulders. Every scar a decoration that I polished every night. But the thing about the past is that it only weighs you down when you carry it like currency instead of letting go of the fight. I met a version of myself at 23 who needed saving. She was brilliant but exhausted from performing for the room. And I told her, you don't know the world a single explanation. You are worthy of the softness that you give to everyone too soon. There's a tenderness in choosing to move on, not forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I took the photographs of people who no longer fit my story, and I thank them for the chapters that they helped me write along. Not with bitterness or anger, just with gratitude and distance. Sometimes love is knowing when the melody has changed its song. Planted all the gardens that I withered from neglecting. Gave myself permission to be messy and imperfect and alive. And the flowers that came up were wild and crooked and surprising. And they taught me that the prettiest things really grow in lines. There's a tenderness in choosing to move on, not forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I'm peeling off the layers of the person I performed, the one who smiled on cue and kept her feelings neatly stored. Underneath it all is someone tender, raw and true. And she's not afraid of weather anymore. She dances through every old goodbye became a doorway I walked through. Every wound I thought would end me gave me room to start brand new. I'm collecting all the grace that I forgot to give myself, and spreading it like honey over everything I felt. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. Heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. Velvet in the rain, I'm softer and I'm stronger all the same. Every drop that falls reminds me I'm alive, and that's the sweetest thing. Like velvet in the rain. Like velvet in the rain. I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep, between the lines of of other days that pulled my focus different ways. The ink was faint but still intact. A quiet list of things I lacked, or thought I did, or wished I'd be, before the world adjusted me. There was a sketch of distant plans drawn in unsteady younger hands, places I would go someday, words I swore I'd learn to say. I almost smiled and put it back, like something off the present track, a relic of a smaller view that didn't know what life could do. But something in my chest held still, a subtle steady kind of will, not loud, not wild, not hard to hide, just firm and warm and deep inside. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I used to think that time decides which doors are closed, which dreams subside, that growing up means letting go of fragile things we used to know. But maybe growing really means revisiting unfinished scenes with wiser hands and slower pace and more compassion for the chase. The dream I had was not naive, it simply didn't yet receive the patience that it needed most to stand beyond its early ghost. I thought ambition had to shout to prove what it was all about, but maybe it can speak in tone that's calm and confident alone. And I felt it rise again, not desperate to win, but steady from within, ready now to begin. I don't need all the world to see or validate this part of me. This isn't built on loud acclaim or chasing some imagined fame. It's built on something quiet, true, a thread that always pulled me through. Even when I set it down and let distraction wear the crown, I've learned enough to know the cost of moving fast and feeling lost, of racing just to prove I can without a grounded chosen plan. This time I move with open sight, not forcing steps, not gripping tight, but giving effort room to grow without demanding instant glow. There's beauty in a second start, and knowing every altered part still carries echoes of the first, but steadier and less dispersed. And I feel it in my hands, the shape of older plans, now shifting where it stands into something I understand. I won't compare to who I was or measure growth by old applause. The version of me standing here is fuller now and more sincere. The page I found is not a rule, it's not a test or rigid tool, it's simply proof I once believed in something strong I had conceived, and that belief is still alive. It didn't vanish or deprive, it waited quietly in place until I could return with grace. So I will try without the weight of proving something small or great. I'll move because it feels aligned with who I am inside my mind. No rush to label what it means, no fear of in-between scenes, just steady steps and open view towards something once I almost knew. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep. Now it rests beside my day, no longer hidden away.
반갑습니다. 해내님 반갑습니다.
I wake before the kettle sings, the room is calm and thin, a silver line along the floor lets early daylight in. There was a time I feared the dawn, it felt like something due, a list of
아,
things
마이크
unfinished.
테스트. 마이크 테스트.
But now the air is different.
음악 소리 좀 큰가요?
Doesn't press or pull. Rests against my shoulder.
이 정도 하면 될 것 같은데 음악 소리 괜찮을까요?
You're moving through the kitchen in softened cotton gray, humming something half remembered from another day.
이 정도 하면 괜찮을까요? 아, 마이크 테스트.
Brush drums drift like
마이크 테스트. 자, 잠시 후 10시 30분부터 방송 시작하겠습니다.
somewhere in the striving, I misplaced my sense of pace, confusing speed with meaning, emotion with my place. You never tried to slow me down, question what I chase. You only ask me sometimes if you think this.
자, 방송 시작하겠습니다. 자, 3월 2일 월요일. 자, 3월 2일 월요일. 이제 3월 첫째 주가 시작됐습니다. 60대도 따라하는 황금그리드봇. 하루 이제 $1000 수익 인증을 매일매일 해드리고 있고요. EA 자동 교육 매매가 이제 3월부로 교육비가 $300로 이벤트는 다 끝났고 구독자 할인 $100. 그래서 총 월 교육비가 이제 $200로 책정이 되었습니다. 여러분의 너무 많은 성원에 힘입어서 이제 무료 이벤트는 다 끝났고요. 기존에 하셨던 분들은 계속 수익을 내고 계시기 때문에 뭐 200불이 뭐 큰돈이라면 큰돈이지만 납부하면서까지도 방송 듣고 교육 받으면서 더 많은 수익 30배 60배 수익으로 제가 돌려드리고 있습니다. 오늘 누구나 다 알듯이 미국, 이란 관련해서 많이 걱정하고 그랬을 거예요. 저 역시도 토요일날 확인하고 상담하면서 좀 많은 걱정을 했었습니다. 많은 걱정을 했었고, 월요일날 장이 3월 2일 골드는 매매를 하는데 이걸 매매를 쉬어야 되는 건지 어떻게 관망을 해야 되는 건지 깊은 고민도 하고 밤잠을 이룰 수가 없었습니다. 하지만 이제 지금 계신 5분들은 제가 말씀드린 꿀팁 같은 게 있는데, 제가 금요일날 한 포지션을 잡고 마감을 했어요. 자, 이제 보여드리면, 자, 여기 보시면 2월 27일 11시 56분, 그러니까 저희 시간으로 기준으로 하면 6시 59분에 포지션 하나를 바이로 잡혀놓고 마감을 했고, 잡은 가격이 5280달러였습니다. 5280달러. 5280달러면 요 자리에서 매수를 하나, 바이를 하나 한 포지션 잡아놨고요. 뭐 포지션은 크진 않았어요. 0.02랏 잡아놨고, 자, 테더골드라고 보이시나요? 그러니까 전쟁 이슈 금요일날 제가 말씀드렸듯이 중국하고 미국에서 이란에서 빨리 탈출을 해라 이렇게 얘기를 했고 장중 토요일 일요일까지 해서 온스당 800만원까지 갔습니다. 근데 여기 보면 800만원이 5천 약 한 400달러 정도, 한국 돈으로는 790만원 이렇게 나왔었습니다. 그래서 테도골드가 저희랑 지금 동일하게 움직입니다. 물론 이제 업비트하고 테도골드하고 좀 다르긴 하지만, 자, 테도골드는 3천, 지금 현재 시간 금액이 일분복으로 봤을 때 5,378달러. 근데 저희는 5,400달러, 약 22불이 저희가 더 빨리 움직이고 있어요. 그래서 이때 장중 토요일날 최대 4%까지 올라가는 걸 보고, 그래도 바이 포지션 잡은 걸 걱정을 크게 안 해도 되겠구나 라고 생각을 했고, 그러다 보니까 여기서 잡았던 게 오늘 아침 갭 상승했습니다. 이렇게 갭 상승, 여기 잡았던 게 갭 상승을 했고, 최대치 올라간 게 5,388 라인, 5,388 라인이었고, 정말 놀랍게도 이그제클리하게 여기 5,309달러, 제가 여기 정해놓은 요 자리에서 다시 좀 떨어졌고 다시 반등하면서 올랐던 폭을 다 빼길래, 이거 뭐 하메네스 이제 뭐 다 되고 이렇게 다 안정화되는가 보다 했지만, 올려서 수렴하고 원래 내려야 되지만 어떤 이유에서든지 다시 두 바퀴 올렸습니다. 그래서 오후전장에 저랑 같이 거래하셨던 분들은 제가 여기 5,300 요 라인 오면은 총 0.9 랏을 더 매수 잡고 끌고 한번 올라가 보겠습니다 라고 얘기를 했고, 게시판에 제가 오늘 포지션 5,400까지 올라갈 것이고, 그 이후에 최대 5,500까지도 오버슈팅 나오면 올라갈 수도 있을 것이다, 이렇게 분석글을 올려드렸습니다. 그래서 뭐 제가 잘났다는 게 아니라 고개 마저 좀 떨어지면서 조금 수익을 좀 더 올라갈 수 있었다라는 거. 그래서 금요일 2월 마지막에 한 포지션 잡아놨던 게 아침에 급등을 하면서 조금 늦게 켰습니다. 더 올라가는 거 보고, 그래 이 정도면 익절해도 되겠다 하고 익절하자마자 5,386짜리 요 자리에서 익절을 하자마자 바로 떨어졌습니다. 참 신기하게도 운이 좀 잘 맞았죠. 그래서 오늘 총 아침부터 현재까지 1,441달러 수익 중이고요. 이 중에 212달러는 2월 마지막 날 수익을 넘겨왔습니다. 마지막 수익을 넘겨왔습니다. 이렇게 넘겨왔고, 현재 보면 포지션이 전고 기준으로 아직 넘지 못했다. 그래서 장 시작한에 11시 사이에 뭐 올렸다가 여기서 이렇게 잡아주고 뭐 요런 모습이 나오는데, 사실 여기 선상이 10시 20분이니까 이거 7시입니다. 7시 오후 7시 19시, 그러니까 여기까지 그래도 횡보 라인에서 움직이면서, 그래서 이렇게 움직이면서 저희 EA 포지션 기준으로 했을 때는 뭐 4포지션 또는 5포지션 안에서 다 움직였습니다. 그래서 계속 수익 중이었고, 오히려 전쟁 이슈가 토요일 일요일 날 났기 때문에 트럼프가 그 증시에 민감하기 때문에 어떻게 해서든지 주말 사이에 그 이란의 수장을 사망시키고 좀 어느 정도는 안정화시켰다. 그리고 체면도 좀 차렸다. 체면도 좀 치렀다. 이제 이렇게 보여지는 거고. 그러므로 해서 역대급 이제 파격적인 것들은 뭐 중국이 달러 패권을 도전하고 있는 중에 트럼프의 여러 가지 것들이 달러 패권에 방어를 했다. 저는 이제 이렇게 좀 보여지고요. 달러 패권을 방어를 했다라는 이유는 금 가격 아직도 미국이 모든 것들을 움켜쥐고 좌지우지할 수 있다라는 힘을 보여준 이런 사례로 좀 보여집니다. 지금은 방금 수익 인증해드렸고요. 자, 현재 포지션은 5,400입니다. 게시판에 제가 올려드렸고, 나쁘지 않게 올라가고 있습니다. 자, 제가 이그자 클리어하게 나왔던 게 5374. 제가 여기서 잡고 싶었는데 바이 잡고 올리고 싶었는데 끌고 가지 못했던 점이 조금 아쉽기는 합니다. 자, 이제 보면 오늘 오전에 여기서 갭 상승했고 비비다가 바로 올렸고, 자, 요런 느낌. 자, 여기서 보면 뭐 다른 건 없으니까 이렇게 왔고, 여기서 M파동 나와서 이 자리를 넘겼기 때문에 지금 요 자리에서 이렇게 놀고 있다라는 거. 어떻게 보면 이렇게 수렴한 이후에 지금 현재 횡보하고 있는 중이고, 방향성이 나오기 충분했었던 자리였다. 김수랑님 반갑습니다. 어서오세요. 그래서 요 자리가 저항선이었기 때문에 저항 자리가 5374 자리에서 정확히 저항 맞고 이렇게 내려왔는데, 요 아래 지지받지 않고 이렇게 중간에 왔기 때문에 볼린저 밴드 하단에서 제가 계속 잡아보려고 했습니다. 근데 그 부분이 5301달러 자리였기 때문에 그 자리가 한 요 자리인 것 같아요. 요 자리 정단에서 계속 오면은 잡고 올라갈 때 끌고 올라가려고 했었어요. 근데 그 자리까지는 오지 않았고 5342 자리에서 반등해서 살짝 밀리고 현재 횡보하는 중이다. 이제 이렇게 좀 보여주면 되고요. 지금 현재 10시 42분이기 때문에 11시에 장이 어떻게 될 건지 한번 좀 보고, 그리고 11시 장의 방향성이 나온 이후에 11시 30분 이제 미장이 시작하면서 나스닥이 떨어질 겁니다. 그래서 나스닥이 떨어질 것이고 프리장에서도 이만큼 떨어졌다가 살짝 반등은 했습니다. 이렇게 떨어졌을 거고, 달러 가격이 어떻게 될 것인지, 그에 반해서 달러 값과 연동되는 금 가격이 어떻게 될 것인지도 한번 좀 봐야 되는 그런 관계. 그렇게 보고 나서 우리가 이제 오늘 장이 어떻게 되는 거에 따라서 미국 트럼프 대통령이 얘기한 뭐 짧게 끝내지 않겠다, 한 달간 갈 거다, 그리고 지금 뭐 중요하게 나오고 있는 미국 국방부에서 나왔던 얘기들을 심심찮게 보면서 아마도 골드의 가격이 미장 열리고 난 이후에 유동성이 좀 나오지 않을까. 그래서 오늘 초보분들은 이제 오전장이 상하이 거래소 열릴 때, 그리고 미장 열릴 때, 그리고 런던장이 마감할 때, 이때를 좀 조심하셔야 될 것을 조금 당부드립니다. 오히려 수익 안 보고 거래 안 하는 게 수익 보는 거랑 똑같은 거예요. 제가 볼 땐 그렇습니다. 저희는 수익을 내려고 하는 게 아니라 리스크를 줄여가면서 내 돈을 불려나가는 방식으로 하셔야 되기 때문에 절대 저는 추천드리지 않습니다. 물론 EA도 좋지만 EA 운영하는 것도 어느 정도 해칭하고 어느 정도 나와야 이게 도구로서 사용하면서 이 EA 프로그램이 보물이 되는데, 잘못하면 고물이 될 수도 있습니다. 자, 여기서 이런 포지션에서 잘못 들어왔다 그러면 현재 여기 포지션이 5280입니다. 5280이고 여기가, 그리고 여기가 5393, 거의 1113pp예요. 1000포인트가 움직였다. 1000포인트, 여기서부터 여기까지가. 물론 하루 만에 움직인 건 아니지만 여기서부터 여기까지 1000pp예요. 자, 그리고 우리가 지지받고 했었던 이 자리가 5170, 그러니까 거의 비슷하게 지금 올라가는 것도 그렇고 내려가는 것도 그렇고 거의 비슷하게 올려요. 여기서 이렇게 횡보했을 때 우리 수익 안전하게 좀 잘 먹었잖아요. 먹다가 급등했고 수렴했고 다시 이런 식으로 올렸고 바로 또 갭 상승해 버렸잖아요. 갭 상승하고 지금 이렇게 가는 거기 때문에 여 부분을 한번 유동성을 빨아먹고 갈 건지 안 빨아먹고 갈 건지는 아무도 모릅니다. 누구도 모릅니다. 누군가가 요 유동성을 또 빨아먹고 갈 건지. 우리는 미리 선행에 연습했잖아요. 마두로 때 그 잡혀가기 바로 직전에 골드 값을 빼놨고, 마두로 주말 동안에 마두로를 잡아가고 그러면서 금 가격이 또 상승시켜 버렸잖아요. 그죠? 여기서 또 다시 이렇게 맞춰놓고 요 라인에서 유동성 받아먹고 그런 다음에 다 터트려 놓고 여기서 또 다시 받아서 지네가 또 다시 올릴지, 그 부분은 아무도 모릅니다. 그렇기 때문에 유동성 나오는 거, 거래량 나오는 거, 그런 부분을 항상 체크하시고 보시고, 금요일 밤 그리고 월요일 아침 거래하시는 거를 공익적으로 거래하시는 걸 추천드리지 않습니다. 자, 일단 22시 17분, 그러니까 방금 얼마 되지 않았어요. 얼마 되지 않은 시간에 미국의 국방부 질의응답 뭐 이런 것들을 지금 했습니다. 이란도 여전히 장거리 타격 능력을 보유하고 있다, 이제 이렇게 보고 있기 때문에 미국도 그냥 뭐 꼬마 잡듯이 이렇게 할 수는 없을 거예요. 그래서 전략을 다 해서 아마 진행하지 않을까. 그렇다면은 뭐 쉽지 않을 거고, 당연히 케빈 국방부 케인 장군이에요. 케인 장군. 그러니까 우리나라로 따르면 합창 의장 정도 되거든요. 그 언론 브리핑 했는데 이 사람이 뭐 드론 작전, 이란 해군 대응 공중 타격 수행 중이다 이렇게 얘기했고, 100대 이상 항공기 동원돼 대규모 공중 작전을 하겠다 이제 이렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 공중에서 벌써 우세했다 뭐 이제 이렇게 얘기를 했고, 제가 볼 때는 미국을 이란이 이기기는 힘듭니다. 근데 그렇다고 자기 대빵을 죽였는데 가만히 있을 수는 없잖아요. 그죠? 자기가 죽더라도 보복해야 될 거 아닙니까? 아직도 지금 많이 올라가는 중. 자, 이제 과연 이제 본장에서 어떻게 될지 이것도 좀 저도 많이 좀 궁금하고, 저 이렇게 좀 화면 좀 키워 드릴게요. 지금 거래는 EA 운영하면서 저도 계속 준비 중인데, 아직까지는 그래도 0.2, 0.03 그래도 본장 시작 전이라 좀 안정적으로 움직이고 있기는 해요. 그리고 제가 뭐 한 뭐 2,000달러, 3,000달러 손실까지는 제가 한번 맞아 보면서 본장에서도 어떻게 움직이는지 제가 한번 선봉에 쓰면서 맞아보고, 저도 한 2,000불, 3,000불 내에서는 그냥 손실 나거나 그러면 낌새가 이상하다 그러면 저도 그냥 손절하고 잠깐 관망할 수도 있습니다. 그래서 그거 좀 그 부분 좀 알고 계시면 좋을 것 같고, 오늘 뭐 뉴스 같은 거나 이런 것들 뭐 간략하게 좀 얘기를 해드리자면, 어쨌든 저쨌든 그 트럼프의 큰 그림 안에 그 마두로 베네수엘라 사건, 그린란드 사건, 지금 이란 사건, 이런 사건들이 나타난다. 그래서 우리나라는 오늘 휴일이기 때문에 3월 3일 이제 장이 시작하면서 어떻게 운영이 될 것인지, 이것도 아마 좀 관전 포인트가 되지 않을까 이제 이렇게 봅니다. 왜냐하면 우리나라도 중동에서 기름을 수입해 오기 때문에 우리가 직격탄을 맞을 것들은 석유값이 이제 올라갈 것이냐 안 올라갈 것이냐, 그에 반해서 우리나라 석유로 공장들이 재가동이 될 것이냐 안 될 것이냐, 이게 길어지면 길어질수록 기존에 우리나라에서 갖고 있었던 재고들이 어떻게 될 것이냐. 그래서 뭐 지금 같은 경우에는 뭐 안 봐도 뻔하죠. 일단은 원유값이 올라갈 거라는 거. 그래서 뭐 원유 거래하실 분들은 뭐 지금 같은 경우에는 사실 손매매 하시는 분들, 이해하시는 분들은 하지 마시고, 손매매 하시는 분들은 오일로 뭐 불보도 뻔하잖아요. 올라갈 거, 그죠? 수요가 줄어들었고 분명히 올라갈 것이고, 그래서 아래에서 조금씩 잡아가는 전략도, 최소 자금으로 조금씩 잡아가는 것도 아래에서 나쁘지 않은 방법인 것 같고, 거의 뭐 공짜 같은 느낌이지 않을까. 물론 뭐 손절해야 되거나 뭐 쉬운 거는 뭐든지 다 없지만, 이제 저는 그렇게 봅니다. 전쟁이 나면은 금융시장에서 제일 먼저 움직이는 거는 주식이 아닙니다. 원유하고 금입니다. 알고 계시죠? 그렇기 때문에 우리 골드 움직임선을 보고 나서도 이렇게 했다라는 거. 그래서 이제 호르무즈 해협 리스크가 이제 계속 얘기하고 있는 거예요. 거기에 이제 전 세계 해상 원유 수송량의 20%가 거울로 통과를 하거든요. 그래서 이제 그림을 보자면, 뭐 요런 느낌이에요. 요런 느낌. 그래서 요런 느낌. 요 길로 다 이렇게 통과한단 말이에요. 여기가 이란이고, 여기가 이란, 그리고 여기 호르무즈 해협, 이 위로 지금 총 포탄이 지금 막 날아다니고 있는 거예요. 포탄이. 그러니까 여길로 지나가는 배들 있잖아요. 지금 요렇게 배들, 뭐 요렇게 배들 이렇게 나가는 거, 요 배들이 지나가지 못해요. 근데 이제 잘 아시겠지만 중국이 1대1로를 하게 된 이유 중 하나가, 중국이 석유를 많이 쓰는 나라 거의 1, 2위라고 보시면 됩니다. 엄청 많이 씁니다. 그렇기 때문에 자기네한테 석유를 조금 더 잘 운반하고 좀 빠르게 운반하고 손쉽게 그 에너지를 얻을 수 있는 방법으로 본인들이 1대1로를 프로젝트를 꿈꿨던 거예요. 그러면서 자기네들이 달러 패권에 도전을 한번 해보겠다. 근데 그 트럼프 다 알고 있죠. 미국은 다 알고 있거든요. 근데 얘네가 조금 많이 넘보느냐, 그냥 이렇게 눈치만 보느냐, 이제 이 사건에서 베네수엘라 사건, 그린란드 사건, 그리고 호르무즈 이란 사건들을 겹겹이 하면서 나왔다라는 거. 이 부분들이 매우 크다. 그래서 매우 큰 그림이었다. 근데 이제 여기에서 얼마나 빠르게 미국이 진전시키고 안정화시키느냐, 이제 이런 문제가 있습니다. 그리고 또한 미국이 지금 부채가 많다라는 걸 제가 계속 말씀드렸고, 금값이 올라가는 이유 중 하나는 달러 부도날 것 같아, 지금 불안해, 지금 이렇게 보는 거예요, 전 세계적으로. 그렇기 때문에 지금 금을 사고 있는 거고, 그러므로 해서 우리 EA 프로그램이 지금 급등락 이렇게 있으면서 기존에 조금 안전하게 수익을 먹었던 게 최근에 들어서는 조금 긴장도 하고 마음을 좀 졸이게 하기도 하고 좀 그러고 있습니다. 근데 그에 반해서 수익은 기존에 한 700불 나왔던 게 지금 1000불 이상 나오고 있는 것 같아요. 그거에 반해서. 그래서 이제 그런 점이 양쪽으로 리스크가 좀 있고 왔다 갔다 한다, 이제 이렇게 말씀을 좀 드리고, 말씀드리는 순간 웃고 떠드는 사이에 1466달러 지금 수익 중이고요. 자, 거래는 보통 하나 둘 셋 네 포지션 안에서 지금 거의 다 이루어지고 있었습니다. 그리고 오늘 오전에는 거래하면서 뽀기뽀기님 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 그러면서 보통 그렇게 되면서 이제 현재 시간 10시 55분. 그래서 지금 나와 있는 뉴스들이나 요거에 따라서 이렇게 되는 거고, 좀 더 볼게요. 일단은 증시, 미국 증시는 뭐 급락 이러는데, 제가 볼 때는 전쟁 난 거 치고는 엄청난 급락은 아니에요. 엄청난 급락은 아니에요. 뭐 오히려 마이크로소프트 10% 마이너스 때가 더 급락이었고, 현재 주가 보자면 구글이 2.6%, 그리고 엔비디아가 1.3%, 아마존이 2.4%, 테슬라도 2.16%, 지금 이 정도 마이너스인 걸로 보여집니다. 오늘 기준으로 지표 발표는 11시 45분에 S&P 글로벌 제조업 PMI 지수 여기에 있었고요. 일단은 국방부 10시 30분에 속보에 따르면 트럼프 미국 국방부 질의응답에 따르면 트럼프 대통령이 언급한 뭐 4주에서 5주 언급된 고정된 것이 아니고 상황에 따라서 앞당겨질 수 있다고 이렇게 얘기를 한 언론 브리핑, 그리고 질의응답을 했고요. 케빈 장군 합참 의장 언론 브리핑에서는 이번 작전은 하룻밤에 끝나는 단발성 작전이 아니라 시간이 걸리는 대규모 전투 작전이다, 이렇게 얘기를 했어요. 그러면 그 뭐 마두로처럼 가서 확 해갖고 마두로 이렇게 잡고 이렇게 끝내는 게 아니라 수장 일단은 사망 확인을 했고, 해상 점령하고 지상 점령하고, 그리고 그 반군들이나 이런 것들을 항복하게끔 만들고, 너네한테 얘기를 했습니다. 너네 지금 항복하면 면책을 해주겠다. 하지만 며칠 지나고 나면 항복해도 면책을 안 주겠다. 이렇게 협박해놓고 말로 먼저 씨부린 다음에 그 다음에 폭격하는 거예요. 그러면 이제 더 겁먹겠지, 걔네들이. 그래서 합참 의장은 어쨌든 힘든 과정이 될 수 있다고 이렇게 얘기했습니다. 그 이유 중 하나는 어쨌든 저쨌든 미국이 이란을 이기겠지만 이란 역시도 어느 정도 국방력을 갖고 있는 나라다. 그래서 조금 어쩔 수 없이 미국의 손실, 손해, 뭐 이런 타격도 어느 정도 있다. 이제 이렇게 좀 보여지는 거고요. 이게 이제 어느 정도 이제 안정화되고 러시아, 우크라이나도 안정화되고 이렇게 되면 좋겠습니다. 트레이딩 뷰는 일단 다 읽었고요, 확인했고요. 오히려 낮에 장에는 제가 요 자리 오면 끌고 가려고 했는데 오히려 여기서는 요 자리에서는 좀 셀을 좀 잡아보고 싶은 생각이 드네요. 저는 요 라인에서는 5400 구간에서 셀을 한번 잡아보고 싶은. 근데 그렇게 역추세 매매를 하지 않겠습니다. 저는 이제 마음은 여기에서 여기 5301자리 요 자리가 오면은 요 자리가 오면 분할로 한 0.1, 0.2, 0.2, 0.4 이렇게 잡으려고 했거든요. 그래서 총 0.9라 잡으려고 아까 방송에서 여러분들한테도 얘기해드렸는데 이렇게 잡으려고 했었어요. 그래서 이런 식으로 가다가 이렇게 하는 거를 예상을 하고선 갔는데 올리지 여기에서 주지 않고 여기서 바로 이렇게 올렸거든요. 근데 이렇게 올라온다라는 건 장 시작하고 나서 나스닥이 더 떨어지면 골드가 이렇게 더 올라갈 방향이 있는데 나스닥이 장 초반에 떨어졌다가 저는 반등할 것 같아요. 다시 나스닥이 일부 초반에는 하락을 면치 못하다가 장이 좀 안정되고 하락폭이 안정이 되면 좀 비비고 있다가 다시 이렇게 반등하지 않을까 이렇게 봅니다. 유동성을 다 잡아먹고 올라가지 않을까 저는 이제 좀 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 이미 제가 볼 때는 그 뭐 두려움, 공포 이런 게 없어요. 미국이 이란을 이긴다라고 보고 있고 불가피하게 미국이 이란을 공격하면서 이란이 어느 정도 반격을 할 것이다. 하지만 뭐 이길 수 없다. 벌써 수장이 사망했다고 확인까지 다 되어 있고 그리고 국방부장 그 사람도 최고 수장도 죽었다고 확인이 되어 있기 때문에 첫 나스닥 장은 빠지지만 그 이후에 그 빠졌던 장을 다 유동성을 다 먹고 올라가지 않을까 이제 저는 그렇게 봅니다. 그래서 시나리오를 저는 그렇게 그렸고 한 요 정도 선상에서 골드도 조금 요 정도 여기가 오늘 갭이 있었기 때문에 오늘 바로 이렇게 갭을 맞추러 가지는 않겠지만 요 갭을 뭐 바로 맞추러 가지는 않겠지만 그래도 이렇게 갔다가 뭐 이렇게 한 번쯤은 갭을 찾으러 언젠가는 가지 않을까요? 어쨌든 저쨌든 무조건 갭은 한 번은 채우러 가니까 요 갭은 그러니까 한 번은 요 자리를 준다 이걸 이렇게 보는 거예요. 저는 한 번은 그게 뭐 한 달이 될지 두 달이 될지 세 달이 될지는 모르겠지만 요 자리는 한 번 주고 갈 것이다. 그러니까 우리는 그걸 알고 있는 게 좋아요. 5300에서 5280짜리거든요. 5280 제가 잡은 게 5280이잖아요. 그죠? 자 이거 보여드릴게요. 이거 완전 꿀팁입니다. 이거 완전 꿀팁이어가지고 제가 2월 27일날 0.02 랏을 5280에 잡았어요. 5280에 잡았고 오늘 아침에 3월 2일 01시 57분 그러니까 8시 9시 되기 전에 5386에서 롤오버비 1.8불을 내고 212달러를 갭상승해서 수익을 냈단 말이에요. 그 자리가 요 자리입니다. 그래서 요 자리가 어느 자리냐 5280짜리에서부터 5386짜리 한 요정도 선상 같습니다. 요정도 선상은 한번 올 수도 있으니 요 선상에서 매수 또는 매도 이렇게 방향성이 나올 수 있다. 그래서 이렇게 가다가 이렇게 위로 올라가다가 다시 내려 한번 빠지고 갈 것인지 아니면은 빼놓고 갈 것인지 그 부분도 우리가 이제 알고 있으면 나중에 그 자리에서 뭐 매수 잡고 끌고 올라간다든지 이런 방향성으로도 사용할 수 있을 것으로 좀 보여집니다. 근데 그거는 이제 방향성에 맞춰서 장에 따라 봐야 되니까. 트럼프 깡패 맞습니다. 자 현재 말씀드리는 순간 5385자리 왔다갔다 자 빠지고 있기 때문에 고점에서 5400짜리에서 제가 게시판에 글을 올려드렸어요. 올려드린 거에서 좀 빠지고 가는지 안 빠지고 가는지 오늘 한번 보면 될 것 같고 현재 시간 11시 4분입니다 현재 시간 11시 4분이고 근데 저희가 좀 알아둬야 될 것들이 있다면 지금 이 금 가격은 사실상 안전자산으로서 경기나 이런 침체나 이런 것들이 불안하기 때문에 올라가는 형국이라고 보여집니다. 작년과 또 다릅니다. 작년에는 뭐 금리나 안전자산 수단 이런 식으로 갔지만 실질적으로 지금은 골드의 가격은 정치적 리스크 그리고 중국이 미국에 대한 패권 도전을 하는 이런 모습에서도 비춰주고 있습니다. 그래서 좀 간략하게 말씀을 좀 드리면 중국이 달러 패권에 도전을 했다. 근데 저 같은 경우에는 딱 그렇게 보지는 않습니다. 왜냐하면 중국도 미국을 이길 것이라는 확신은 없습니다. 확신은 없지만 어떤 거냐면 중국이 산업 제조업하고 산업하고 어쨌든 조금 질서 없고 뭐 이런 나라잖아요. 좀 야루 있고 막 무슨 믿지 못하는 이런 좀 불신 이런 느낌이 있잖아요. 뭐 중국 제품이다 그러면 이거 왠지 막 이런 느낌이 있잖아요. 걔네들은 좀 얼렁뚱땅 대충 교통도 막 이렇게 대충 하고 막 역주행도 하고 뭐 그런 나라인데 그런 나라가 부흥하려고 하다 보니까 제조업을 많이 하는 거예요. 근데 그 제조업에 가장 필요한 것들이 석유입니다. 석유가 있어야 공장을 돌리고 뭐를 하고 뭘 다 할 거 아니에요. 어쨌든 그래야지 물건도 만들고 그래서 석유를 많이 삽니다. 그래서 사우디아라비아한테 빈살만한테 이제 석유를 내가 많이 사니까 이제 딜을 한번 합니다. 사우디한테 야 내가 너한테 석유 많이 사는데 야 꼭 달러로 사야 돼? 야 우리나라 돈으로 사면 안 돼? 지금 이렇게 한 거예요. 이게 미국이 이 얘기를 듣고 깜짝 놀란 겁니다. 석유나 뭐 대충 이런 것들은 무조건 달러로 사게끔 돼 있는 거예요. 근데 이제 중국이 야 위안화로 좀 사면 안 될까? 그러니까 사우디 하는 말 야 근데 네가 많이 사니까 위안화로 사는 거 뭐 어쨌든 그렇다 치자. 근데 내가 위안화로 받고 너한테 석유 주면 난 위안화로 뭐해? 위안화 못 믿겠어. 뭐 안전장치가 있어? 야 미국 달러로 갖고 있으면 그 돈 국채에다 넣어놓으면 그냥 이자 들어오는데 위안화 이거 갖고 있으면 막 돈값 떨어지고 이걸로 뭐해? 그러니까 중국이 거기다가 한 방 깐 겁니다. 아 그래? 너 그것만 해결되면은 위안화로 석유 살 수 있게끔 해줄 거야? 이렇게 얘기한 거예요. 그러니까 덥석 잡은 거죠. 그래서 그러면 너 위안화로 하고 우리 상하이 거래소에 내가 우리가 많이 있으니까 이 위안화로 금을 사. 그러면 금을 살 수 있게끔 해줄게. 이 위안화로. 이렇게 된 거예요. 이제 시초가. 그게 달러 패권에 도전한다 이렇게 보는 거고 미국이 부채가 많고 이렇기 때문에 미국이 중국 달러 패권을 무마시키기 위한 밑장으로 베네수엘라의 마두로를 잡아가고 석유 잡아가고 그린란드의 해협을 지나가게끔 하고 지금 이란의 이 1대1로의 해협에 중국의 가장 많은 석유를 또 이렇게 가는 요 공간을 지금 미국이 먹어버리려고 하는 요런 것도 정치적인 리스크가 들어가 있다. 그러므로 인해서 달러값, 금값 요런 것들이 지금 상반관계 되면서 와리가리 하고 있다. 그래서 미국이 실질적으로는 깡패고 제가 봐도 미국이 깡패고 미국이 하고 싶은 대로 밑그림 그리면서 정보도 많고 힘도 세고 뭐 그러다 보니까 지금 조그만 나라는 아니지만 걔가 학교 일장인 거야. 그러니까 반장 애들 불러가지고 야 너 좀 덜 잘 나가는 애들 야 일로와 내 말 들어. 지금 요런 느낌이에요. 그래서 야 약간 삥 뜯는 것 같은 이런 느낌이에요. 지네 나라 잘 먹고 잘 살려고. 그래서 이제 뭐 내용은 그런 거고 이제 그 내용은 그런 거고 우리는 이제 중요한 게 트레이딩 관점으로 해서 수익을 이제 좀 내야 되는 부분인데 제가 항상 말씀드렸지만 저번에도 그랬습니다. 이렇게 이런 식으로 급하게 어쨌든 무언가로 인해서 급하게 이렇게 올리면, 이렇게 급하게 올렸으면 이게 작은 돈으로 이렇게 올렸을 거 아니에요. 작은 돈으로 이만큼까지. 예? 그럼 누군가는 사줘야 된단 말이에요. 지금 금값이 한 돈에 이제 100만 원이 넘습니다. 이제 이렇게 되면. 자, 그러면은 옛날에는 돌잔치 가서 그 금 한 돈 선물했잖아요. 그죠? 지금은 금 한 돈 사가지고 이렇게 선물할 수 있어요? 그럼 금을 안 산다고 너무 비싸니까. 이것도 똑같아요. 원리가. 너무 비싸면 안 사요, 사람들이. 그럼 어떻게 하느냐? 이렇게 빼준다고 뺐다가 올렸다가 다시 뺐다가 이렇게 간다고요. 근데 어디서 지금 실물 금을 다 모으고 있어요? 아까 제가 말씀드린 대로 상하이, 중국에서 지금 하고 있다. 그러면 이렇게 급하게 올려면 요런 자리, 요런 구간들이 유동성이 작은 돈으로 올렸기 때문에 누군가는 여기에서 샀던 사람들은 여기서 샀던 사람들 있을 거 아니에요. 이렇게 와갖고 팔게끔 하는 거야. 그걸 더 올리고 그것도 다시 한번 또 팔아먹고. 원리는 이렇습니다. 유동적인 원리는. 근데 그 원리를 우리가 어떻게 보고 어떻게 수익을 낼 것인가는 이제 저희의 몫입니다. 자, 말씀드리는 순간 방향성 하방으로 가고 있고 현재 시간 11시 10분입니다. 자, 지지 있는 부분 5,374달러 요 부분 깨졌고요. 자, 볼린저 밴드 하단 부분, 자 1분봉, 자, 여기서는 만약에 빠진다 그러면은 뭐 이렇게 하방으로 한번 내리꽂는다고 해서 뭐 이상할 부분은 없어요. 다시 저희는 셀 포지션 잡고 있고 다시 올라가고 있네요. 자, 방향성은 1분봉에서는 방향은 아직 하락 방향, 5분봉에서는 아직까지도 상승 방향. 볼린저 밴드 하단까지 한번 내려왔다가 밑꼬리 달고 올라가는 중인데, 강하게 올라가면 상승 여력이 아직도 남아 있다. 이제 이렇게 좀 보여집니다. 이란 보복 공격 속 바레인, 아랍에미레이트 데이터 센터 전력 통신 장애, 아마존, 뭐 AWS 이것도 있는데, 뭐 미국의 CM이 우리 이것도 전쟁 나고 막 이러면 트레이딩도 뭐 서버나 이런 거 어쩔 때 터져버리는 경우도 있다고 하더라고요. 자, 참고로 은은 저번 주에 급등하고 막 이럴 때 은 CME 거래소에서 장이 중단됐습니다. 은거래 너무 많이 올라가지고 다들 돈 많이 벌었잖아요, 순식간에. 일단 트럼프가 4주 정도 걸린다고 했던 이 부분에 대해서는 트럼프 생각인 거고, 국방부에서는 조금 더 단축시킬 수 있다고 이렇게 생각하는 것 같습니다. (4주도) 빠른 겁니다. 사실 러시아 우크라이나 러우 전쟁 같은 걸 보면 4주도 빨리 해결하는 거예요. 이란 같은 나라를 그냥 통치권을 바꿔버리고 통치권을 그냥 사망에 이르게까지 해놓았다라는 건 대단한 거예요. 사실 우리나라 남북관계 이런 거보다 내가 볼 때는 더 무서운 끔찍한 일이죠. 그죠? 참 행복한 나라에 살고 있습니다. 국방력이 좀 튼튼한 나라에 살고 있다라는 건. 빨리 끝나기를 바라야죠. 근데 4주도 4주보다 더 빨리 하겠다고 지금 국방부 장관 케빈 일단 얘기 질의응답했고, 국방부에서도 조금 더 안전할 거다. 하지만 이란을 만만하게 보면 안 된다. 드론 공격을 동력할 거고, 벌써 항공 쪽 해상은 해안쪽 상공은 이미 드론으로 점령을 했다. 이제 해안도 대신 어떻게 해서 무마시킬 것인가, 이런 작전들이 좀 필요해 보이고, 미국도 완벽하게 작전을 수행하려고 시간과 이 타이밍 아마 볼 것 같고요. 트럼프 대통령 4주 얘기했지만 미국 국방부에서는 그래도 조심하긴 하겠지만 그거보다 좀 앞당겨질 것이다, 이런 얘기를 했습니다. 그렇다면 더 빨리 1주 2주 이내에 끝날 수 있는 확률도 매우 높다고 보여집니다. 그 다음 행보가 이제 중요하죠. 이란과 미국이 이제 이란을 어느 정도 이렇게 안정화시켜 놓고 나면, 뭐 예를 들어서 1주, 2주, 3주 이때까지 안정화시켜 놓고 나면 3월 말경으로, 3월 뭐 첫째 주, 둘째 주, 셋째 주, 넷째 주 경으로 해서 이제 자국민의 이제 부채 달러 강화를 위해서 무슨 밑작업이 나올 수도 있습니다. 그래서 암호화폐를 스테이블 코인으로 넘긴다든지 가장 유력한 거고요. 그렇게 보여집니다. 자, 말씀드리는 순간 셀 포지션으로 0.02, 0.03, 0.05 세 포지션 잡혔고요. 자, 나이스 익절, 나이스 버디. 수랑님 좋은 일 있으실 겁니다. 빨리 끝나고요. 자, 현재 시간, 자 여기 지지선은 깨졌고요. 아래로 빠질지 안 빠질지 바라보는 것도 오늘 관전 포인트가 될 것으로 좀 보여집니다. (5370) 포인트. 자, 빠졌고요. 나이스 익절. 자, 현재 5370포인트 더 빠지고 있습니다. 자, 나스닥 한번 봐볼게요. 나스닥 올라가는지. 나스닥도 올라가지 않고 있습니다. 자, 이거 이렇게 아가리 이제 지금 볼린저밴드 아가리 벌렸습니다. 이렇게 아가리 이렇게 벌리면 추세 방향이 어느 쪽으로 나오는 건데 지금 하방으로 나오고 있어요. 자, 아가리 벌리고 하방으로 가면서 추세 방향 벌리고 있기 때문에 지금 두 포지션, 셀 포지션은 0.2, 0.03 두 포지션 잡혔고요. 자, 익절 나이스 샷. 자, 웃고 떠드는 사이에 어느덧 5360. 자, 말씀드리는 대로 바로 하방으로 꽂는 중. 자, 아까 제가 얘기했던데 요 자리 오면은 그냥 하방으로 한번 가고 싶다라는 생각이 그냥 느낌이 그랬습니다. 여기를 한번 먹고 갈 것 같은 이런 느낌이 들었습니다. 촉이기 때문에 그냥 촉으로 봐야졌던 거. 자, 여기 라인 5342 라인을 깨지는지 안 깨지는지 요 라인은 지금 하고 있었고, 자, 그 다음 지지대는 여기니까 5309 자리에서는 바이로 만약에 또 내려온다면 상황 보고 여기서는 한번 바이로 한번 잡아볼 만한 자리. 자, 현재 시간 11시 19분이고요. 자, 현재 시간 11시 21분. 지금 포지션 가지고 계신다면 일부 정리를 하시는 걸 좀 추천드리겠습니다. 자, 셀 포지션 잡혔고요. 저도 셀 포지션 0.2 정도 셀로 한번 가볼게요. (0.2) 잡자마자 수익 중. 자, 아래로 하방으로 좀 끌고 가고 있습니다. 수익 중. 자, $100만 먹고 나올게요. 140불, 120불. 자, 더 빠지고 있습니다. 자, 200불 익절 나이스샷. 나이스샷 200불. 자, 현재 1707달러 수익 중. 인증. 나이스샷. 나이스 버디. 자, 200불이면 30만원. 오늘 일당은 그냥 넘기고 말았다. 자, 이런거 포지션 나쁘지 않게 잘 먹었죠. 야무지게. 자, 여기 0.2랏으로 201달러 추가 수익 인증 완료. 자, 현재 오늘만 1709달러 수익 인증. 현재 시간 23시 23분 수익 인증 완료. 자, 이렇게 해서 보여드렸고요. 자, 현재 잔액은 87,398달러. 나이스 샷. 나이스 익절. 자, 오늘 두 번 거래해서 두 번 다 수익 냈고요. 자, 이렇게 보다 보면 짤짤이로 이렇게 수익 천천히 나와집니다. 자, 왜 잘하느냐면 여기 자리였으니까 여기 자리까지는 한번 봐려고 했었고, 자, 요 자리까지 한번 보려고 했었고, 자, 여기까지도 올 수도 있으니까요. 이 전에 이렇게 내려왔던 게 폭이. 자, 우리 EA는 그럼 어떻게 잡혔을까 볼까요? EA도 셀 포지션으로 하방을 맞추면서 계속 수익을 내고 있습니다. 계속 수익을 셀 포지션을 내면서, 바이는 바이 포지션을 내면서 계속 수익을 냈고요. 자, 반등하지 않았기 때문에 계속 수익을 냈습니다. 자, 현재 시간 11시 24분. 자, 곧 나올 거를 대비해서 저희가 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 볼게요. 자, 현재 1712달러 수익 중. 나쁘지 않은 수익이죠? 금액이 커지면 커질수록 수익금이 조금씩 더 늘어나는 방향은 뭐 이렇게 해서 수익금을 조금 더 늘려나가는 방향으로 가시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 매매를 많이 한다고 좋은 게 아니에요. 절대. 먹을 수 있을 때 한번 딱 먹고 이렇게 기다리고 있다가 놀고 있다가 EA 보면서 수익 천천히 나오는 거 보고 해칭할 부분 해칭하고, 그러고 나서 수익 낼 자리에서 수익 딱 내시고 빠져나오셔야 됩니다. 선물은 그렇게 하시는 거예요. 얌시럽게 하시는 거예요. 얌시럽게, 독하게, 얌시럽게. 자, 말씀드리는 순간 더 빠지고 있습니다. 자, 우리는 EA로 계속 수익 내고 있고, 제가 얘기 드린 대로 요 유동성 있는 거 부분 먹으러 갈지 안 먹으러 갈지 말했는데, 요 부분 먹잖아요. 그죠? 요 유동성 지금 먹으러 오고 있잖아요. 그죠? 자, 이 자리 오면은 바이 한번 잡아보겠다. 자, 지금 시간 11시 26분이에요 장시작과 함께 뺐던 걸 다시 올릴 수도 있어요. 장시작 전에 다 빼놓고 원상복귀 해놓고, 여기 갭자리니까 여기 원상복구 해놓고, 뭐 오늘 바로 오질 않을 것 같은데 오늘 바로 와버렸네. 이렇게 꽂으면 장시작 이후에 바로 이렇게 올릴 수도 있다고. 지금 불안하니까 던지는 것 같아요. 제가 볼 때 장시작하고 나서 어떻게 될지 모르는 거에 대비해서 지금 미리 던지는 것 같아요. 그래서 아까 제가 20분에 던지라고 할 때 던지라고 하는 거예요. 제 얘기 듣고선 도움 많이 되셨으면 좋겠습니다. 제가 뭐 틀린 말은 안 했기 때문에, 맞는 말 기준으로 했기 때문에 그걸 누군가는 받아 먹었을 것이고, 누군가는 또 다르게 해석해 가지고 다르게 받아 먹었을 수도 있고, 본인의 이제 선택이시니까 그걸 뭐 누가 뭐라 할 수는 없고, 그래도 올바른 방향성을 좀 말씀드린 것 같아서 기분이 좀 좋습니다. 국방부에서 에픽 퓨리 작전 목표는 이란의 공격 능력과 군사 인프라를 파괴하고 핵무기 보유를 막는 것이다, 이렇게 얘기했습니다. 이번 작전에서 사상자가 발생했으며 전쟁은 본질적으로 희생을 수반한다, 이렇게 얘기했습니다. 미국 국방부 장관 언론 브리핑에서. 자, 이 자리 바이 한번 잡아보고 싶은 자리, 제가 바이 하나 잡아보겠습니다. 0.1로 0.1로 바이 하나 잡았고요. 자, 현재 시간 11시 28분. 자, 이제 나스락이 한번 같이 볼게요. 이거 제가 한 1000불까지는 그냥 가져가고, 1000불에서 2000불까지는 가져가고, 만약 안 하면 그냥 손실을 할게요. 손절할게요. 자, 왼쪽이 골드, 오른쪽이 나스닥. 자, 현재 시간 11시 29분. 자, 1분봉으로 볼게요. 자, 이것도 1분봉. 자, 나스닥 올라가고 있고 골드도 올라가고 있습니다. 뺐던 거 다. 그래서 제가 아까 0.1 포지션을 여기서는 잡아보고 간다고 말씀드렸고, 자, S&P 500 마이너스, 나스닥도 마이너스 출발. 자, 나스닥 왔다 갔다 진짜 엄청 심하게 지금 와리가리 하는 중. 자, 오히려 골드가 그래도 선방하고 올라가는 중. 엔비디아 마이너스 0.4, 구글 마이너스 3%, 아마존 마이너스 2.8, 마이크로소프트 마이너스 0.2%, 테슬라 마이너스 2%, 메타 마이너스 1.4%. 그리고 나머지들 거의 다 하락 이렇게 좀 보여집니다. 골드도 올라갔다가 좀 빠지는 모습. 자, 나스닥 올라가고 있고요. 나스닥이 오히려 좀 올라가고 있네요. 자, 오히려 나스닥이 올라가고 있습니다. 엔비디아 다시 양전하는 중. 제가 말씀드린 대로 뺐던 거 다시 양전하는 중. 자, 나이스 익절, 나이스 익절. 자, 골드 제가 나스닥 말씀드렸잖아요. 아까도. 자, 나스닥 말씀드렸잖아요. 뺐던 거 다 발라먹고 올라갈 거라고. 이렇게 발라먹고 올라갈 거라고. 마이너스지만 빠졌던 거 발 올라갈 거. 골드도 똑같거든요. 제가 볼 때 골드 제가 아까 여기서 지금 0.1 계약 하나 잡았잖아요. 여기서 수익 중이었는데 오늘 시작한 라인이 여기 갭 상승했거든요. 근데 여기거든요. 제가 오늘 마이너스 2천대도 한번 해본다고 했거든요. 그래서 요정도 라인 오면은 추가로 0.2 이번에 0.2로 받을게요. 0.2 바이로. 오늘은 그냥 손절 2,000불 3,000불 손절할 거 보고 갑니다. 우뚝 서있죠. 지금 빠졌어요. 이렇게 올라갔던 거 이렇게 빠졌잖아요. 지금 요거 아침에 나왔던 거 올리고 이렇게 뺐잖아요. 똑같습니다. 요거 반대로 뺐다가 이렇게 반대 이렇게까지 올 것 같아요. 요 폭이 지금 볼게요. 여기 폭이 5309 자리, 여기 자리가 5388 자리. 자, 요 라인이 약 800핍 정도, 800핍 정도. 그러면 자, 추가적으로 제가 0.2 포지션 하나 더 잡았고요. 이 다음 포지션도 0.2 포지션 하나 더 잡을 거고요. 자, 이렇게 올라가고 있고, 요거 익절 하나 할게요. 요거 손절할게요. 자, 이렇게 하면서 추가적인 수익을 이렇게 하시면 돼요. 이렇게 추가로 80불 더 먹어갖고 지금 현재 1896달러. 나쁘지 않은 수익 1896달러. EA랑 같이 올렸고. 그러니까요, 수랑님, 누가 보면 그죠? 아까 반등했던 포 그냥 이렇게 먹었어요. 저는 0.1계약, 0.2계약 이렇게 하고 총 3계약으로. 자, 오늘 수익 나쁘지 않게 손으로 매매하면서 총 여기 80불, 여기도 90불, 여기 200불, 그리고 여기 200불 이렇게 해서 오늘 총 1900불 가량 수익을 냈고 인증해드렸고요. 오늘 하루도 고생하셨고 저는 이제 요렇게까지만 방송을 하고요. 잠시 후에 올게요. 잠시 후에 올게요. 잠시 후에. 자, 오늘 휴일인데도 불구하고 이렇게 와주신 분 감사하고. 야, 더 올라갔네. 바이로 갔으면 더 먹었겠네 수익. 바이로 여기 지금 요거가 5318이었는데 5333까지도 갔네. 그죠?
I haven't met. And maybe what I'm guarding isn't safety, it's regret. There are rooms I haven't entered yet, and I can feel them pulling like a promise or a debt. It's time I turn the handle on the life I haven't lived yet. I'm turning the handle now. I'm stepping through the rooms I haven't entered, were waiting for me to. I woke up before the room was ready, shadows still resting on the wall. There's a softness in unfinished hours before the world begins to call. I stretch into the quiet, let the air settle in my lungs. There's something sacred in the stillness when no one asks me to be strong. I say my name out loud just to hear how it feels today. Not the version they expect, not the polished one on display. Just me, unfiltered, steady, standing in my own skin. Stay with me now before the noise rushes in, before the deadlines, before the comparisons begin. Let me belong to myself for a little while. I don't have to prove anything, not before the first sip, not before the first step outside. I can arrive slowly, I can take my time. The piano leans into minor turns but never falls too deep. Brushes sweep across the rhythm like promises I can keep. Warm bass under my heartbeat, acoustic strings brushing light. There's comfort in this breathing, and I needn't to fight. I used to run ahead of daylight, chasing something undefined, thinking louder and stronger, thinking faster, meant to light. But I've learned strength can whisper, it doesn't always shout. Stay with me now, let the pace unfold gently, let ambition sit beside grace. I can move forward without leaving myself behind. I don't need applause to know I am enough. I don't need a headline to feel my pulse steady. I just need this ground beneath my feet, and the courage to stand here. There's beauty in beginning, without fireworks in the sky, just a quiet decision to try. I pick up the cup beside me, let warmth circle my hands. There's a calm inside this moment no one else commands. Today doesn't have to dazzle, it doesn't have to impress. It just needs honesty and a little tenderness. Stay with me now, let the day open softly, let expectation fade to gray. I will carry myself forward, not as armor, but as truth. My name is enough. My pace is enough. gentle rain, some loves don't end in shattered glass. They soften into open sky. They turn into a steady light that doesn't fade when days go by. If you ever walk this road again, if time untangles what it tied, you'll find me standing just the same with open hands. No need to hide. I am not frozen in goodbye. I am not trapped in yesterday. I'm building mornings of my own, learning strength in quiet ways. The seasons shifted one by one, leaves fell and grew and fell once more. And every change the wind has made still leaves you echo at my door. But echoes are not empty things, they prove that something once was real. And I would rather feel that truth than force my heart to never feel. I've grown into a softer calm, a deeper breath, a steadier pace. Waiting isn't losing time, it's giving love a different space. If paths decide to cross again, we won't be who we were before. We'll meet as stronger versions of the ones who closed that door. And if the story ends right here with distance stretching far and wide, I'll keep the warmth without the ache. Let memory walk beside. Because love is not a cage to guard, nor a chance to pull us back. It's something white as morning light, a quiet glowing track somewhere beneath another sky. You might be thinking too of how the silence felt that day, of everything we knew. And if you ever wonder still whether I blame the past, know that I have let it breathe. I didn't make it last. I water hope like fragile seeds, but I don't force them through. If it's meant to bloom again, it will, with something new. I'm not suspended in between, not lost in what could be. I simply leave the door unlocked and let the future see. So if your footsteps find the street, if chance decides to give, you'll find my heart unchanged in truth, where your name still lives. I used to know what I felt inside, keep every color soft and pacified. Careful not to take too much of space, careful not to show it on my face. I measure every word before it came, afraid of stepping wrong inside the frame. Trying to be easy to embrace, trying to disappear without a trace. But something shifted quietly on me, no thunder rolling to clear the way. Just a steady pulse beneath my skin, saying I don't have to hold it fit me. I don't need a string to be adored, I don't need approval as reward. There's a rhythm in my natural sound, and I'm finally letting it resound. And now my voice stays, it opinions on my body. I'm returning those today. The guilt my mother handed me, I'm sending it away. The belief that I was difficult for needing to be heard, I'm placing that on the counter like an expired word. Not everything they gave me was a gift I had to hold. Some of it was baggage dressed in ribbon and in gold. I'm keeping what is honest, returning what is not, keeping what was given with love and not a night. I'm sorting through the inventory of everything I've got, and the woman on the other side is lighter than I thought. What I keep and what I return decides who I become. And I'm choosing with intention now, not obligation more than none. I'm keeping how my grandmother would hum above the stove. Keeping how my best friend holds my hand without being told. I'm keeping every time I chose myself and didn't fold. And returning every moment I was traded or controlled. There's a pile on the left of the things that made me small, and a pile on the right of the things that held me tall. Not everything they gave me was a gift I had to hold. I'm keeping what is honest, returning what is not, keeping what was given with love and not a night. I'm sorting through the inventory of everything I've got, and the woman on the other side is lighter than I thought. What I keep and what I return decides who I become. This isn't about blame or pointing any fingers back. It's about the space I make when I unload what I don't lack. Forgiveness for the givers, grace for what they didn't know. But the weight was never mine, and I'm finally letting go. I'm keeping what is honest, returning what is not, keeping what was given with love and not a night. I'm sorting through the inventory of everything I've got, and the woman on the other side is lighter than I thought. What I keep and what I return decides who I become. What I keep is love, what I return is chains. What I keep is mine, and nothing else remains. The door clicked shut behind me, and the room exhaled. Shoes resting by the corner, silence settling into place. No one calling my name, no expectation just curtains moving slightly like they know I'm here. I pour a little something warm, let it sit
젖꼭지?
between my hands. No
내가
one
했나?
across the table, and that's exactly how I planned. I used to feel this kind of quiet, thought it meant I was alone. But tonight it feels intentional, like I finally made it home. Stay right here, no rush inside these walls, no voices climbing over mine, no pressure to respond, just breath and space and time unfolding slowly. It's not emptiness, it's room, room to stretch, room to think, room to feel without perform. Soft piano touches minor edges, brush strums barely trace. Bass moves like steady footsteps through a comfortable pace. I like a small lamp in the corner, golden against the shade. There's comfort in control, light in choices that I made. No grand romance in this moment, no dramatic embrace. Just a body in a quiet room, finally at ease with its own space. Stay right here, let the evening lean closer, let the air grow thick with calm. I don't need distraction, I don't need escape, I just need this steady hum. I am not missing anything, I am not behind, I am not waiting for someone to define this life, this pulse, this simple design. The guitar brushes through softly like fingers through loose hair. The chords bend without breaking, like I've learned to do with care. There's strength in channeling, and not chasing every spark, in choosing what to carry and what to leave in the dark. I stretch across the sofa, let my shoulders finally fall. There's something deeply powerful, and I need it all. Stay right here, let the night move slowly, let thoughts drift in and out. No arguments to rehearse, no future to announce, just presence. There's enough, this room, this rhythm, this breath. The melody rises slightly, then it's sinking, like a wave that knows it doesn't have to win. And as the hours pass quietly, nothing spectacular occurs. No sudden revelations, no dramatic turns. Just a woman in the room, company, not incomplete, not searching, just being. Stay right here, where silence feels generous, where stillness feels earned, where I can exist without shrinking, without burning. Lamp hums softly, bass fades into air, piano lingers on a final chord, and I remain unrushed, unmoved, unapologetic, at home in my own presence. You don't make promises and fireworks. You don't speak in bold lines. You just reach across the table and fold your fingers into mine. The coffee cools between our hands. Morning light. Nothing dramatic in this moment. Just a quiet kind of grace. We talk about the smallest things, the way the city hums outside, and somehow in the ordinary, there's nowhere left to hide. Love in real time, not a dream we have to chase. It's the way you look at me, like I'm exactly in my place. Love in real time, steady as the rising sun. Not a rush, not a race, just two hearts moving as one. We don't need a crowded room, no grand applause, no sudden spark. You trace circles on my wrist, soft stretch across the floor. I know we won't be strangers then. We've built something more. Not perfect, not untouchable, but honest through and through. A rhythm that is ours alone. Simple, steady, true. Love in real time, breathing easy in my chest. It doesn't ask for everything, it simply gives its best. Love in real time, warm as sunlight on the wall. No illusions, no disguise, just the clearest love of all. And if the years move quickly, if seasons change their tune, I know this kind of love we're living will still be here by noon. Because it isn't made of noise or words we can't maintain. It's in the way you say my name and mean it every day. Love in real time, not a story left to tell. It's the life we're walking into, and it fits us well.
Remember when we drove without a map, windows down and singing out of key. You would catch up stains across your lap, and I was laughing harder than I'd ever be. We found that lake behind the grocery store, jumped in wearing everything we had. You said this is what living's really for, and honestly I think you weren't that bad. We didn't know how rare it was to feel that free without a single pause. We didn't think to save it just because we thought that kind of feeling had no cost. Take me back to that summer when we had nothing but time to spend. Every day rolled into another and we never thought about the end. Take me back to that summer, to the laughter echoing down the lane. We were golden, young and tender, and I'd give anything to feel that way again. Moved away the year the leaves turned red. I kept your jacket folded by my bed. We call it midnight talking half asleep, making promises we both knew we would keep. And even though the years have built a wall of different lives and different postal codes, I still remember every single fall when we would wander down those dusty roads. We didn't need a reason to belong, we just showed up and everything made sense. Life was just a never-ending song, and every verse was our experience. Take me back to that summer when we had nothing but time to spend. Every day rolled into another and we never thought about the end. Take me back to that summer, to the laughter echoing down the lane. We were golden, young and tender, and I'd give anything to feel that way again. I drove past that lake again last October. They built a parking lot where the field used to be. But if you close your eyes, you can still hear it. The way the water sounded when we hit the surface, the way you screamed so loud, the birds all scattered. Funny how a place can change completely, but the feeling stays exactly where you left it. So here's to every photo never taken, to the inside jokes that only we would get, to the parts of us that never really shaken. No matter how much living makes us forget, I don't need to go back there to hold it. This feeling lives inside my chest. to that summer when we had nothing but time to spend. Every day rolled into another and we never thought about the end. Take me back to that summer, to the laughter echoing down the lane. We were golden, young and tender, and I'd give anything to feel that way again. Take me back. Oh, take me back to the version of us that never had us. Take me back to that summer.
Every suitcase I own has a story of retreat. I perfected the goodbye before it lands at my feet. I leave before the weather turns, before the questions start. Call it self-preservation, call it guarding my heart. But you're standing in the doorway with your patience in your hand, saying, take your time, I'm not going. And I don't understand. I know how to walk away like the back of my own name, but this is something different, and I don't know how to play this game. Teach me how to stay when every part of me is reaching for the door. Teach me how to lay my defenses on your kitchen floor. I've never been the one who sticks around to see what's next. Teach me how to stay, 'cause you're the reason I wanna try what I haven't learned yet. My mother left in pieces, one silence at a time, and I inherited the instinct like a rhythm or a rhyme. If something feels too steady, I assume the fall is near, so I pack before the damage and I disappear from here. But you don't flinch at my excuses, you just pour another cup and say the door is always open. But I wish you'd fill it up. I know how to walk away like the back of my own name, but this is something different, and I don't know how to play this game. Teach me how to stay when every part of me is reaching for the door. Teach me how to lay my defenses on your kitchen floor. I've never been the one who sticks around to see what's next. Teach me how to stay, 'cause you're the reason I wanna try what I haven't learned yet. What if steady doesn't mean the end? What if comfort isn't something I should flee? What if all the running that I've done was just a long way back to me? I wanna learn the language of remaining in one place. Wanna know what happens when I stop and show my face. my seat beside the glass. Watch the quiet morning pass. Now waiting for a call to come. Now wishing I was someone else. The chair across from me is bare, but there's no heaviness in there. No restless tapping of my hands. No need for louder plans. The world moves on the other side in scattered steps and shifting tide. But here I sit in simple ease with gentle breath and steady keys. I used to think that being still meant something empty to fulfill. As if the silence had a flaw, as if it needed something more. But now I let the moment land like warm porcelain in my hand. Solid, quiet, fully mine, unrushed by any ticking time. And I'm steady in my own company. No missing piece, no vacancy, just space that fits the shape of me, exactly as I want to be. The hum of conversation near fades softly, never sharp or clear, like brush percussion in the room that leaves my thoughts enough of room. I write a line and let it rest. No pressure pushing in my chest. No proving anything today. No chasing something far away. There's balance in the way I sit. Not leaning hard, not overfit. Just upright in an honest way that feels enough for this one day. I used to scroll through endless feeds, convince myself of different needs, as if comparison could show a better way for me to go. But here I find a subtle pace in how the light bends on my face, and how the coffee cools with time without a warning bell or sign. And I'm steady in my own company. No echo asking who should I be. No borrowed shape, no urgency. Just come inside my clarity. There's something rich in empty space when nothing tries to take its place. When thoughts can stretch and softly roam, and every breath feels close to home. The window frames a moving street, but I am anchored in my seat. Not stuck, not lost, not drifting wide, just present in this quiet tide. I don't need every hour filled or every silence brightly built. Some hours simply hold their ground without a spectacle of sound. The piano hums a simple chord, no soaring line, no grand accord, just gentle color in the air that lets the heart repair. I trace the rim around my cup, feel the warmth that lingers up through fingertips and into skin, the subtle calm settling in. And I'm steady in my own company. No need to mask, no need to flee. This stillness isn't loneliness. It's quiet self-assuredness. If someone joins me later on, the calm I hold will not be gone. It isn't built on who appears or shaped by passing cheers. It's rooted somewhere deep and wide in knowing I can sit beside myself without a second thought, without a battle to be fought. I take my seat beside the glass, watch the quiet morning pass, and in the softest kind of way I feel completely here today.
scent of toasted bread and sunlight laying on the wall. No headlines waiting for attention, no grand event to rearrange. Just dishes drying by the sink, and nothing urgent left to change. I once believed that meaning had to shimmer loud and rare, like something carved in marble or announced to crowded air. But here we are in cotton silence, sharing space without a sound. And somehow in this stillness, something larger can be found. You're flipping through the pages of a book you've read before. I'm tracing absent patterns on the kitchen table's floor. No speech about forever, no dramatic scene to play. Just two cups slowly cooling at the start of another day. I used to measure living by achievements on a scale, counting proof of progress like wind inside a sail. But nothing on a checklist could rival what I see. Your elbow resting lightly, just a breath away from me. The piano hums in minor warmth with gentle jazzy bends. Brush drums like quiet footsteps where reflection never ends. The bass rests low beneath it like comfort under skin. And I begin to understand the miracle we're in. It's not the kind that dazzles, it's not the kind that shouts, it's the kind that shows up daily without any doubt. You ask me if I slept alright, I nod and take a sip. You brush a crumb from my shirt with absent-minded fingertips. There is a grace in repetition, in how we fold the day, in how the smallest gestures keep distance far away. The world may chase expansion and call it being alive, but there is something sacred in simply staying side by side. I thought miracles were interruptions, breaking through the ordinary, but maybe they've been here the whole time. Steam lifts like quiet breathing from porcelain and clay. Light drapes across your shoulder in an unassuming way. You laugh at something minor, not worthy of a stage, yet the sound fills every corner like warmth that doesn't age. No audience applauding, no spotlight on display, yet this right here before me outshines a brighter day. I remember chasing moments that felt larger than my size, standing under borrowed fireworks reflected in my eyes. But none of them have lingered the way this morning does. No echo stayed as steady as the comfort that it was. You don't speak about destiny, you don't predict the years, you simply sit beside me and dissolve my quiet fears. If storms arrive tomorrow, if plans begin to shift, this rhythm we have practiced will always be a gift. Not loud enough for legend, not rare enough for fame, but strong enough to anchor when everything else changes shape. I watch the way you listen when I talk about my doubt. You never rush to answer, you let the words run out. And in that patient waiting, I feel entirely known. No need for reinvention, no pressure to perform. The city starts its movement, engines rise and fall, but here in this Something changes in the air, like the world just found its tune, and I forget what took me there. I could watch you read your favorite book, lost inside a world of words. Every little glance and every look tells me things I've never heard. And I don't need the answers now, I just need this moment here. Let the rest of the world spin around, we got nowhere else to be, it's true. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You've got coffee on your fingertips and laughter dancing in your eyes. Every story falling from your lips feels like some kind of paradise. I've been running circles all my life, chasing things I couldn't name, but sitting here beside you feels so right, and nothing's ever been the same. And I don't need the answers now, I just need this quiet space we found. Let the noise of everything fade out, you're the only one I want around. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You know, some people spend their whole lives looking for something extraordinary, but I think the real beauty is right here. The way you laugh at your own jokes, the way you hold your cup with both hands, the way you hum a song you don't remember learning. You make the simple things feel like they're more than enough. The afternoon is stretching out so slow, and I don't mind it, not at all. There's a kind of peace I've come to know just by leaning on this wall. Watching shadows paint across the floor, listening to your easy sighs. I have never wanted something more than this view through half closed. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. Stay a little longer, I could stay here with you forever, wouldn't be enough. Stay a little longer with you.
Woke up to the sound of rain against my window. Coffee getting warm between my hands. All those little worries fading into nothing. Something in the air says I don't need a plan. I've been moving fast for way too long, trying to keep with the world that never waits. But today I'm gonna take it slow and easy. Let the hours find their own sweet place. No, I don't need a reason to feel this way. Everything I want is already in this place. This is where I belong. I had a feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody. I'm finally learning. This is where I belong. With my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here.
나스닥이 급등해버렸네요. 속보 또 하나 떴습니다. 트럼프 대통령 월요일 뉴욕 포스트와의 인터뷰에서 이란 미국 지상군 보내는 것에 대해 필요하다면 배치하겠다고 밝힘. 음, 11시 45분에 미국 2월 글로벌 제조업 PMI 지수 51.6%고요. 엔비디아 역시 그 마이너스 됐던 게 플러스로 다시 양전했습니다. 마이너스로 증시 시작했던 거 어차피 마두로 저기 이란 수뇌부 그거 하면서 됐고, 그 호르무즈 해협 통양 사실상 중단됐다고 보면 됩니다. 이제 글로 가는 중국 석유들 분명 이제 씨가 마를 것이고, 근데 그러면은 뭐 중국에서 뭐 나온 납품 금액들 이제 다 갑자기 비싸지겠죠. 사재기 같은 거 미리 해놓으면 좋을 것 같아요. 그에 반해서 우리나라 영향받을 게 많습니다. 뭐 예를 들어서 중국 물건들 뭐 필요한 것들 다 갑자기 값 비싸지겠죠. 수요가 없으니까, 그 만들어내는 게 없으니까. 음, 12시 22분 속보. 트럼프 대통령은 CNN과 인터뷰에서 미군이 이란을 강타하고 있으며 아직 본격적인 대규모 공격 빅웨이브는 시작되지도 않았다고 밝힘. 그러니까 아직 시작도 안 했대요. 일부 언론 폴레 하는 거겠죠? 야, 지금 이란군 너네 지금 한 거 그 세 발의 피야. 조심해. 개기지 말고 빨리 말 듣고 하라는 대로 해. 그런 말입니다. 그리고 11시 28분 프랑스 대통령 핵무기 확충 선언했다고 합니다. 프랑스도 이제 뭐 미국이 저렇게 하는 거에 대해서 가만히 보고만 있을 수 없다 이런 생각하는 것 같아요. 마이크로소프트도 1.7871% 올랐고, 구글은 근데 역시나 2% 정도 마이너스. 자, 그러면서 골드 아까 전에 말했던 거 이렇게 나왔기 때문에 여기까지 뭐 한 파동 더 내려갔다 올라올 수도 있지 않을까. 전쟁이 뭐 거의 저렇게 됐다고 보는 거죠. 확신했다고 보는 거죠. 말씀드리는 순간 바이 포지션으로 0.02, 0.03, 0.05 세 포지션 잡혔고요. 자, 현재 수익은 2,000달러 넘어갔네요. 2,000달러 넘어갔고 2,050달러. 자, 이렇게 나오는 거 보고 자, 현재 포지션은 5포지션.
I've been speaking in a language that was never really mine, borrowing opinions from the loudest voice around, filling every silence with a comfortable distraction, terrified of what I'd hear if I just sat down. But the noise ran out one evening and the room was finally empty, and the quiet didn't swallow me the way I thought it would. Instead it laid me open like a book I never finished, and the chapter I've been skipping was the one I misunderstood. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades the truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I built a reputation out of always being ready, always having answers, always carrying the weight. But nobody ever asked me if the armor I was wearing was protection or a prison I'd forgotten to escape. There's a difference between standing tall and never letting go, between the strength they celebrate and the kind that breaks you slow. I've been both, and I can tell you that the hardest thing I've done is admitting that the person I performed was not the one. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades the truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I sat with every feeling I've been scheduling for later. The grief I'd filed away, the joy I didn't trust was real. And one by one they spoke to me, not loudly but with certainty, like old friends I'd abandoned at a table years ago. They said we never left you, we've been here inside the silence. We're the things that remain when there's nowhere left to go. When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades the truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. What remains when every mask has hit the floor is a woman learning.
이제 좀 고비는 다 지나간 것 같고 EA 쓰기 좀 좋은 포지션인 것 같습니다. 이제 시간대도 힘든 시간 다 지나가고 이란 전쟁에도 다 마무리된 것 같고, 떨어진 폭이 요 손상에서 아까도 말씀드렸듯이 올라가지 않을 것 같고, 빠질 것 같다고 말씀을 드렸는데 이렇게 빠지고선 이렇게 나오고 있는데, 자 이렇게 되면서 여기까지 더 이렇게 수렴해주고 여기서 이제 한파동을 더 갈 것인지 아니면은 빠질 것인지 이거 보는 게 좀 관점이기는 하고요. 그렇게 나올지 요 라인에서. 그래서 항상 우리 EA를 쓰시는 분들이 조심해야 될 부분이 어떤 부분이냐면, 제가 볼 때는 자, 우리 EA 쓰면서 조금 조심해야 될 부분을 보자면, 이렇게 빠지고 있다가 추세를 빠지는 걸로 셀 포지션을 잡고 가다가 계속 셀 포지션으로 잡습니다. 셀 갔다가 올라가면서 또 셀을 잡아요. 이때가 좀 조심해야 될 때. 이렇게 올라가면서 V 이렇게 하면서 V자 반동으로 이렇게 타고 올라갈 수 있어요. 그래서 이 볼린저 밴드가 이렇게 한 상태에서, 제가 이거 꿀팁 드리는 겁니다. 이렇게 내려간 상태에서 볼린저 밴드 하단을 깊숙이 뚫고 볼린저 밴드 중심선을 가서 상단을 갔다가 오면 이렇게 올라가는 겁니다. 여기를 뚫고 볼린저 밴드 여기 끝선이나 중심선에 이렇게 비비면 이거는 반대로 추세가 변환됐다고 보는 거예요. 그렇게 보는 게 맞습니다. 근데 그렇지 않고 지금처럼 이렇게 빠진 상태에서 볼린저 밴드 중심선에서 볼린저 밴드 하단을 맞으면 비비고 있다 한 파동 더 빠지는 거고. 자, 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요. 자, 오늘은 방송 여기까지 마무리하고요. 3월 3일 이제 화요일입니다. 화요일. 자, 이렇게 되고 오늘 새벽 동안은 장 좀 그래도 위험할 것 같았는데 안전하게 그래도 무난하게 가는 것 같아서 다행입니다. 3월 3일 33데이 삼겹살데이.
about the smallest things like they're treasures in plain sight. And I am listening differently, not just to what you say, but to the pauses in between where meaning likes to stay. If the world outside is restless, if it pulls us into speed, we have built a quiet harbor in this gentle cup of tea. Love doesn't always sparkle, it doesn't have to shine. Sometimes it's simply showing up again and every time. I thought love was a storm once, something wild and overwhelming, but maybe it's closer to gravity, something steady, something that keeps you near. Your laughter fills a small room, not loud but full and round, like brush drums under piano, a warm and steady sound. The bass line of your breathing moves easy through the day. I find myself aligning to the quiet way you stay. You don't rush the conversation, you don't compete with it. You let the silence settle and meet me gently there. If I ever lose direction, if I start to drift away, just place your hand inside of mine, the quiet way you stay. No need for crowded fireworks or promises too tall. We've learned the art of listening, and that has been our all. The city's slowly waking, cars beginning to appear, but inside this fragile moment there is nothing I would fear. I never thought that comfort could feel this alive, that peace could carry passion without needing to strive. And if one day the seasons shift the colors that we see, I will remember mornings where you chose to sit with me, not because you had to, not because it was required, but because you wanted to build something unretired. The coffee cools between us, unfinished but just right. We talk about the future like it's soft and held in light. I don't need a louder story or a stage beneath my feet. If I can start each morning with your heartbeat close to me. Ooh, you don't chase attention, you don't demand display, you simply lean a little closer in the quiet way you stay. That is more than thunder, more than spectacle or flame. It's the gentle kind of courage that forever feels the same. So let the day come slowly, let the hours find their pace. We have this tender beginning in our ordinary space. The kettle hums again, the sky is fully awake, and I am exactly where I'm meant to be, in the quiet way you stay.
Learn to say I'm fine before I learn my name. Learn to read the room before I read a page. They taught me how to listen, how to nod and how to smile, but nobody sat me down and said feel this for a while. So I stored it all away in a drawer behind my ribs, locked it language nobody sees. This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I cried at kitchen tables and apologized for tears. Love with both hands open and apologized for years. Felt the weight of every room before a word was said. Carried conversations people didn't know they had. They called it being sensitive, like it was something to outgrow. But I think the ones who feel it all are the ones who really know what it feels, and everything was never the disease. What if I was fluent in the language nobody sees? This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I'm not too much, I'm just uncensored now, not too intense. I just refuse to bow to the version of me that kept it all inside. This is my vocabulary, and I'm done trying to hide. This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I speak it fluently now, every syllable mine. The language nobody taught me was the truest one I'll find. You sit across from me, steam rising slow between our hands. Porcelain warm, quiet clatter. The city stretching into itself. I watch the way you breathe, like you're trying not to rush the day. There's something gentle in your shoulder, something unspoken would say I didn't know. Silence could feel this full, didn't know. Stillness could move like this. Stay right here, let the clock forget its numbers. Let the world hum somewhere far away. We don't need answers yet, just this table, this chair, and the space between our fingers. I like the way you look at nothing, as if everything already makes sense. I like that you don't fill the quiet, you let it breathe. Soft piano leaning into corners, brushes tracing circles in the air. Your laugh buried above a whisper, landing softly in my chest. There's no hurry in your eyes, no thunder rolling through your words, just warmth that settles slowly like sugar dissolving in a cup. And I feel something steady forming, not fireworks, not a storm, just a rhythm we can lean on. Stay right here, let the minutes open gently, let the noise drift out the door. We don't need promises, There's courage and slow affection, in choosing not to run ahead, in letting every glance unfold without demanding more. And when you finally speak, your voice rests slow and steady, it wraps around the room like it belongs here. Stay right here, let the air grow softer, let our breathing find one line. No grand declarations, no dramatic turns, just closeness, simple and real. Maybe love isn't lightning, maybe it's this, a table, two cups, and a feeling that stays. Soft bass humming underneath the acoustic strings, brushing light, we lean into the quiet again, not afraid of what it means, because sometimes the strongest things are the ones that move slowly. So stay, not forever, just long enough for this moment to become ours. Woman in the photograph, 7 years ago, had a louder kind of laughter, reckless way to go. She wore her heart like jewelry, visible and unashamed. And I wonder, looking at her now, if I've outgrown her name. The world taught me to soften, to calculate the risk, to weigh my words like currency and keep my feelings brisk. But somewhere in the editing, I lost a vital thread, the part of me that left before the thinking filled my head. Did I become more careful, or did I just become more small? Did the wisdom cost me something that I can't quite recall? I'm still hurt underneath the schedules and the plans, still hurt with the pain beneath my fingernails and the dancing with no reason. I'm still hurt, just buried in the business of becoming someone easier to understand. But I'm digging through the surface and I'm bringing her back home. Oh, I'm still hurt. She used to call her friends at midnight just to say I love you twice. Drove 2 hours for a sunset on a stranger's blind device. She believed in people like a religion of her own, and I traded all that wildness for a safe and quiet zone. But safe has got a ceiling, and quiet has a cost. And the woman I became still mourns the freedom that I lost. Did I become more careful, or did I just become more small? Did the wisdom cost me something that I can't quite recall? I'm still hurt underneath the schedules and the plans, still hurt with the pain beneath my fingernails and the dancing with no reason. I'm still hurt, just buried in the business of becoming someone easier to understand. But I'm digging through the surface and I'm bringing her back home. I'm still hurt. So tonight I'm calling someone just to say I love you twice. And I'm driving with no destination, taking my own advice, not to go back to who I was, but to bring her forward here. Blend the wisdom with the wildness and release the need for fear. I'm still hurt underneath the schedules and the plans. With the pain beneath my fingernails. With no reason. I'm still hurt. Just business of becoming someone easier to understand. But I'm digging through the surface and I'm bringing her back home. I'm still hurt. I'm still hurt. Always was and now she's coming home. I'm still hurt. I spent a lot of years in someone else's definition, coloring inside the lines they drew around my name. Smiled when I was told to keep my opinions folded neatly. Played the role so perfectly, I forgot it was a game. Then one day I caught my reflection doing something unexpected. She was laughing at the ceiling with her hair a perfect mess. And I thought, now there's a woman who deserves to take up space here. So I gave myself the only thing I needed to say yes. Oh, nobody else can sign the dotted line for me. I'm the only one who holds the only key. I gave myself permission to be golden, to walk into the room and on the air I breathe. I gave myself permission to be spoken out loud and unashamed and completely free. Not waiting for the world to say I'm ready. I already know the answer and it's me. I bought a dress in crimson that I never would have chosen. Wore it to a dinner party where I didn't know a soul. And instead of shrinking inward like the habit always told me, I became the conversation and I finally felt whole. There's a power in deciding that your joy is non-negotiable, that the space you occupy was always meant to be your own. And the voice that used to whisper now has volume and intention, and the seeds of self-belief are fully, beautifully grown. Nobody else can sign the dotted line for me. I'm the only one who holds the only key. I gave myself permission to be golden, to walk into the room and on the air I breathe. I gave myself permission to be spoken out loud and unashamed and completely free. Not waiting for the world to say I'm ready. I already know the answer and it's me. I wasted too much time on making everybody comfortable, while my own comfort lived in a forgotten drawer. I dimmed my own existence so the room would feel less threatened. But I'm done negotiating with the ceiling and the floor. So here I am in all my unedited and honest glory, taking every compliment without a single but, wearing my ambition like a coat that fits me perfectly, and loving every version of myself enough to not give up. I gave myself permission to be golden, to walk into the room and on the air I breathe. I gave myself permission to be spoken out loud and unashamed and completely free. Not waiting for the world to say I'm ready. I already know the answer and it's me. Permission to be golden, permission to be real, permission to be everything I always knew I'd feel. Yeah, I gave it to myself, and that's the greatest
Tomorrow isn't written and I'm fine with that. I used to need a blueprint just to leave the flat, but somewhere in between the plans that fell apart, I found a kind of rhythm beating in my heart. The future used to scare me like an open sea, a million possibilities I couldn't guarantee, but now I see the beauty in the undefined, a canvas full of colors I haven't yet combined. I'm trading all my worries for a step, a single move into the unplanned night. I'm learning how to dance without a net, and trusting that the landing will be right. I'm slow dancing with the unknown, letting go of every expectation, moving to a beat that's all my own, finding freedom in the hesitation. Slow dancing with the unknown, every turn reveals a different view, and I finally feel it in my bones. The best is something I can't see through. I quit the job that everyone admired, packed up the desk and all the golden praise. My mother asked me, aren't you just tired? I said, I'm tired of living someone else's days. I started painting walls I never touched before, in shades that didn't have a proper name, and every color opened up a door to rooms where nothing ever looked the same. I'm trading all my safety for a breath, a deeper kind of living I can't explain. I used to think that certainty meant strength, but now I know that wonder is the game. I'm slow dancing with the unknown, letting go of every expectation, moving to a beat that's on my own, finding freedom in the hesitation. Slow dancing with the unknown, every turn reveals a different view, and I finally feel it in my bones. The best is something I can't see through. There's a Japanese concept called ma. It means the space between things, the pause between notes that gives music its shape. I think life works the same way. The moments where you don't know what's next, those aren't empty spaces, they're the places where everything becomes possible. And I've decided to live right there in the beautiful, terrifying middle. So here I am without a 5-year plan, with paint beneath my nails and in my hair. I may not be the most put together man, but I'm the most alive I've been, I swear. The questions used to keep me up at night, now they feel like invitations to explore. I've stopped demanding everything be right, and started loving what the mystery is for. I'm slow dancing with the unknown, letting go of every expectation, moving to a beat that's on my own, finding freedom in the hesitation. Slow dancing with the unknown, every turn reveals a different view, and I finally feel it in my bones. The best is something I can't see through. Slow dancing with the questions and the quiet, with the spaces in between. I don't need to know the ending, I just need to feel the scene. Slow dancing with the unknown, and it feels like coming alive.
There were roads I walked alone, with questions in my hands, looking for a brighter place across imagined lands. There were nights I held my breath, afraid to let things fall, believing if I stayed too still I'd never move at all. I have loved and let it go, I have stayed and turned away, yet I have stood beneath the rain and still chosen day. Each goodbye carves something new, Each beginning left its mark. Every loss became a window, letting sunlight through the dark. I used to search for meaning somewhere far beyond, but meaning was the quiet pulse that kept me moving on. You arrived not as a rescue, not as something to complete, but as a steady presence where my restless rhythms meet. You didn't promise easy, you didn't swear forever. You simply stood beside me and said we'd learn together. And suddenly I understood what all the years had done. They shaped the heart I carry now. They led me to the sun. Where all the light begins is not beyond the hill. It's here inside the breath we take when everything is still. Where all the light begins is not a distant flame. It's in the way we say each other's names without the need for fame. I am not the girl who trembled at every shifting ground. I am not the one who waited to be finally found. I am built from every chapter, almost every scar, every quiet act of courage that brought me where we are. And if tomorrow asks for strength, if seasons change their tone, I know I won't be standing as someone overthrown. Because light is not a miracle, it's practice every day. It's choosing hope repeatedly when doubt is in the way. I see it in the way you listen, in the way you let me grow, in the space you leave around my dreams so they have room to show. There is no perfect ending, no final flawless scene, just this living, breathing moment, bright and clear between. Where all the light begins is in the life we build, in laughter after honesty and promises fulfilled. Where all the light begins is not in grand display, it's in the simple truth we choose to honor every day. I don't need a louder sky or stars that blaze above. I have everything I searched for in steady chosen love. So let the years keep moving, let the story gently bend. I know that every path I've walked was leading to this end. Not an end of fire fading, not a curtain slowly drawn, but a place where all the light begins and keeps on moving on. I wake before the noise begins, before the crowded rush within. A quiet pulse beneath my ribs reminds me what this moment gives. The air is clear without demand, no heavy weight upon my hands, just open hours yet unnamed, no outcome fixed, no prize proclaimed. I used to wait for certainty to map the path completely, to know exactly where I'd land before I dare to stand. But life has never moved that way, it never paused for me to say I'm ready now, proceed with light. It simply asked for sight, and I step into the day, not needing guarantees, not begging fate to stay, but moving steadily. There's something strong and not yet knowing, and seeds beneath the the soil still growing in plans that haven't found their form, but hold a quiet storm. Not chaos, not a reckless spin, but energy contained within a promise held in subtle tone that hasn't yet been shown. I feel the stretch of what could be, not towering above me, but walking close beside my stride, inviting me to try. I won't demand a perfect sign or draw the finish line before I even take a breath or measure life by depth. And I step into the day with open hands at ease, not forcing time to sway, but bending with the breeze. The future doesn't shout my name, it doesn't blaze with sudden flame. It hums in lower, steadier ways through ordinary days. It lives in choices made with care, in risks I'm willing to declare, in saying yes when fear appears, and staying through the years. I know there will be altered plans, shifting lines and shifting sands, moments that require pause and others without cause. But I am not the fragile thread that snaps when doubt is spread. I am the woven layered seam of effort and of dream. And I step into the day without a script to read, no need to overplay what's waiting to be free. There's courage in a softer stance, in giving change a chance, in letting outcomes unfold wide without the need to hide. I used to think that bold meant loud or standing tall above a crowd, but strength can move in quieter pace with steady lifted face. The road ahead is not a test, it's not a judge, it's not a quest to prove my worth or earn a name. It's space to play the game. I'll take the hours as they come, let progress gently hum in small advances, slight and real, that time alone can seal. And I step into the day, no backward glance to chain, no hesitation sway, no shadowed weight of pain. If something greater waits ahead, it doesn't need to be widespread, it only needs to meet me where my courage meets the air. I don't require a grand display to validate my way. I trust the rhythm in my stride and walk it open-eyed. The sky above is neither grand nor written out by hand, it's simply space enough to move and space enough to prove. Not to the world or watching eyes, but to the self that never lies, that forward isn't reckless flight, it's choosing light. And I step into the day, unafraid of what may change. Whatever comes my way will find me standing range to range. And I step into the day, no backward glance to chain, no hesitation sway, no shadowed weight of pain. If something greater waits ahead, it doesn't need to be widespread, it only needs to meet me where my courage meets the air. I don't require a grand display to validate my way. I trust the rhythm in my stride and walk it open-eyed. The sky above is neither grand nor written out by hand, it's simply space enough to move and space enough to prove. And space enough to prove.
sky is barely opening, a pale and quiet blue. The city hasn't chosen yet what it intends to do. Your shoes are by the doorway, your jacket on the chair. There's movement in the stillness, like something in the air. We don't know what the day will bring, no outline, no precise plan, no guarantee of smoothness, no promise that we can. But here we stand in early light before the rush begins, with coffee warm in both our hands and hope beneath our skin. The piano plays a rising phrase, soft but not restrained. Brush drums sweep like quiet steps across the window pane. You glance at me in a half smile, like we share a hidden cue, as if beginning matters more than knowing what we'll do. I used to wait for certainty before I'd take a stride. I wanted maps and markers before I'd step outside. But certainty is fragile, it shifts without a sound, and life rarely announces where answers can be found. Maybe we don't need the ending in our sight. Maybe starting side by side is already right. The bass hums steady underneath, like courage low and clear, not loud enough to dominate, but strong enough to steer. You say we'll take it hour by hour, we don't have to race, just moving in the same direction at a human pace. There's comfort in your calmness and how you lace your shoes, not pretending fear is gone, just choosing what to choose. I don't need the future to explain itself, I only need this moment and your hand in mine. The light grows slightly brighter across the kitchen wall. We stand there in the doorway before the outside call. I think about the seasons we haven't seen unfold, about the conversations we haven't yet been told. There will be days of question, there will be nights unsure, there will be shifting ground we cannot fully secure. But none of that feels heavier than what is standing here, the simple act of walking out without rehearsed fear. You brush against my shoulder in that unspoken way that says you're not demanding, just willing to stay. The cuscut strings lean upward like breath before a climb, and something in the movement feels aligned with time. We don't have to conquer, we don't have to claim, we only have to show up again and again. The city starts its rhythm, engines hum below, doors open down the hallway, feet begin to go. And in that growing motion, there's something calm and true, a quiet understanding I'm not alone with you. We step into the morning, no script, no grand decree, just shared intention and quiet clarity. I don't need every answer before the day begins. I don't need flawless timing or guaranteed wins. If the road bends unexpectedly, if the plans adjust, we will meet it in the open, with patience and with trust. Because starting is a promise we make without display, a vow to face the hours, whatever comes our way. The sky is fully opening now, the light no longer thin, and I feel a steady readiness settling within. No fireworks above us, no crowd to testify, just two steady heartbeats under the waking sky. We don't know what the day will bring, no script for what we'll see. But if you're walking forward, start with me.
There was a version of my heart that didn't know where it would start. It stumbled through uncertain ground and wore confusion like a crown. I used to replay certain days in narrow loops and sharper ways. What I should have said instead, the paths I never chose or led. I thought regret was something wise, a proof that I could analyze each fragile step, each silent turn, and every lesson I could learn. But wisdom doesn't live in blame, it doesn't tighten every frame, it doesn't ask the past to bend or force a different end. And I feel it loosen now, not asking why or how, just letting go somehow of what I can't undo. That younger self was doing best with limited light inside the chest. No map unfolded wide and clear, no calm perspective standing near. It made a choice, it took a risk. It sometimes moved a little brisk. It sometimes froze, it sometimes stayed, and sometimes quietly delayed. But every misstep carved a line that shaped the steadiness of mine. Almost every flaw built the strength I carry now. I don't need to rename the past or smooth it out to make it last. It can remain in honest form without becoming storm. And I feel it loosen now, the tension in my brow. No need to disavow the roads that led me through. There were conversations left undone, moments I thought I hadn't won, opportunities that slipped away like fading light at end of day. But maybe endings have their grace, they leave a quieter kind of space for other doors to open slow in ways we didn't know. If I had spoken louder then or tried again and once again, perhaps the outcome might have shifted, but something else would have been lifted. And who I am is woven tight from shadow, doubt, and open light from all the versions I've been and every place I've stood within. So I won't circle back in pain or try to reroute every lane. I'll let the memory rest where it lies without disguise. And I feel it loosen now, no furrow in my brow, just breathing through somehow with gentler point of view. The past is not a broken page, it's simply part of turning age. It doesn't need to be erased to be embraced. I can thank the roads that bend for every ounce of growth they lent. Even the ones that felt unclear brought me somewhere here. So softly I released the weight of wishing I had known my fate, of asking why in endless tone, as if I stood alone. There was a version of my heart that didn't know where it would start. I meet it now without demand and take it gently by the hand. And I let it loosen now, no vow
You sit across from me this morning, shoulders slightly tight, trying to look unbothered, trying to say you're fine. Your coffee stays untouched, cool and near your hand. You speak in careful fragments like I won't understand. I've seen this posture lately, the way you hold it in, as if admitting tiredness would somehow count as giving in. The sunlight through the window lands softly on your sleeve. It doesn't ask for effort, it doesn't make you achieve. The piano leans into a chord that settles low and round. Brush drums sweep quietly across the morning sound. You tell me you're just busy, that everything's okay, but your voice bends at the edges in a subtle, quiet way. I don't interrupt your sentence, I don't rush to disagree. I let the silence open so you can simply be. You don't have to be strong, not every single day. You don't have to carry what isn't yours to weigh. You look up like you're startled, like that wasn't allowed, like softness was forbidden if weakness felt too loud. But strength is not a mask you wear or armor made of pride. Sometimes it's just admitting you're tired of being wide. The bass hums underneath us, warm and patient still, like something holding gently when your edges start to spill. You talk about expectations, about promises you made, about the fear of letting down the image you displayed. I listen without solving, without rearranging blame, just tracing the emotion that trembles in your frame. Oh, I don't need you invincible, I don't need you composed, I just need you honest when the weight feels close. The acoustic strings move slowly, like breath returning home. No urgency to conquer, no need to stand alone. You rest your hands on mine now, not asking to be saved, just allowing space between us to soften what you braved. I wish you could see yourself the way I see you sit, not fragile or defeated, but courageous in the spit. Because letting down the shield is harder than it seems, and speaking of exhaustion takes more than silent schemes. You don't have to earn affection through how much you endure. You don't have to prove your worth by suffering secure. The city keeps on moving, engines low outside, but here there is permission to loosen what you hide. It's okay to lean, it's okay to bend, it's okay to say you can't do this alone again. Your breathing shifts its pattern, less guarded than before. The room feels slightly wider than it did at the door. You say you didn't realize how tightly you had held the version of yourself that rarely ever knelt. The piano fades to lighter notes, the bass remains below, like reassurance in the dark that never needs to show. You don't have to be strong for me to stay right here. You don't have to be unshaken for me to draw you near. Though the morning stands around us, calm, unrushed and clear, and strength begins to look like this, letting someone near.
ran until the pavement couldn't recognize my feet. Worked until the calendar had no more days to eat. Said yes until the letters lost their meaning in my mouth. Gave until the giving left me hollowed inside out. I wore exhaustion like a merit badge of worth. The more I bled for others, the more I proved my birth. But even light needs darkness to define where it has been. And even I need stillness to remember who I've been. Even my shadow needed rest. Even my echo asked for silence. Even the strongest part of me sat down and said enough. I've been running from the stillness like it meant that I was less. But even my shadow needed rest. And resting isn't weakness, it's the bravest thing I've done. Even my shadow needed rest to remember how to run. I canceled every evening for a month and told no one. Turned my phone face down and watched the setting of the sun. At first the guilt was deafening like sirens in my bones. But slowly something ancient started calling me back home. My body said thank you in a language made of sleep. And I realized how far gone I'd let myself retreat. But even light needs darkness to define where it has been. And even I need stillness to remember who I've been. Even my shadow needed rest. Even my echo asked for silence. Even the strongest part of me sat down and said enough. I've been running from the stillness like it meant that I was less. But even my shadow needed rest. And resting isn't weakness, it's the bravest thing I've done. Even my shadow needed rest to remember how to run. I don't need to earn the morning by surviving through the night. Don't need to justify my breathing with another uphill fight. The woman in the mirror has permission to be still. Not frozen, just intentional. Not lazy, just fulfilled. Even my shadow needed rest. Even my echo asked for silence. Even the strongest part of me sat down and said enough. I've been running from the stillness like it meant that I was less. But even my shadow needed rest. And resting isn't weakness, it's the bravest thing I've done. Even my shadow needed rest to remember how to run. My shadow's resting now, and so am I. Not because I'm finished, but because I'm still alive. Even my shadow, even me, finally at peace. You still knock twice before coming in, like you did back then. As if courtesy never expired, as if time didn't rush us forward. We don't hug dramatically, no loud reunion scenes, just a quiet smile that settles into place. There were years we barely spoke, seasons that stretched thin, different cities, different circles, different versions of who we've been. But something held, stay right here. Let the years sit down beside us, let them loosen their grip. We don't need to explain absence, we don't need to relive it. I never stopped knowing you, even when I didn't see you. Some connections don't fade, they wait. Soft piano moves in steady lines. Brushes whisper underneath. Bass anchors the memory, low and warm beneath our feet. You ask about my work now, not out of comparison, just curiosity that feels sincere. I tell you about the changes, the shifts I didn't plan, and you listen like you always did. There's comfort in shared history and inside jokes that still land, in remembering who we were without needing to return. Stay right here, let the conversation wander, let pauses rest naturally. We don't compete for space, we make it. We've grown into different shapes, different edges, different ways, but the foundation never cracked it, just adjusted. Ooh, you laugh at something small and I hear the same cadence from years ago, slightly deeper now. We don't try to impress, don't posture or defend. There's nothing to prove here, no performance to attend. Acoustic strings brush lightly, melody lifting with ease. Not nostalgic, not heavy, just at peace. We talk about people we've lost, about past that didn't stay. Not with bitterness, just acknowledgement. Time didn't break us, it broadened us, gave us distance, then returned us more certain. Stay right here, let the present hold us without dragging the past along. We don't have to be who we were to recognize the bond. You knew me before the titles, before the plans, before the armor, and you stayed, that matters. The chords lean warmer but never push too high, like memories settling without asking why. We sit longer than expected, neither checking the clock because ease has no schedule. There's dignity in lasting friendship and connection without demanding knowing someone's flaws and choosing anyway. Stay right here, let the door remain open, let departure come naturally. Not rushed, not dramatic, just understood when you finally stand to leave. There's no tension in goodbye, just a quiet certainty that we remain after all these years. Still steady, still familiar, still true. We stood on opposite sides of doubt, both too proud to say we cared, letting silence grow too loud, pretending we were prepared. There were nights that distance won, calls that almost came, words that hovered on the tongue but never found their name. So something steady underneath refused to let us fall, a quiet thread between our hands that didn't break at all. You looked at me like nothing changed, like time had only been, and in your eyes I saw again what all the distance meant. It wasn't over, it was waiting to be clear. Not a broken story, just courage laid to appear. This is our turning point, not the end we feared. Every doubt we carried finally disappeared. This is our turning point, not a reckless start, but two hearts choosing to stand inside one heart. for grand display. Just stepped across the fragile line and let the silence sway. You said my name like you once did, soft but fully sure. And suddenly the past felt small, the future felt secure. I thought we had exhausted hope, that love had lost its place. But sometimes love grows quietly inside unfinished space. The city moved around us fast, but time felt newly slow. Like something in the universe had whispered, don't let go. We're not the same as we once were. We've both been shaped by fire, but standing here with open hands feels closer to desire. This is our turning point, where fear dissolves in light. Not a perfect answer, but a reason to stay and fight. This is our turning point, breathing strong and wide. No shadows left between us, no truth we have to hide. If storms return, we'll face them, not as two apart, but as something stronger than the sum of every start. I don't need a promised future or guarantees in gold. I just need this steady feeling that we're brave enough to hold. You move a little closer, the morning's stretching tall, and suddenly I understand we never lost it all. We only needed courage, we only needed time to let our scattered pieces finally realign. This is our turning point, where everything makes sense. Not a fragile memory, but living in the present tense. This is our turning point, clear and unafraid. A love that almost slipped away, now stronger than it stayed. And as the sunlight finds our hands warm against the air, I know this isn't chance at all. It's something we chose to repair. Ooh. I chased the transformation like my life depended on the change. Reinvented every season, rearranged and rearranged. Always building, always moving, always one more thing to prove. Like the woman that I was never quite enough to choose. But this evening something shifted in the space between my ribs. A settling that whispered, you don't have to do this anymore, kid. What if arriving doesn't look like anything at all? What if it's just the feeling of not needing to perform the fall? This is the quiet after the becoming, when the race is done and I'm left with who I am. No more versions, no more chasing, just the woman with open hands. This is the quiet after the becoming, and it's fuller than I thought. Not empty, just complete. Standing still for the first time on my own 2 feet. I collected certifications like armor for my doubt. Every diploma was a sentence that I'd use to drown it out. But the resume can't hold you when the kitchen light is low, and you're sitting with the question of, does anybody really know? The me who burns the dinner and forgets to lock the door, who talks to houseplants daily and still sleeps on the floor. What if arriving doesn't look like anything at all? What if it's just the feeling of not needing to perform the fall? to justify my name. Don't need another comeback to legitimize my frame. The woman standing here tonight with nothing left to prove is the most complete edition of a life that finally moved from doing into being, from becoming into rest. And the quiet is the loudest kind of tenderness. This is the quiet after the becoming, when the race is done and I'm left with who I am. No more versions, no more chasing, just the woman with open hands. This is the quiet after the becoming, and it's fuller than I thought. Not empty, just complete, standing still for the first time on my own 2 feet. The quiet after the becoming is where I finally live. Not who I was or who I'll be, just who I am. And that's enough to give. I close the book on everything that used to be familiar, put it on a shelf with all the chapters I outgrew. There's a blank page sitting open like an invitation, waiting, and my pen is full of colors that I never even knew. The apartment's full of boxes and the walls are still unpainted, but there's something in the emptiness that feels like open sky. I'm standing at the edge of something I can't name or measure, and for the first time in forever, I'm not asking myself why. Every ending has a doorway right behind it, and I'm stepping through with nothing left to prove. This is the very first page of a story only I can write. Every sentence is a chance to get it beautifully right. I'm not looking for perfection, I'm just looking for what's true. This is the very first page, and I'm dedicating it to starting new. The ink is wet, the words are mine, the plot is open wide. This is the very first page, and I've never felt so alive. I called my mother on a Sunday, told her I was reinventing. She said, baby, you've been doing that since you were only 3. I laughed because she's right, I've always been a work in progress, but this time it feels intentional, like I'm finally being free. I threw away the list of things I thought I should have done by now, the timeline and the benchmarks and the pressure to arrive. Replace them with a single question that keeps echoing inside me. What would make you proud to be exactly here tonight? Every ending has a doorway right behind it, and I'm stepping through with nothing left to prove. This is the very first page of a story only I can write. Every sentence is a chance to get it beautifully right. I'm not looking for perfection, I'm just looking for what's true. This is the very first page, and I'm dedicating it to starting new. The ink is wet, the words are mine, the plot is open wide. This is the very first page, and I've never felt so alive. I don't need a resolution or a 5-year plan in hand, just a willingness to stumble and the grace to try to stand. The furniture is secondhand, the coffee maker's old, but every corner of this life is mine to have and hold. I'm painting on the walls tonight with colors I adore. I'm writing myself into the life I've been wishing for. And if the chapters get untidy or the grammar goes astray, I'll keep writing, keep believing, keep turning every page. This is the very first page of a story only I can write. Every sentence is a chance to get it beautifully right. I'm not looking for perfection, I'm just looking for what's true. This is the very first page and I'm dedicating it to starting new. The ink is wet, the words are mine, the plot is open wide. This is the very first page and I've never felt so alive. The very first page and I'm filling it with everything I love. The very first page and it's already more than enough. This is my story now, yeah, this is my story. The very first page. I showed up at your door with a vocabulary you couldn't read. Made you dinner with my worry. Cleaned the house with all my need. I said I love you in the folding of your shirt. In the way I memorized every detail, every hurt. But you were listening for the words I couldn't find. And I was screaming in a dialect you're blind to. We weren't broken, just bilingual in reverse. You spoke in sentences, I spoke in care that hurt. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. Wrote you novels in a silence you couldn't keep. Every gesture was a letter, every meal a verse. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. And the tragedy isn't that we didn't try, it's that we loved in parallel lines. You said it out loud in a way I couldn't trust. 3 words that landed like a beautiful and foreign gust. I needed proof in action, you needed proof in sound. And we kept delivering the right thing to the wrong, lost and found. 2 people drowning in each other's form of rain. Both saying I love you, both hearing it in vain. We weren't broken, just bilingual in reverse. You spoke in sentences, I spoke in care that hurt. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. Wrote you novels in a silence you couldn't keep. Every gesture was a letter, every meal a verse. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. And the tragedy isn't that we didn't try, it's that we loved in parallel lines. Maybe love needs a translator, someone standing in between to say she means this when she's cleaning, and he means this when he speaks. But we never found the middle, and the distance grew too wide. 2 fluent lovers on the wrong side of the tide. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. Wrote you novels in a silence you couldn't keep. Every gesture was a letter, every meal a verse. I loved you in a language you didn't speak. And the tragedy isn't that we didn't try, it's that we loved in parallel lines. Parallel lines, never meeting, always close. I loved you completely in a language you'll never know. The chair creaks softly beneath me Not exhausted, not restless, just still. There were things I didn't finish, messages I didn't send, plans that shifted quietly around their edges. But the sky outside the window has already begun to dim, and I am here, breathing evenly within it. Stay right here, let the day release its grip, let unfinished lists grow quiet. I don't need to conquer every line to know I moved, I showed up in the ways I could. I listened when it mattered, I tried, and that counts. Soft piano rests in open chords, brushes tracing gentle arcs, bass humming underneath like a pulse after dark. There were conversations handled with more patience than before. There were moments I chose calm instead of something sharp. That is growth, even if no one saw it. Stay right here, let the tension leave my shoulders, let expectation fall away. I don't measure worth by constant motion anymore. I don't need perfection to feel steady, I don't need applause to feel seen. I just need this quiet proof that I was present. The guitar brushes lightly across the edges of thought. Nothing dramatic rises, nothing overbought. There's dignity in modest days, and effort without display, and knowing the world kept turning and I met it halfway. I remember when endings felt heavy, like judgment, like score. Now they feel like landing, nothing more. Stay right here, let reflection stay gentle, let memory soften its tone. I don't replay mistakes tonight, I let them rest alone. I am not behind, I am not late, I am not unfinished, I am becoming. The melody lifts just slightly, then settles back in place like a breath returning to a familiar space. I didn't solve everything, didn't change the course of time, but I moved with intention, and that feels like mine. There were small acts of courage hidden in routine, tiny decisions to remain kind, to remain clean. No spotlight follows effort, no headline marks restraint, but the quiet inside my chest feels lighter, less constrained. Stay right here until the room grows softer, until the air feels wide. I don't need the day to praise me to feel satisfied. I close my eyes for a moment, not escaping, just aware of how far I've traveled without needing fanfare. And if tomorrow asks again for presence, for care, I will rise to meet it without despair. Because tonight, in this calm, in this breath, I know what I gave, what I learned, what I held was enough for today.
You always wore that jacket one size big, said it made you feel like you could disappear. You tuck your hands inside and do this thing where you'd pretend that you were never here. But I could always see you every time. The way you lean against the bookstore wall, reading every cover, every line, like the words were catching you before you'd fall. The world moved fast, but you moved at your pace, a tempo no one else could ever match. And something in the quiet of your face made me wanna be the one to catch. That's the way I remember you. And Polaroids that never quite develop, in the half-told stories and the deja vu, in every song that builds but doesn't settle. The way I remember you isn't perfect and it isn't whole, but it's painted in the warmest hue, and it lives inside the center of my soul. You had opinions on the strangest things, like why the ocean sounds the way it does, or how a certain melody can sting a part of you that you forgot, because you lived like every detail had a weight, like nothing was too small to be observed. And I was just a witness to the great collection of a life that you preserved. They say the memory rewrites the scene, that nostalgia polishes the rough. But I don't think I've added any sheen. The way you were was always quite enough. That's the way I remember you. And Polaroids that never quite develop, in the half-told stories and the deja vu, in every song that builds but doesn't settle. The way I remember you isn't perfect and it isn't whole, but it's painted in the warmest hue, and it lives inside the center of my soul. I keep thinking about that afternoon in the used record shop when you found that album with the scratched up cover and you held it up like it was treasure. You said the ones with damage always sound the best, and I never told you, but I wrote that down because I knew even then that you were teaching me something about beauty, something about how the worn out things carry the most extraordinary resonance. The years have added distance to the frame, but you're still vivid like a well-loved song. I hear your laughter folded in the rain. I feel your presence when the nights grow long. You taught me how to notice what's around, to pay attention to the overlooked. And every time I stop and hear a sound, I think of you and all the joy you cooked. That's the way I remember you. In Polaroids that never quite develop, in the half-told stories and the deja vu, in every song that builds but doesn't settle. The way I remember you isn't perfect and it isn't whole, but it's painted in the warmest hue, and it lives inside the center of my soul. The way I remember you is the way I remember how to feel in a world that moves too fast to notice. You taught me how to stand still, and that's the greatest thing anyone has ever done. The way I remember you is the way I remember love.
Started at the dinner table, past the salt and smile. Don't bring your feelings here, we haven't got the time. I learned that love was quiet and opinions were a threat, that the safest thing to be was someone easy to forget. So I practiced being pleasant like a full-time occupation, built a woman out of pleasing, and I called it reputation. The lies we learn in childhood are the hardest ones to break, because they sound like love and feel like keeping safe. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I learned to fall. I carried it to friendship, said yes when I meant no. Carried it to lovers, performed instead of showed. I could mirror any person, become whatever fit the scene. A chameleon so perfect I forgot what I could mean. The line wasn't malice, it was just the only tool a child could find to navigate a house of fragile rules. The lies we learn in childhood are the hardest ones to break, because they sound like love and feel like keeping safe. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I learned to fall. I'm not angry at the table or the people sitting there. They were lying too with their own inherent despair. But the cycle stops with me and my willingness to speak. The truth is clumsy, but it's mine to keep. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I chose to stand tall. I'm unlearning now, one truth at a time. The girl at that table, she's finally doing fine. I held your name inside my mouth for longer than I should. Tasted every syllable, I letting go never could. We said our last word standing in a parking lot at night. You took the left, I took the right, and we dissolved the line. It wasn't war or anger, just a quiet kind of end, where two people stop belonging to what they can't defend. And now I'm left here wondering the strangest thing. Not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Your toothbrush disappeared last Thursday, and the hook looks bare and strange, like a sentence missing punctuation at the bottom of a page. I still reach for 2 cups before my hands remember one, and the silence in the kitchen sounds like something coming undone. But I don't regret the loving, only how we wore it then, like a favorite coat we couldn't save from all the weather we've been in. And now I'm left here wondering about the strangest thing. Not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Maybe love doesn't vanish, maybe it just relocates, finds another vessel, another pair of hands to hold its weight. Maybe every ending feeds a beginning somewhere else, and the tenderness we carry lives on somebody's shelf. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Wherever it goes, I hope it knows it mattered here. It mattered so. I used to wear my yesterdays like armor on my shoulders. Every scar a decoration that I polished every night. But the thing about the past is that it only weighs you down when you carry it like currency instead of letting go of the fight. I met a version of myself at 23 who needed saving. She was brilliant but exhausted from performing for the room. And I told her, you don't know the world a single explanation. You are worthy of the softness that you give to everyone too soon. There's a tenderness in choosing to move on, not forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I took the photographs of people who no longer fit my story, and I thank them for the chapters that they helped me write along. Not with bitterness or anger, just with gratitude and distance. Sometimes love is knowing when the melody has changed its song. forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I'm peeling off the layers of the person I performed, the one who smiled on cue and kept her feelings neatly stored. Underneath it all is someone tender, raw and true. And she's not afraid of weather anymore. She dances through every old goodbye became a doorway I walked through. Every wound I thought would end me gave me room to start brand new. I'm collecting all the grace that I forgot to give myself, and spreading it like honey over everything I felt. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. Heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. Velvet in the rain, I'm softer and I'm stronger all the same. Every drop that falls reminds me I'm alive, and that's the sweetest thing. Like velvet in the rain. Like velvet in the rain. I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep, between the lines of other days that pulled my focus different ways. The ink was faint but still intact, a quiet list of things I lacked, or thought I did, or wished I'd be, before the world adjusted me. There was a sketch of distant plans, drawn in unsteady younger hands, places I would go someday, words I swore I'd learn to say. I almost smiled and put it back, like something off the present track, a relic of a smaller view that didn't know what life could do. But something in my chest held still, a subtle steady kind of will, not loud, not wild, not hard to hide, just firm and warm and deep inside. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I used to think that time decides which doors are closed, which dreams subside, that growing up means letting go of fragile things we used to know. But maybe growing really means revisiting unfinished scenes, with wiser hands and slower pace, and more compassion for the chase. The dream I had was not naive, it simply didn't yet receive the patience that it needed most to stand beyond its early ghost. I thought ambition had to shout to prove what it was all about, but maybe it can speak in tone that's calm and confident alone. And I felt it rise again, not desperate to win, but steady from within, ready now to begin. I don't need all the world to see or validate this part of me. This isn't built on loud acclaim or chasing some imagined fame. It's built on something quiet, true, a thread that always pulled me through. Even when I set it down and let distraction wear the crown, I've learned enough to know the cost of moving fast and feeling racing just to prove I can without a grounded chosen plan. This time I move with open sight, not forcing steps, not gripping tight, but giving effort room to grow without demanding instant glow. There's beauty in a second start, and knowing every altered part still carries echoes of the first, but steadier and less dispersed. And I feel it in my hands, the shape of older plans, now shifting where it stands into something I understand. I won't compare to who I was or measure growth by old applause. The version of me standing here is fuller now and more sincere. The page I found is not a rule, it's not a test or a rigid tool. It's simply proof I once believed in something strong I had conceived, and that belief is still alive. It didn't vanish or deprive, it waited quietly in place until I could return with grace. So I will try without the weight of proving something small or great. I'll move because it feels aligned with who I am inside my mind. No rush to label what it means, no fear of in-between scenes, just steady steps and open view towards something once I almost knew. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep. Now it rests beside my day, no longer hidden away.
I wake before the kettle sings, the room is calm and thin. A silver line along the floor lets early daylight in. There was a time I feared the dawn, it felt like something due. A list of things unfinished, a version I outgrew. But now the air is different, it doesn't press or pull. It rests against my shoulders, quiet, steady, full. You're moving through the kitchen in softened cotton gray, humming something half remembered from another day. The piano finds a tender chord, not urgent, not severe. Brush drums drift like passing thoughts that never interfere. I used to chase a louder life to prove that I'd grown, running toward imagined peaks I thought I'd call my own. But somewhere in the striving I misplaced my sense of pace, confusing speed with meaning, emotion with my place. You never tried to slow me down or question what I chased. You only asked me sometimes if I felt displaced. You said maybe you don't need to run, maybe you can stand and see how far you've come. The line stayed longer than I thought. It followed me for days, through traffic lights and crowded streets, through self-invented haze. The bass beneath the melody feels steady, round and low, like something under everything I've only just begun to know. I'm not who I imagined at 21 and loud, but I am someone quieter and somehow more allowed. Allowed to take a slower breath, allowed to change direction, allowed to leave behind the need for constant self-correction. The morning doesn't judge me, it doesn't ask for more, it simply keeps unfolding like light across the floor. You set a cup beside my hand without a spoken cue, and in that gentle offering there's something deeply true. I thought becoming had to look impressive, like a visible transformation, but maybe it's mostly internal. The acoustic strings are patient, they don't insist on speed. They curve around the silence and give the space I need. I feel the tension loosening in places I once held. No spotlight, no applause, just a steady inner swell. Still becoming something, not finished, not defined, but less afraid of corners I haven't yet aligned. You glance at me and ask me what's running through my head. I say nothing urgent, and that is what I meant. Because for once the present is not a stepping stone, it's not a bridge to later, it's somewhere I've grown. The city starts its low hum, engines far below, but inside this small apartment there's nowhere I must go. The chords lean into morning with jazzy softness there, not dramatic, not restraining, just open to the air. I don't need to be completed, I don't need to arrive, I can stay inside this moment and still feel fully alive. I used to measure progress by a distance from my start. Now I measure by the calm, returning to my heart. Still becoming, still unfolding, still learning how to be. Less a project to improve, more a person simply free. The kettle finally whispers, steam rising out of sight, and I stand a little steadier in this forgiving light.
The pavement carries a quiet rhythm underneath my measured stride. Buildings stretching into distance, but nothing I need to outrun. Traffic hums in gentle layers, conversations blur and fade. I'm not searching for a destination, I'm just walking unafraid. There's a looseness in my shoulders, a softness in my breath. No one waiting at the corner, no unfinished words left unsaid. Stay right here, let the street unfold before me. Let each crossing light turn slow. I'm not racing toward tomorrow, I'm letting this moment flow. It feels different now to move without proving, to exist without performing, to let my steps belong to me. Soft piano traces steady chords, brushes whisper underfoot. Bass moves like distant engines, warm and understood. I pass a window full of reflections, catch my face in passing glass, not evaluating what I see. just noticing as I pass. There were days I walked like armor, sharp turns, restless pace, every stride a quiet argument, every corner a test of place. But something shifted quietly, not dramatic, not announced, just a decision to soften, to let the noise bounce. Stay right here, let the skyline breathe around me, let the air rest on my skin. I don't need to conquer anything to feel where I've been. I am allowed to move gently, allowed to take up space, allowed to wander without chasing a trace of who I thought I had to be. A bus size at the curb, doors folding in and out. Someone laughs 2 blocks away, a melody without a shout. Acoustic strings brush lightly against the pulse of town. The chords lean warm and open, never dragging down. I stop beside a small cafe, not to meet someone inside, just to stand and watch the steam drip softly to the side. There's comfort in anonymity, in being one among many. No spotlight on my footsteps, no need to be uncanny. Stay right here, let the world spin at its tempo, let my pace remain my own. I don't need a headline to justify this tone. These streets don't own me, they hold me, they carry, but they don't define. The melody lifts slightly higher, then settles back again, like footsteps finding balance on familiar pavement. I turn down a quieter road, where trees lean over stone, and in the middle of the city I feel entirely alone. Not lonely, not removed, just centered. Every step lands evenly, not heavy, not delayed, just grounded in the present, in the choices that I've made. Stay right here until the light begins to fade, until the sky shifts shade. I will keep walking, not to escape but to arrive inside myself. I used to measure all my days by what I hadn't done, counting every distant star instead of what I'd won. I thought the road was something loud, a spotlight or a sign, but most of it was quiet steps that slowly turned to mine. I packed my doubts inside a box and carried them for years, mistaking caution for control, mistaking strength for fear. Then somewhere in a smaller room with sunlight on the wall, I realized the life I chased was never far at all. It lived inside the early hours, the coffee and the train, the way I chose to rise again after the smallest pain. Ooh, you walked beside me without noise, no speeches to impress, just steady hands and patient eyes when I felt aimless. You never tried to lead my pace or pull me into yours. You simply let me find my step and open my pressure lost its grip. Success was no cathedral high, just balance in the hips. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't fast or grand. It was breathing in the morning air with courage in my hand. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't made of fame. It was knowing who I am becoming and loving who I became. The city doesn't slow for dreams, it rushes past the doubt. But I no longer race its pulse, I let my heart speak out. There's something strong in choosing peace and building brick by brick, and understanding lasting joy is quiet and not quick. We talk about the years ahead like sketches, not like chains. We draw in pencil, not in stone. We leave space for change. And even if the plans we make shift shape beneath the sky, I trust the way my feet now move. I trust the reason why, because I'm not a version lost, not waiting to be found. I am the echo of each step that firmly meets the ground. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't some applause. It was letting go of proving and living without cause. When my life found its rhythm, I stopped asking when. I learned that every honest day is where the dreams begin. There will be seasons I outgrow, there will be turns I miss, but none of them can take away the strength inside of this. The younger me was always brave, just buried under noise. Now I walk with clearer sight and make deliberate choice. And if tomorrow shakes the map, if storms arrive unplanned, I know I won't collapse inside. I know I'll understand, because a rhythm isn't fragile, it doesn't break in two. It's a steady pulse of who I am and who I'm growing to. So here I stand in simple light, no rush to be complete, just grateful for the ground below and every heartbeat. Ooh, when my life found its rhythm, it felt like coming home, not somewhere far beyond the hills, but here where I have
I had my walls built high with every brick in place, a fortress made of years of playing safe. Then you walked in with that ridiculous face and asked me something no one else would say. You said, why do you hold your coffee like it's scared? I laughed so hard I nearly dropped the cup. And in that moment suddenly I cared about the kind of things I'd given up. I wasn't looking, I wasn't ready, my heart was locked and I had lost the key. But you showed up so calm and steady, and somehow found a door I couldn't see. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrive exactly when I need the kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I say in passing, like my favorite flavor and my middle name. You notice when my smile is only masking a feeling that I haven't learned to tame. You don't don't try to fix me or complete me. You just sit beside me in the noise, and somehow that's exactly what I needed. More than any grand romantic poise, I spent my life believing love was heavy, something you survive instead of hold. But everything with you feels light and steady, like a story that was waiting to be told. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrived exactly when I need the kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I think the best things in life are the ones you can't prepare for. The conversations that go 3 hours longer than they should. The people who make you forget to check your phone. You're that kind of unexpected, the kind that rewrites the story without changing a single word. Just by standing in the right place at the right time, and being exactly who you are. Now every Tuesday feels like something new, and grocery runs have turned into a dance. I never knew that someone else's view could make me wanna take another chance. You've taught me that surrender isn't weak, that opening a door can be the bravest thing. And every time I hear you start to speak, I realize what all the poets mean. Yeah. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrived exactly when I need the kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. Oh, yeah. I didn't see you coming, but now I can't imagine looking away. You changed the way I see the view, and I choose you every single day. I didn't see you coming, but here you are.
I held your name inside my mouth for longer than I should. Tasted every syllable like letting go never could. We said our last words standing in a parking lot at 9. You took the left, I took the right, and we dissolved the line. It wasn't war or anger, just the quiet kind of end, where two people stop belonging to what they can't defend. And now I'm left here wondering about the strangest thing, not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter, or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Your toothbrush disappeared last Thursday, and the hook looks bare and strange, like a sentence missing punctuation at the bottom of a page. I still reach for 2 cups before my hands remember one, and the silence in the kitchen sounds like something coming undone. But I don't regret the loving, only how we wore it the strangest thing. Not why it ended, but where the feeling goes from here. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Maybe love doesn't vanish, maybe it just relocates. Finds another vessel, another pair of hands to hold its weight. Maybe every ending feeds a beginning somewhere else, and the tenderness we carry it leaves on somebody's shelf. Where does it go when we let it go? The love that lived between the ordinary days. Does it hover in the rooms we used to fill with laughter? Or does it fade like music at the end of every phrase? Where does it go when we let it go? I hope it finds a place that's gentler than goodbye. Wherever it goes, I hope it knows it mattered here. It mattered so. I used to wear my yesterdays like armor on my shoulders. Every scar a decoration that I polished every night. But the thing about the past is that it only weighs you down when you carry it like currency instead of letting go the fight. I met a version of myself at 23 who needed saving. She was brilliant but exhausted from performing for the room. And I told her, you don't know the world a single explanation. You are worthy of the softness that you give to everyone too soon. There's a tenderness in choosing to move on, not forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I took the photographs of people who no longer fit my story, and I thank them for the chapters that they helped me write along. Not with bitterness or anger, just with gratitude and distance. Sometimes love is knowing when the melody has changed its song. I replanted all the gardens that had withered from neglecting. Gave myself permission to be messy and imperfect and alive. And the flowers that came up were wild and crooked and surprising. And they taught me that the prettiest things rarely grow in lines. Ooh, there's a tenderness in choosing to move on, not forgetting but releasing what's been gone too long. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. I'm peeling off the layers of the person I performed, the one who smiled on cue and kept her feelings neatly tender, raw and true. And she's not afraid of weather anymore, she dances through every old goodbye became a doorway I walk through. Everyone I thought would end me gave me room to start brand new. I'm collecting all the grace that I forgot to give myself and spreading it like honey over everything I felt. Like velvet in the rain, I'm softer than before. Every drop a tiny lesson landing gently at my core. I'm not hiding from the weather, I'm embracing what it brings. Like velvet in the rain, I'm learning beautiful new things. The heavier it falls, the deeper something in me sings. I was always strong enough, but now I'm soft enough to feel. Velvet in the rain, I'm softer and I'm stronger all the same. Every drop that falls reminds me I'm alive, and that's the sweetest thing. Like velvet in the rain.
I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep, between the lines of other days that pulled my focus different ways.
The ink was faint but still intact, a quiet list of things I lacked, or thought I did, or wished I'd be, before the world adjusted me. There was a sketch of distant plans, drawn in unsteady younger hands, places I would go someday, words I swore I learned to say. I almost smiled and put it back, like something off the present track, a relic of a smaller view that didn't know what life could do. But something in my chest held still, a subtle steady kind of will, not loud, not wild, not hard to hide, just firm and warm and deep inside. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I used to think that time decides which doors are closed, which dreams subside, that growing up means letting go of fragile things we used to know. But maybe growing really means revisiting unfinished scenes, with wiser hands and slower pace, and more compassion for the chase. The dream I had was not naive, it simply didn't yet receive the patience that it needed most to stand beyond its surly ghost. I thought ambition had to shout to prove what it was all about, but maybe it can speak in tone that's calm and confident alone. And I felt it rise again, not desperate to win, but steady from within, and ready now to begin. I don't need all the world to see or validate this part of me. This isn't built on loud acclaim or chasing some imagined fame. It's built on something quite true, a thread that always pulled me through, even when I set it down and let distraction wear the crown. I've learned enough to know the cost of moving fast and feeling lost, of racing just to prove I can, without a grounded chosen plan. This time I move with open sight, not forcing steps, not gripping tight, but giving effort room to grow without demanding instant glow. There's beauty in a second start, in knowing every altered part still carries echoes of the first, but steadier and less dispersed. And I feel it in my hands, the shape of older plans, now shifting where it stands into something I understand. I won't compare to who I was, or measure growth by old applause. The version of me standing here is fuller now and more sincere. The page I found is not a rule, it's not a test or rigid tool, it's simply proof I once believed in something strong I had conceived, and that belief is still alive. It did I could return with grace. So I will try without the weight of proving something small or great. I'll move because it feels aligned with who I am inside my mind. No rush to label what it means, no fear of in-between scenes. Just steady steps and open view towards something once I almost knew. And I felt it rise again, not as it was back then, but clearer now than when it first began within. I found a page I used to keep, folded thin and tucked in deep. Now it rests beside my day, no longer hidden away.
I wake before the kettle sings, the room is calm and thin. A silver line along the floor lets early daylight in. There was a time I feared the dawn, it felt like something due. A list of things unfinished, a version I outgrew. But now the air is different, it doesn't press or pull. It rests against my shoulders, quiet, steady, full. You're moving through the kitchen in softened cotton gray, humming something half remembered from another day. The piano finds a tender chord, not urgent, not severe. Brush drums drift like passing thoughts that never interfere. I used to chase a louder life to prove that I had grown, running toward imagined peaks I thought I'd call my own. But somewhere in the striving I misplaced my sense of pace, confusing speed with meaning and motion with my place. You never tried to slow me down or question what I chased. You only asked me sometimes if I felt displaced. You said maybe you don't need to run, maybe you can stand and see how far you've come. That line stayed longer than I thought. It followed me for days, through traffic lights and crowded streets, through self-invented haze. The bass beneath the melody feels steady, round and low, like something under everything I've only just begun to know. I'm not who I imagined at 21 and loud, but I am someone quieter and somehow more loud. Allowed to take a slower breath, allowed to change direction, allowed to leave behind the need for constant self-correction. The morning doesn't judge me, it doesn't ask for more. It simply keeps unfolding like light across the floor. You set a cup beside my hand without a spoken cue, and in that gentle offering there's something deeply true. I thought becoming had to look impressive, like a visible transformation, but maybe it's mostly internal. The acoustic strings are patient, they don't insist on speed. They curve around the silence and give the space I need. I feel the tension loosening in places I once held. No spotlight, no applause, just a steady inner swell. I'm still becoming something, not finished, not defined, but less afraid of corners I haven't yet aligned. You glance looks at me and asks me what's running through my head. I say nothing urgent, and that is what I meant. Because for once the present is not a stepping stone, it's not a bridge to later, it's somewhere I've grown. The city starts its slow hum, engines far below, but inside this small apartment there's nowhere I must go. The chords lean into morning with jazzy softness. They're not dramatic, not restrained, just open to the air. I don't need to be completed, I don't need to arrive. I can stay inside this moment and still feel fully alive. I used to measure progress by distance from my start. Now I measure by the calm returning to my heart. Still becoming, still unfolding, still learning how to be less a project to improve, more a person simply free. The kettle finally whispers, steam rising out of sight, and I stand a little steadier in this forgiving light.
It started at the dinner table, past the salt and smile. Don't bring your feelings here, we haven't got the time. I learned that love was quiet and opinions were a threat, that the safest thing to be was someone easy to forget. So I practiced being pleasant, like a full-time occupation. Built a woman out of pleasing, and I called it reputation. The lies we learn in childhood are the hardest ones to break, because they sound like love and feel like keeping safe. That's where I learned to lie, at a table set for silence, where the truth was too expensive and the peace was always violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly through the static of those years. I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I learned to fall. I carried it to friendships, said yes when I meant no. Carried it to lovers, performed instead of showed. I could mirror any person, become whatever fit the scene. A chameleon so perfect, I forgot what I could mean. The lying wasn't malice, it was just the only tool a child could find to navigate violence. That's where I learned to lie, and it took me 30 years to hear my own voice clearly. Through the static of those years, I'm unlearning every lesson that was taught to keep me small. That's where I learned to lie, and where I chose to stand tall. I'm unlearning now, one truth at a time. The girl at that table, she's finally doing fine. The pavement carries a quiet rhythm underneath my measured stride. Buildings stretching into distance, but nothing I need to outrun. Traffic hums in gentle layers, conversations blur and fade. I'm not searching for a destination, I'm just walking unafraid. There's a looseness in my shoulders, a softness in my breath. No one waiting at the corner, no unfinished words left unsaid. Stay right here, let the street unfold before me. Let each crossing light turn slow. I'm not racing toward tomorrow, I'm letting this moment flow. It feels different now, to move without proving, to exist without performing, to let my steps belong to me. Soft piano traces, steady chords, brushes whisper underfoot. Bass moves like distant engines, warm and understood. I pass a window full of reflections, catch my face in passing glass. Not evaluating what I see, just noticing as I pass. There were days I walked like armor, sharp turns, restless pace. Every stride a quiet argument, every corner a test of place. But something shifted quietly, not dramatic, not announced, just a decision to soften, to let the noise bounce. Stay right here, let the skyline breathe around me, let the air rest on my skin. I don't need to conquer anything to feel where I've been. I am allowed to move gently, allowed to take up space, allowed to wander without chasing a trace of who I thought I had to be. A bus sighs at the curb, doors folding in and out. Someone laughs 2 blocks away, a melody without a shout. Acoustic strings brush lightly against the pulse of town. The chords lean warm and open, never dragging down. I stop beside a small cafe, not to meet someone inside, just to stand and watch the steam drip softly to the side. There's comfort and anonymity in being one among many. No spotlight on my footsteps, no need to be uncanny. Stay right here, let the world spin at its tempo, let my pace remain my own. I don't need a headline to justify this tone. These streets don't own me, they hold me, they carry, but they don't define. The melody lifts slightly higher, then settles back again, like footsteps finding balance on familiar pavement. I turn down a quieter road where trees lean over stone, and in the middle of the city I feel entirely alone. Not lonely, not removed, just centered. Every step lands evenly, not heavy, not delayed, just grounded in the present, in the choices that I've made.
Stay right here until the light begins to fade, until the sky shifts shade. I will keep walking, not to escape but to arrive inside myself.
I used to measure all my days by what I hadn't done, counting every distant star instead of what I'd won. I thought the road was something loud, a spotlight or a sign, but most of it was quiet steps that slowly turned to mine. I packed my doubts inside a box and carried them for years, mistaking caution for control, mistaking strength for fear. Then somewhere in a smaller room with sunlight on the wall, I realized the life I chased was never far at all. It lived inside the early hours, the coffee and the train, the way I chose to rise again after the smallest pain. You walk beside me without noise, no speeches to impress, just steady hands and patient eyes when I felt aimless. You never tried to lead my pace or pull me into yours. You simply let me find my step and open my own doors. And that was when it changed for me. The pressure lost its grip. Success was no cathedral high, just balance in the hips. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't fast or grand. It was breathing in the morning air with courage in my hand. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't made of fame. It was knowing who I am, becoming and loving who I became. The city doesn't slow for dreams, it rushes past the doubt, but I no longer race its pulse. I let my heart speak out. There's something strong in choosing peace, in building brick by brick, in understanding lasting joy is quiet and not quick. We talk about the years ahead like sketches, not like chains. We draw in pencil, not in stone. We leave space for change, and even if the plans we make shift shape beneath the sky, I trust the way my feet now move. I trust the reason why. Because I'm not a virgin lost, not waiting to be found. I am the echo of each step that firmly meets the ground. When my life found its rhythm, it wasn't some applause, it was letting go of proving and living without cause. When my life found its rhythm, I stopped asking when. I learned that every honest day is where the dreams begin. There will be seasons I outgrow, there will be turns I miss, but none of them can take away the strength inside of this. The younger me was always brave, just buried under noise. Now I walk with clearer sight and make deliberate choice. And if tomorrow shakes the map, if storms arrive unplanned, I know I won't collapse inside, I know I'll understand. Because the rhythm isn't fragile, it doesn't break in two. It's the steady pulse of who I am and who I'm growing to. So here I stand in simple light, no rush to be complete, just grateful for the ground below and every heartbeat. When my life found its rhythm. It felt like coming home, not somewhere far beyond the hills, but here where I have grown.
I had my walls built high with every brick in place, a fortress made of years of playing safe. Then you walked in with that ridiculous face and asked me something no one else would say. You said, why do you hold your coffee like it's scared? I laughed so hard I nearly dropped the cup, and in that moment suddenly I cared about the kind of things I'd given up. I wasn't looking, I wasn't ready. My heart was locked and I had lost the key. But you showed up so calm and steady, and somehow found a door I couldn't see. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrived exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. You remember things I say in passing, like my favorite flavor and my middle name. You notice when my smile is only masking a feeling that I haven't learned to tame. You don't try to fix me or complete me, you just sit beside me in the noise. And somehow that's exactly what I needed more than any grand romantic poise. I spent my life believing love was heavy, something you survive instead of hold. But everything with you feels light and steady, like a story that was waiting to be told. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrived exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I think the best things in life are the ones you can't prepare for, the conversations that go 3 hours longer than they should. The people who make you forget to check your phone, you're that kind of unexpected. The kind that rewrites a story without changing a single word, just by standing in the right place at the right time and being exactly who you are. Now every Tuesday feels like something new, and grocery runs have turned into a dance. I never knew that someone else's view could make me wanna take another chance. You've taught me that surrender isn't weak, that opening a door can be the bravest thing. And every time I hear you start to speak, I realize what all the poets mean. I didn't see you coming, wasn't part of any plan I'd drawn. You walked right through my walls like nothing, and suddenly my armor was all gone. I didn't see you coming, but you arrive exactly when I need. The kind of love that doesn't ask for running, just a place to plant a different seed. I didn't see you coming, but now I can't imagine looking away. You changed the way I see the view, and I choose you every single day. I didn't see you coming, but here you are.
I learned to say I'm fine before I learned my name. Learned to read the room before I read a page. They taught me how to listen, how to nod and how to smile, but nobody sat me down and said feel this for a while. So I stored it all away in a drawer behind my ribs, locked it with a sentence that I told myself as a kid. What if feeling everything was never the disease? What if I was fluent in a language nobody sees? This is the language nobody taught me how to speak, the one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I cried at kitchen tables and apologized for tears. Love with both hands open, then apologized for years. Felt the weight of every room before a word was said. Carried conversations people didn't know they had. They called it being sensitive, like it was something to outgrow. But I think the ones who feel it all are the ones who really know what it feeling. Everything was never the disease. What if I was fluent in a language nobody sees? This is the language nobody taught me how to speak, the one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I'm not too much, I'm just uncensored now, not too intense. I just refuse to bow to the version of me that kept it all inside. This is my vocabulary, and I'm done trying to hide. This is the language nobody taught me how to speak, the one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I speak it fluently now, every syllable mine. The language nobody taught me was the truest one I'll find. I woke before the sunlight touched the floor. Your empty side still warm from yesterday. The quiet room remembers more than all the words we couldn't say. The kettle hums, the window breeze, a gentle breeze moves through the air. I trace the outline of your key still resting on the table there. Maybe we were too afraid, maybe time has slipped away. But love was never meant to fade just because we lost our way. So I pour another cup of hope, let the morning steady me. Even hearts that learn to cope still be with possibility. I'm not breaking, I'm just bending with the dawn. Every tear that fell last night is softer in the early sun. I'm still standing with your echo in my chest, not defeated by the silence, just learning how to rest. The city moves in quiet gold, footsteps passing down below. Life continues calm and bold, teaching me to let you go. But letting go is not the same as erasing what we had. Love does not deserve the blame for moments turning sad. If someday past return to meet, if time decides to rearrange, I'll greet you with a steady heartbeat. No bitterness, no change. And if we never cross again, I'll thank the days we knew. For every laugh, for every rain, for loving something true. I'm not breaking, I'm just waking with the light. Every shadow from the dark feels lighter in my sight. I'm still breathing with it unfolds in quiet hue. Healing doesn't ask us why, it simply pulls us through. So I gather all the pieces, place them gently back inside. Not to hide what love releases, but to carry it with pride. I'm not lonely, I'm just growing past the ache. Every goodbye I survive becomes a stronger heart to make. And somewhere in this living, between the loss and start, there's a softer kind of giving, a braver open heart. The sun has fully reached the floor. The coffee's gone, but warmth remains. I don't tremble like before, I'm steadier in the change. Goodbye was not a closing door, just a lesson wrapped in grace. And I walk into something more, with morning on my face.
Every time you walk into the room, something changes in the air. Like the world just found its tune, and I forget what took me there. I could watch you read your favorite book, lost inside a world of words. Every little glance and every look tells me things I've never heard. And I don't need the answers now, I just need this moment here with you. Let the rest of the world spin around, we got nowhere else to be, it's true. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You've got coffee on your fingertips, laughter dancing in your eyes. Every story falling from your lips feels like some kind of paradise. I've been running circles all my life, chasing things I couldn't name. But sitting here beside you feels so right. Nothing's ever been the same, and I don't need the answers now, I just need this quiet space we found. Let the noise of everything fade out. You're the only one I want around. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You know, some people spend their whole lives looking for something extraordinary, but I think the real beauty is right here in the way you laugh at your own jokes, the way you hold your cup with both hands, the way you hum a song you don't remember learning. You make the simple things feel like they're more than enough. The afternoon is stretching out so slow, and I don't mind it, not at all. There's a kind of peace I've come to know just by leaning on this wall, watching shadows paint across the floor, listening to your easy sighs. I have never wanted something more than this view through half-closed eyes. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. Stay a little longer, oh, just a little longer. I could stay here with you. Forever wouldn't be enough with you.
I've been speaking in a language that was never really mine, borrowing opinions from the loudest voice around, filling every silence with a comfortable distraction, terrified of what I'd hear if I just sat down. But the noise ran out one evening and the room was finally empty, and the quiet didn't swallow me the way I thought it would. Instead it laid me open like a book I never finished, and the chapter I've been skipping was the one I misunderstood. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades her truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I built a reputation out of always being ready, always having answers, always carrying the weight. But nobody ever asked me if the armor I was wearing was protection or a prison I'd forgotten to escape. There's a difference between standing tall and never letting go, between the strength they celebrate and the kind that breaks you slow. I've been both, and I can tell you that the hardest thing I've done is admitting that the person I performed was not the one. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades her truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I sat with every feeling I've been scheduling for later. The grief I'd filed away, the joy I didn't trust was real, and one by one they spoke to me, not loudly but with certainty, like old friends I'd abandoned at a table years ago. They said, we never left you, we've been here inside the silence, where the things that remain when there's nowhere left to go. When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades her truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. What remains when every mask has hit the floor is a woman learning finally what her voice is for. Woke to the sound of rain against my window. Coffee getting warm between my hands. All those little worries fading into nothing. Something in the air says I don't need a plan. I've been moving fast for way too long, trying to keep up with the world that never waits. But today I'm gonna take it slow and easy, let the hours find their own sweet pace. No, I don't need a reason to feel this way. Everything I want is already in this place. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here and I'm not leaving. Pages of my life are turning on their own now. Every chapter writing something beautiful. I used to chase the answers like the world owed me a reason. Now I'm letting go and finding that it's wonderful. Seasons come and pass, but I don't mind the changing. There's a kind of peace in knowing less and feeling more. I'm collecting little moments like they're treasures, building something real worth holding on to for sure. No, I don't need a reason to feel this way. Everything I want is already in this place. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here and I'm not leaving. Maybe I was looking way too far to find it when the answer was as close as my own heartbeat. I was counting all the things I thought were missing, never saw the ones that made my life complete. I'm not running anymore, I'm standing still, not because I'm stuck, because I finally feel like the ground beneath me is exactly where I'm meant to be. And that's enough for me, yeah, that's enough for me. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here and I'm not leaving. Yeah, this is where I belong. I can feel it in the melody that carries on. This is where I belong. Oh, I finally understand, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. This is where I belong. I feel the quiet moving through the air, like something gentle waking everywhere. A breath between the heartbeat and the day, a steady light that softly finds its way. Your voice still lingers in my mind, not loud, not urgent, just aligned with every little thought I try to hold, like warmth that settles in the cold. I don't need fireworks above or sudden storms to call it love. It's in the way you say my name, so ordinary, never tame. There's a rhythm in the way we stand, no need to rush, no grand demand, just subtle pulses underneath, the quiet promise in each breath. And I feel it rising slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure, something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. You don't have to reach so high, we don't have to chase the sky. All I want is what we are, uncomplicated, open heart. The world world can spin outside our door, but we don't need much more than this small table side by side, where every doubt is set aside. Your laughter bends the morning light, turns simple hours into bright moments wrapped in easy grace. No performance, no race. There's swing inside the way we talk, a softened step inside our walk. We move like music, half unheard, between the silence and the word. And I feel it rising, slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure. Something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. We don't need perfect symmetry or grand design or destiny, just conversations drifting wide and honest feelings we don't hide. If life decides to test the ground, we'll lean in close, not back away. No heavy fear, no trembling sound, just calm that carries us each day. I never thought that depth could feel so effortless and so real, like something simple made of air, yet strong enough to always stay there. No shadow pulling at the seams, no fading echo of old dreams, only this expanding space where hope and comfort interlace. And I feel it rising, slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure. Something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. Stay right here, don't disappear. This closeness feels so clear, not loud, not wild, not extreme, just balanced like a living dream. Let time move at its quiet pace, we'll meet it face to open face, with steady hands and open sight, turning every shade to light. I feel the quiet moving through the air, and now I know it's always there, not waiting far beyond the view, but building softly me and you.
You're watching a toothbrush play Billie Eilish. But did you know that there's a YouTube Music app where you can also listen to the EDM version, the ska version, and of course, the original version? Duh. Get YouTube Music Premium.
The kettle hums before the sun is ready, a pale blue line across the sky. I lean against the kitchen counter, watching morning pass us by. You're wrapped in cotton and slow breathing, still halfway lost inside a dream. There's something sacred in the silence, in the space between the steam. I used to wake with racing questions, deadlines pressing at my chest. Now the only thing that matters is the rhythm of your rest. Your footsteps softly cross the hardwood, barren, unafraid of sound. You smile like you already know, this is where my heart is found. No dramatic declarations, no orchestra in the air, just the fragile clink of porcelain and your fingers in my hair. And I have traveled through the noise of crowded rooms and flashing lights, but none of it could hold a candle to these unguarded mornings bright. I don't need a perfect future, painted bold in golden flame, if I can sit across from you and slowly say your name. I never told you this, but the way you stay without asking for applause is the reason I am brave. There's a kindness in your presence that doesn't try to prove It settles like a steady chord with nothing left to lose. The window lets a ribbon through. It stretches on the floor, touching everything we are and nothing more. You trace circles on the table, absent-minded, soft and light, talking about the smallest things like they're treasures in plain sight. And I am listening differently, not just to what you say, but to the pauses in between where meaning likes to stay. If the world outside is restless, if it pulls us into speed, we have built a quiet harbor in this gentle cup of tea. Love doesn't always sparkle, it doesn't have to shine. Sometimes it's simply showing up again. And every time I thought love was a storm, was something wild and overwhelming, but maybe it's closer to gravity, something steady, something that keeps you near. Your laughter fills the small room, not loud but full and round, like brush drums under piano, a warm and steady sound. The bass line of your breathing moves easy through the day. I find myself aligning to the quiet way you stay. You don't rush the conversation, you don't compete with it. You let the silence settle and meet me gently there. If I ever lose direction, if I start to drift away, just place your hand inside of mine, the quiet way you stay. No need for crowded fireworks or promises too tall. We've learned the art of listening, and that has been our all. The city's slowly waking, cars beginning to appear, but inside this fragile moment there is nothing I would fear. I never thought that comfort could feel this alive, that peace could carry passion without needing to strive. And if one day the seasons shift the colors that we see, I will remember mornings where you chose to sit with me. Not because you had to, not because it was required, but because you wanted to build something retired. The coffee cools between us, unfinished but just right. We talk about the future like it's soft and held in light. I don't need a louder story or a stage beneath my feet. If I can start each morning with your heartbeat close to me. You don't chase attention, you don't demand display, you simply lean a little closer in the quiet way you stay. And that is more than thunder, more than spectacle or flame. It's the gentle kind of courage that forever feels the same. So let the day come slowly, let the hours find their pace. We have this tender beginning in our ordinary space. The kettle hums again, the sky is fully awake, and I am exactly where I'm meant to be, in the quiet way you stay. In the quiet way you stay.
I learned to say I'm fine before I learned my name. Learned to read the room before I read a page. They taught me how to listen, how to nod, and how to smile. But nobody sat me down and said, feel this for a while. So I stored it all away in a drawer behind my ribs. Locked it with a sentence that I told myself as a kid. What if feeling everything was never the disease? What if I was fluent in a language nobody sees? This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I cried at kitchen tables and apologized for tears. Love with both hands open and apologize for years. Felt the weight of every room before a word was said. Carry conversations people didn't know they had. They called it being sensitive, like it was something to outgrow. But I think the ones who feel it all are the ones who really know. What if feeling everything was never the disease? What if I was fluent in a language nobody sees? This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I'm not too much, I'm just uncensored now. Not too intense, I just refuse to bow to the version of me that kept it all inside. This is my vocabulary and I'm done trying to hide. This is the language nobody taught me how to speak. The one that lives between my chest and my cheek. It doesn't follow grammar, doesn't care about the rules. This is the language nobody taught me, but I've been speaking it since before I knew. And I'm done translating myself into something easier for you. I speak it fluently now, every syllable mine. The language nobody taught me was the truest one I'll find. You sit across from me, steam rising slow between our hands, porcelain warmth, quiet clatter, the city stretching into itself. I watch the way you breathe, like you're trying not to rush the day. There's something gentle in your shoulders, something unspoken but safe. I didn't know silence could feel this full, didn't know stillness could move like this. Stay right here, let the clock forget its numbers, let the world hum somewhere far away. We don't need answers yet, just this table, this chair, and the space between our fingers. I like the way you look at nothing, as if everything already makes sense. I like that you don't fill the quiet, you let it breathe. Soft piano leaning into corners, brushes tracing circles in the air. Your laugh barely above a whisper, landing softly in my chest. There's no hurry in your eyes, no thunder rolling through your words, just warmth that settles slowly like sugar dissolving in a cup. And I feel something steady forming, not fireworks, not a storm, just a rhythm we can lean on. Stay right here, let the minutes open gently, let the noise drift out the door. We don't need promises, just this warmth and the sound of you saying my name. just need it true. Your fingers trace the rim of conversations we haven't had. I wonder what you're holding back, and I don't mind waiting. There's courage in slow affection, in choosing not to run ahead, in letting every glance unfold without demanding more. And when you finally speak, your voice rests low and steady. It wraps around the room like it belongs here. Stay right here, let the air grow softer, let our breathing find one line. No grand declarations, no dramatic turns, just closeness, simple and real. Maybe love isn't lightning, maybe it's this, a table, two cups, and a feeling that stays. Soft bass humming underneath, acoustic strings brushing light. We lean into the quiet again, not afraid of what it means, because sometimes the strongest things are the ones that move slowly. So stay, not forever, just long enough for this moment to become ours. You sit across from me, steam rising slow between our hands, porcelain warmth, quiet clatter, the city stretching into itself. I watch the way you breathe, like you're trying not to rush the day. There's something gentle in your shoulders, something unspoken but safe. I didn't know silence could feel this full, didn't know stillness could move like this. Stay right here, let the clock forget its numbers, let the world hum somewhere far away. We don't need answers yet, just this table, this chair, and the space between our fingers. I like the way you look at nothing, as if everything already makes sense. I like that you don't fill the quiet, you let it breathe. Soft piano leaning into corners, brushes tracing circles in the air. Your laugh buried above a whisper, landing softly in my chest. There's no hurry in your eyes, no thunder rolling through your words, just warmth that settles slowly like sugar dissolving in a cup. And I feel something steady forming, not fireworks, not a storm, just a rhythm we can lean on. Stay right here, let the minutes open gently, let the noise drift out the door. We don't need promises, just this warmth and the sound of you saying my name. If this is how a day can begin, I don't need it louder, I don't need it brighter, I just need it true. Your fingers trace the rim of conversations we haven't had. I wonder what you're holding back, and I don't mind waiting. There's courage in slow affection, in choosing not to run ahead, in letting every glance unfold without demanding more. And when you finally speak, your voice rests low and steady. wraps around the room like it belongs here. Stay right here, let the air grow softer. Let our breathing find one line. No grand declarations, no dramatic turns, just closeness, simple and real. Maybe love isn't lightning, maybe it's this: a table, 2 cups, and a feeling that stays. Soft bass humming underneath the acoustic strings, brushing light, we lean into the quiet again. Not afraid of what it means, because sometimes the strongest things are the ones that move slowly. So stay, not forever, just long enough for this moment to become ours.
Every time you walk into the room, something changes in the air, like the world just found its tune, and I forget what took me there. I could watch you read your favorite book, lost inside a world of words. Every little glance and every look tells me things I've never heard. And I don't need the answers now, I just need this moment here with you. Let the rest of the world spin around, we got nowhere else to be, it's true. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You've got coffee on your fingertips and laughter dancing in your eyes. Every story falling from your lips feels like some kind of paradise. I've been running circles all my life, chasing things I couldn't name, but sitting here beside you feels so right, and nothing's ever been the same. And I don't need the answers now, I just need this quiet space we found. Let the noise of everything fade out, you're the only one I want around. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could play on repeat. Stay a little longer, make this ordinary sweet. You know, some people spend their whole lives looking for something extraordinary, but I think the real beauty is right here. And the way you laugh at your own jokes, the way you hold your cup with both hands, the way you hum a song you don't remember learning. You make the simple things feel like they're more than enough. The afternoon is stretching out so slow, and I don't mind it, not at all. There's a kind of peace I've come to know just by leaning on this wall. Watching shadows paint across the floor, listening to your easy sighs. I have never wanted something more than this view through half closed. Stay a little longer, let the hours fade away. We don't need a reason, we don't need a plan today. Your voice is like a melody that I could
Woke up to the sound of rain against my window. Coffee getting warm between my hands. All those little worries fading into nothing. Something in the air says I don't need a plan. I've been moving fast for way too long, trying to keep up with a world that never waits. But today I'm gonna take it slow and easy, let the hours find their own sweet pace. No, I don't need a reason to feel this way. Everything I want is already in this place. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here, and I'm not leaving. Pages of my life are turning on their own now, every chapter writing something beautiful. I used to chase the answers like the world owed me a reason. Now I'm letting go and finding that it's wonderful. Seasons come and pass, but I don't mind the change. And there's a kind of peace in knowing less and feeling more. I'm collecting little moments like the treasures, building something real worth holding on to for sure. I don't need a reason to feel this way. Everything I want is already in this place. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here, and I'm not leaving. Maybe I was looking way too far to find it, when the answer was as close as my own heartbeat. I was counting all the things I thought were missing, never saw the ones that made my life complete. I'm not running anymore, I'm standing still, not because I'm stuck, because I finally feel like the ground beneath me is exactly where I'm meant to be. Yeah, that's enough for me. This is where I belong, in the quiet of the feeling when the rhythm carries on. Every breath is like a melody I'm finally learning. This is where I belong, with my feet upon the ground and my whole heart in my hands. I'm done with second guessing, I'm just here and I'm not leaving. Yeah, this is where I belong. I can feel it in the melody that carries on. This is where I belong. Oh, I finally understand, I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. This is where I belong. I woke before the sunlight touched the floor. Your empty side still warm from yesterday. The quiet room remembers more than all the words we couldn't say. The kettle hums, the window breathes, a gentle breeze moves through the air. I trace the outline of your keys still resting on the table there. Maybe we were too afraid, maybe timing slipped away, but love was never meant to fade just because we lost our way. So I pour another cup of hope, let the morning steady me. Even hearts that learn to cope still beat with possibility. I'm not breaking, I'm just bending with the dawn. Every tear that fell last night is softer in the early sun. I'm still standing with your echo in my chest, not defeated by the silence, just learning how to rest. The city moves in quiet gold, footsteps passing down below. Life continues calm and bold, teaching me to let you go. But letting go is not the same as erasing what we had. Love does not deserve the blame for moments turning sad. If someday past return to meet, if time decides to rearrange, I'll greet you with a steady heartbeat. No bitterness, no change. And if we never cross again, I'll thank the days we knew for every laugh, for every rain, for loving something true. I'm not breaking, I'm just waking with the light. Every shadow from the dark feels lighter in my sight. I'm still breathing with your memory as grace, not imprisoned by the ending, just giving life its space. Morning doesn't rush the sky, it unfolds in quiet hue. Healing doesn't ask us why, it simply pulls us through. So I gather all the pieces, place them gently back inside. Not to hide what love releases, but to carry it with pride. I'm not lonely, I'm just growing past the ache. Every goodbye I survive becomes a stronger heart to make. And somewhere in this living, between the lost and start, there's a softer kind of giving, a braver open heart. The sun has fully reached the floor, the coffee's gone but warmth remains. I don't tremble like before, I'm steadier in the change. Goodbye was not a closing door, just a lesson wrapped in grace. And I walk into something more with morning on my face. I've been speaking in a language that was never really mine, borrowing opinions from the loudest voice around, filling every silence with a comfortable distraction, terrified of what I'd hear if I just sat down. But the noise ran out one evening and the room was finally empty, and the quiet didn't swallow me the way I thought it would. Instead it laid me open like a book I never finished, and the chapter I've been skipping was the one I misunderstood. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades the truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I built a reputation out of always being ready, always having answers, always carrying the weight. But nobody ever asked me if the armor I was wearing was protection or a prison I'd forgotten to escape. There's a difference between standing tall and never letting go, between the strength they celebrate and the kind that breaks you slow. I've been both, and I can tell you that the hardest thing I've done is admitting that the person I performed was not the one. What if everything I ran from was the thing I needed most? What if stillness is the only honest language that I know? When the noise is gone, I hear the woman underneath, the one who trades the truth for everybody else's peace. She's been waiting in the hallway of a life she didn't choose, and she's asking me to listen, really listen all the way through. What remains when the noise is gone is the only version of myself worth holding on to. I sat with every feeling I've been scheduling for later. The grief I'd filed away, the joy I didn't trust was real. And one by one they spoke to me, not loudly but with certainty, like old friends I'd abandoned at a table years ago. They said we never left you, we've been here inside the silence. We're the things that remain when there's nowhere left to go. is everything I am. I feel the quiet moving through the air, like something gentle waking everywhere. A breath between the heartbeat and the day, a steady light that softly finds its way. Your voice still lingers in my mind, not loud, not urgent, just a line. With every little thought I try to hold, like warmth that settles in the cold. I don't need fireworks above or sudden storms to call it love. It's in the way you say my name, so ordinary, never tame. There's rhythm in the way we stand, no need to rush, no grand demand, just subtle pulses underneath, a quiet promise in each breath. And I feel it rising slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure. Something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. You don't have to reach so high, we don't have to chase the sky. All I want is what we are, uncomplicated, open heart. The world can spin outside our door, but we don't need much more than this small table side by side, where every doubt is set aside. Your laughter bends the morning light, turns simple hours into bright moments, wrapped in easy grace. No performance, no race. There's swing inside the way we talk, a softened step inside our walk. We move like music, half unheard, between the silence and the word. And I feel it rising slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure. Something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. We don't need perfect symmetry or grand design or destiny, just conversations drifting wide and honest feelings we don't hide. If life decides to test the ground, we'll lean in close, not back away. No heavy fear, no trembling sound, just calm that carries us each day. I never thought that depth could feel so effortless and so real, like something simple made of air, yet strong enough to always stay there. There, no shadow pulling at the seams, no fading echo of old dreams, only this expanding space where hope and comfort interlace. And I feel it rising slow and sure, not fragile, not unsure. Something steady, something true, growing stronger next to you. Stay right here, don't disappear. This closeness feels so clear, not loud, not wild, not extreme, just balanced like a living dream. Let time move at its quiet pace, we'll meet it face to open face, with steady hands and open sight, turning every shade to light. I feel the quiet moving through the air, and now I know it's always there, not waiting far beyond the view, but building softly, me and you.
The kettle hums before the sun is ready, a pale blue line across the sky. I lean against the kitchen counter, watching morning pass us by. You're wrapped in cotton and slow breathing, still halfway lost inside a dream. There's something sacred in the silence, in the space between the steam. I used to wake with racing questions, deadlines pressing at my chest. Now the only thing that matters is the rhythm of your rest. Your footsteps softly cross the hardwood, bare and unafraid of sound. You smile like you already know, this is where my heart is found. No dramatic declarations, no orchestra in the air, just the fragile clink of porcelain and your fingers in my hair. And I have traveled through the noise of crowded rooms and flashing lights, but none of it could hold a candle to these unguarded mornings bright. I don't need a perfect future painted bold in golden flame, if I can sit across from you and slowly say your name. I never told you this, but the way you stay without asking for applause is the reason I am brave. There's a kindness in your presence that doesn't try to prove. It settles like a steady chord with nothing left to lose. The window lets a ribbon through, it stretches on the floor, touching everything we are and nothing more. You trace circles on the table, absent-minded, soft and light, talking about the smallest things like they're treasures in plain sight. And I am listening differently, not just to what you say, but to the pauses in between where meaning likes to stay. If the world outside is restless, if it pulls us into speed, we have built a quiet harbor in this gentle cup of tea. Love doesn't always sparkle, it doesn't have to shine. Sometimes it's simply showing up again and every time. I thought love was a storm once, something wild and overwhelming, but maybe it's closer to gravity, something steady, something that keeps you near. Your laughter fills a small room, not loud but full and round, like brush drums under piano, a warm and steady sound. The bass line of your breathing moves easy through the day. I find myself aligning to the quiet way you stay. You don't rush the conversation, you don't compete with air. You let the silence settle and meet me gently there. If I ever lose direction, if I start to drift away, just place your hand inside of mine, the quiet way you stay. No need for crowded fireworks or promises too tall. We've learned the art of listening, and that has been our all. The city's slowly waking, cars beginning to appear, but inside this fragile moment there is nothing I would fear. I never thought that comfort could feel this alive, that that peace could carry passion without needing to strive. And if one day the seasons shift the colors that we see, I will remember mornings where you chose to sit with me. Not because you had to, not because it was required, but because you wanted to build something unretired. The coffee cools between us, unfinished but just right. We talk about the future like it's soft and held in light. I don't need a louder story or a stage beneath my feet. If I can start each morning with your heartbeat close to me. Ooh, you don't chase attention, you don't demand display. You simply lean a little closer in the quiet way you stay. That is more than thunder, more than spectacle or flame. It's the gentle kind of courage that forever feels the same. So let the day come slowly, let the hours find their pace. We have this tender beginning in our ordinary space. The kettle hums again, the sky is fully awake, and I am exactly where I'm meant to be. In the quiet way you stay.
You pull out a chair like you've done it 100 times, but today it feels deliberate, like you're choosing me again. The room isn't fancy, the table leans just a little. There's a mark from yesterday's cup, still drying in a circle. You say, we could leave this place someday, but you're smiling when you say it, like you don't mean too far away. I like that about you, big ideas with gentle edges, dreams that don't demand escape, just room to breathe. Stay right here, let's make small plans for two, not castles in the distance, not promises we can't hold, just grocery lists and train tickets and somewhere new to walk. We don't have to change the world, we don't have to reinvent anything. We can build something steady out of ordinary things. Soft piano bending through the chords, brushes tapping at the rim, bass moving like a heartbeat, slow and confident within. You talk about a second bookshelf, about plants that might survive, about learning how to cook, something neither of us tried. And I can see it, not dramatic, not loud, just evenings that feel right and laughter spilling out. Stay right here, let's take the long way home, not because we're lost, but because we're not in a hurry. Let the street lights find us, let the night wrap close. I don't need fireworks, I don't need applause. If I've got your hand in time that feels like ours, that's enough. That's more than enough. There's a rhythm in how you listen, like you're storing every word, not to win an argument, but to understand. That kind of care draw lines on a napkin, sketching rooms that don't exist, saying maybe one day, but your eyes say even if not, stay right here. Let's grow into something simple. Let's choose what we can keep. No pressure to be perfect, no race toward forever, just a pace that fits our feet. I like this version of us, unpolished, unrushed, real. Acoustic strings brushing lightly, chords leaning into warmth. The melody rises gently, but never loses ground. We don't need headlines, we don't need grand design. We just need a morning that turns into a night, and another one after that. You finish your drink, leave a coin on the table. Look at me like you're asking without speaking, and I nod because I already know. Stay right here, let's make small plans for two, not to escape this life, but to live it side by side. Slowly, steadily, together. There was a night we almost stayed, the taxi waiting by the curb. You held the door, I hesitated. Two hearts undone by one small word. The streetlights flickered amber gold, your shadow stretching next to mine. We both were brave, we both were scared, balanced on a fragile line. If I'd spoken just a little slower, if you had listened just a breath, maybe we'd have turned around instead of walking into separate steps. But love is not a perfect script, it stumbles where it needs to learn. And sometimes what we almost keep becomes the reason that we burn. I don't replay it like a wound, I hold it like a photograph, a frozen second of our youth, a quiet, unfinished laugh. Regret can be a heavy coat, but I don't wear it every day. I folded it with gentle hands and placed it safely away. Because the way we almost stayed still taught me how to choose, still showed me how to speak my heart before there's more to lose. I've learned that silence carries weight, that pride can close a door, that love deserves a clearer voice than what we gave it before. And if our road should cross again, not out of need but fate, I won't be trembling like I did on the night we almost stayed. I'll say the things I held inside, I'll meet your eyes and stand, not begging time to rearrange, but offering an open hand. Maybe you have changed as well, maybe life was kind, maybe you discovered too what courage left behind. But even if we never meet, If that page has turned for good, I'm grateful for the almost. Because it shaped the way I trust, it carved the way I care. It taught me how to build a home with someone willing to stay there. Morning always finds a way to settle in his skin, and every day I rise a little braver than I've been. I don't live inside that corner where what ifs slowly grow. I step into the open air and let the old winds go. The way we almost stayed that night was never just mistake. It was a lesson wrapped in light my heart was meant to take. So I forgive the younger us, the silence and the fear, and walk towards something steady, with a voice that's finally clear.
La da da ba da da da. La da 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 da. I've been counting all the things I lack, making lists of what I should have been, always looking somewhere down the track, never standing still enough to breathe in. But tonight the city hums so low, and the kitchen light is amber gold. There's a warmth I think I used to know, back before I let the world take hold. What if I stop measuring the distance between the man I am and who I plan? What if all this quiet, gentle distance was exactly where I'm meant to land? Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's a kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. Used to carry everybody's weight, thinking that was how you earn your keep. Smiling through the tide and the late, falling into someone else's sleep. But I'm learning how to set it down, how to sit with silence and be still, how to wear my heart without a crown and just be human on this windowsill. What if I stop chasing the reflection of a life that someone else designed? What if all I needed was the direction that was waiting in the back of my mind? Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's the kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. I read somewhere that trees don't rush to grow. They just take whatever the season gives them. Rain or dry, they keep their roots exactly where they are, and somehow that's what makes them strong. I think I've been uprooting myself for years, trying to plant somewhere that looked better from the outside. But tonight right here, this soil feels like mine. So I'll pour myself a little more Let the evening do what evenings do. Leave my expectations at the door and be someone I can finally look into. There's a softness in accepting this, in the letting go of getting there. Every breath becomes a quiet kiss from a universe that says I care. Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's the kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. I'm enough right here, right now. I don't need to prove it. I don't need to shout. I'm enough for now. And that's all I need to know. I'm enough for now, and that's all I need to know.
Yeah, hey. The ceiling knows my secrets better than anyone alive. It's heard me bargain with my choices 1,000 sleepless nights. I ask myself the questions the daylight won't allow. Like who would I become if I stop performing now? Am I the woman they applaud, or the one who's left backstage, writing apologies to herself on every other page? The hours between midnight and dawn hold a different kind of truth. The kind that doesn't need permission, the kind I can't refuse. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know, where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations save my life when nothing else will do it all. I told myself last Tuesday that I'm allowed to change my mind, that loyalty to who I was doesn't mean I'm left behind. I asked the version of me at 16 if she'd recognize my face. She said I look like someone who forgot that rest is grace. So I'm sitting in the silence, not to fix but just to feel, letting every contradiction teach me something real. The hours between midnight and dawn hold a different kind of truth, the kind that doesn't need permission, the kind I can't refuse. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know, where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations save my life when nothing else will do it all. Sometimes I forgive myself out loud just to hear how it sounds. Sometimes I say I'm proud of you, and I mean it pound for pound. Not because I've conquered anything, but because I stayed through every single version of myself that was afraid. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know, where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations save my life when nothing else will do it all. And when the daylight comes again, I'll wear the face they recognize, but I'll carry every word from these late night lullabies. up my worries into tiny little paper boats. Set them on the water, watch them float away from me. All those heavy questions that I carry like a second skin, dissolving in the current, heading somewhere I can't see. I made myself a promise on a Tuesday afternoon that I would stop apologizing just for being who I am. There's a version of myself that I've been keeping in the margins, and it's time I let her breathe and let her take me by the hand. I've been holding back for so long now, but the only weight I feel is letting go. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions. Finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, cause the living is the goal. I talked to my reflection, said I'm sorry for the silence, for the years of pushing down the things that made me real. There's a beauty in the awkward and a power in the fragile. And I'm learning that my flaws are just a different way to heal. Wrote a letter to the girl who thought she wasn't quite enough. Told her every stumble was a stepping stone in bloom. Told her all the pieces that she thought were somehow broken were the very things that built this beautiful and honest room. I've been holding back for so long now, but the only weight I feel is letting go. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions. Finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, cause the living is the goal. Paper boats and promises, they carry what I've left behind. Every fold of memory I'm choosing not to keep, not because they didn't matter, not because they weren't mine, but because my hands are open now and I'm ready to receive. The wind is on my shoulders and the path is getting wider, and the girl who used to whisper now has something real to say. She's standing tall and smiling with her whole heart on the table, and she's beautiful because she chose to stay. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions. Finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, cause the living is the goal. Paper boats and promises, I'm letting all of them go. I'm unfolding now. Yeah, I'm unfolding. It's beautiful to finally know. I never noticed how you paused right before you start to speak, like you're arranging something small, so nothing fragile sounds too weak. I've heard your stories all before, about the city and the rain, about the songs you used to play inside your barely tuned guitar strings. But something in the way you smiled felt different than it used to feel. Not louder, not more bright or wild, just suddenly intensely real. I've known your hands for years by now, the shape, the motion, how they move. But when they brushed against my sleeve, my steady thoughts began to groove. It wasn't thunder, wasn't flame, no spinning rush, no reckless flame, no spinning rush, no reckless start, just quiet heat beneath my name. A softer shifting inside my heart. And I didn't see it coming through the space I thought I always knew. But now the air is bending new whenever I am close to you. We're not strangers in the night. We're not chasing borrowed light. We're just standing where we've been with something deeper settling in. The way you lean across the table, listening like I'm something rare, makes every ordinary word feel carefully and fully there. We used to talk for hours straight about the future work and plans, but now there's something underneath that neither of us understands. There's rhythm in our steady tone, a subtle swing we've never shown, like chords we played in simpler keys, now turning into harmonies. And I didn't plan to feel this way inside a perfectly normal day, but something quiet chose to stay, and I don't want it to decay. This isn't reckless, isn't fast, it's not a break from what is past, it's what was always underneath, finally stepping past my teeth. I don't need sparks across the sky or fireworks to justify what's building slow inside this room, in gentle open certain bloom. You laugh and tilt your head aside, and something settles in my stride, like every step I take is sure of what it's quietly reaching for. There's no performance, no disguise, no sudden shift behind our eyes, just deeper layers coming through in things we've always used to do. And I didn't see it coming through the space I thought I always knew, but now the air is bending new whenever I am close to you. If this becomes what I suspect, it won't erase what we protect, it won't rewrite the years we've known, it only adds a warmer tone. We won't collapse into surprise or dramatize what gently rises. We'll let it breathe, we'll let it grow at its own calm and steady flow. I like that nothing feels extreme, no dizzy edge, no fragile dream, just something rooted, something white that fits so easy by my side. Maybe love doesn't always start with racing pulse or falling apart. Maybe it lives in smaller signs between familiar lines. And I'm letting it unfold this way without the need to push or sway. If it remains, if it stays true, I'm glad it found its way through you. I never noticed how you pause right before you start to speak. Now every silence that you hold feels laid warm and deep.
You wait before the alarm rings. I wake when the room feels warm. You like the curtains wide open. I like the quiet before the dawn. You take your coffee darker, I add a little cream. You move with steady focus, I linger in between. We never tried to match exactly the way we start the day. You speak in clear directions, I drift a softer way. At first I thought we'd stumble over how we disagree, but difference turned to balance in ways I couldn't see. You read the morning headlines, already dressed and neat. I sit and play a chord progression, bare feet on cool concrete. You plan the week ahead of time, with lists precise and straight. I'm sketching half-formed melodies care about the day. And somewhere in that contrast, there's something that aligns. Your structure holds my wandering, my calm reshapes your line. Yeah. You said, don't change your rhythm for me, just let me learn your pace. And that was when I realized we both had found our place. You don't rush my quiet, I don't resist your drive. We meet around the table where both our styles survive. The piano fills the kitchen with chords that softly bend, like the way we compromise without pretending to pretend. You show me how to follow through when I begin to doubt. I show you how to breathe again when pressure builds throughout. The brush drums keep a gentle pulse, like footsteps side by side, not racing for the finish, not falling far behind. The bass hums underneath it all, steady and sincere. It sounds like mutual respect, made audible and clear. I used to think love meant becoming similar, but maybe it's about staying different without drifting apart. You don't ask me to be loud, you don't ask me to compete. You only ask for honesty in every word we speak. And I don't ask you to slow down or loosen who you are. I just reach for your intention, even when it's far. Morning light across your shoulder turns everything to gold. You're tying up your laces while I'm still half in thought. We move in separate motions, yet somehow stay aligned. Two melodies in counterpoint, sharing space and time. If ever we misread each other, if tones begin to blur, we sit and let the silence do the quiet work for sure. You explain without accusation, I answer without defense, and that alone has built a trust that's deeper than suspense. I admire your precision, you admire how I feel. We never try to override what makes the other real. I don't need you to mirror me, I don't need you to agree. I only need to know you're choosing this with me. The city starts to quicken, engines start to hum, but inside this shared beginning, we are not undone. Your tempo isn't my tempo, my timing isn't yours. But somehow when we listen, we create something more. A rhythm made of patience, a harmony of will, not forced into perfection, just honest and still. I've learned that love is layering, not blending into one. It's two distinct horizons meeting with the sun. You head toward your direction, I linger for a while, but when our eyes reconnect, there's recognition in the smile. No need to change the structure, no need to rearrange. The beauty is the contrast that neither tries to change. If anyone should ask me how we make it stay, I'll say we never lost ourselves along the way. You wake before the alarm rings, I wake when the room feels warm. Different in our methods, yet equally transformed. And every quiet morning, as soft chords gently play, I am grateful for the balance we find at your tempo and mine each day.
a size they gave me, and I called it who I am. Fit myself in margins someone else began. Enough was always measured by a scale I didn't build, and I kept climbing toward it like a glass I never fill. Every raise was almost, every wind was not quite yet. Enough kept moving further like a shadow I can't catch. Who decided what the finish line was supposed to look like anyway? I've been running someone else's race, and I'm done crossing their tail. I'm stepping off the scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm writing every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. Mother's enough was silence, my father's enough was work, my teacher's enough was perfect, my lover's enough was hurt. I stitched them all together like a quilt of borrowed rules, and wrapped myself so tightly I forgot the cloth was cruel. But today I'm pulling threads and watching it unwind, not to be left naked but to see what's really mine. Who decided what the finish line was supposed to look like anyway? I've been running someone else's race, and I'm done crossing that day. Yeah, I'm stepping off a scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm rewriting every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. Enough is Tuesday evenings, doing nothing on the couch. Enough is saying no without explaining how. Enough is who I am at 7 in the morning, before the world has told me who to be without a warning. I'm stepping off the scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm rewriting every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. I am enough, not almost, not nearly. I am enough, completely and clearly. You pull out a chair like you've done it 100 times, but today it feels deliberate, like you're choosing me again. The room isn't fancy, the table leans just a little. There's a mark from yesterday's cup still drying in a circle. You say we could leave this place someday, but you're smiling when you say it, like you don't mean too far away. I like that about you, big ideas with gentle edges, dreams that don't demand escape, just room to breathe. Stay right here, let's make small plans for two, not castles in the distance, not promises we can't hold, just grocery lists and train tickets and somewhere new to walk. We don't have to change the world, we don't have to reinvent anything. We can build something steady out of ordinary things. Soft piano bending through the chords, brushes tapping at the rim. bass moving like a heartbeat, slow and confident within. You talk about a second bookshelf, about plants that might survive, about learning how to cook something neither of us tried. And I can see it, not dramatic, not loud, just evenings that feel right and laughter spilling out. Stay right here, let's take the long way home. Not because we're lost, but because we're not in a hurry. Let the streetlights find us, let the night wrap close. I don't need fireworks, I don't need applause. If I've got your hand in time that feels like ours, that's enough, that's more than enough. There's a rhythm in how you listen, like you're storing every word. Not to win an argument, but to understand. That kind of care doesn't show up loudly, it settles in quietly and stays. You draw lines on a napkin, sketching rooms that don't exist. Say maybe one day, but your eyes say even if not. Let's grow into something simple. Let's choose what we can keep. No pressure to be perfect, no race toward forever. Just a pace that fits our feet. I like this version of us, unpolished, unrushed, real. Caustic strings brushing lightly, chords leaning into warmth. The melody rises gently, but never loses ground. We don't need headlines, we don't need grand design. We just need a morning that turns into a night, and another one after that. You finish your drink, leave a coin on the table. Look at me like you're asking without speaking, and I nod because I already know. Stay right here, let's make small plans for two, not to escape this life, but to live it side by side slowly. Steadily together. There was a night we almost stayed, the taxi waiting by the curb. You held the door, I hesitated, two hearts undone by one small word. The streetlights flickered amber gold, your shadow stretching next to mine. We both were brave, we both were scared, balanced on a fragile line. If I had spoken just a little slower, if you had listened just a breath, maybe we'd have turned around instead of walking into separate steps. But love is not a perfect script, it stumbles where it needs to learn. And sometimes what we almost keep becomes the reason that we burn. I don't replay it like a wound, I hold it like a photograph, a frozen second of our youth, a quiet unfinished laugh. Regret can be a heavy coat, but I don't wear it every day. I folded it with gentle hands and placed it safely away, because the way we almost I'll say the things I held inside. I'll meet your eyes instead, not begging time to rearrange, but offering an open hand. Maybe you have changed as well. Maybe life was kind. Maybe you've discovered too what courage left behind. But even if we never meet, if that page has turned for good, I'm grateful for the almost, for the love that almost stood. Because it shaped the way I trusted, carved the way I care. It taught me how to build a home with someone willing to stay there. Morning always finds a way to settle into skin, and every day I rise a little braver than I've been. I don't live inside that corner where what if slowly grow. I step into the open air and let the old winds go. The way we almost stayed that night was never just mistake. It was a lesson wrapped in light my heart was meant to take. So I forgive the younger us, silence and the fear, and walk towards something steady with a voice that's finally clear.
I've been counting all the things I lack, making lists of what I should have been. Always looking somewhere down the track, never standing still enough to breathe in. But tonight the city hums so low, and the kitchen light is amber gold. There's a warmth I think I used to know, back before I let the world take hold. What if I stop measuring the distance between the man I am and who I plan? What if all this quiet gentle distance was exactly where I'm meant to land? Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's a kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. Used to carry everybody's weight, thinking that was how you earn your keep. Smiling through the tired and the late, falling into someone else's sleep. But I'm learning how to set it down, how to sit with silence and be still, how to wear my heart without a crown, and just be human on this windowsill. What if I stop chasing the reflection of a life that someone else designed? What if all I needed was the direction that was waiting in the back of my mind? Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's a kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. I read somewhere that trees don't rush to grow. They just take whatever the season gives them. Rain or dry, they keep their roots exactly where they are, and somehow that's what makes them strong. I think I've been uprooting myself for years, trying to plant somewhere that looked better from the outside. But tonight, right here, the soil feels like mine. So I'll pour myself a little more, let the evening do what evenings do. Leave my expectations at the door and be someone I can finally look into. There's a softness in accepting this, in the letting go of getting there. Every breath becomes a quiet kiss from a universe that says I care. Maybe I'm enough for now. Maybe I don't have to figure everything out. Maybe all the pieces don't need solving. Maybe I'm already worth the doubt. I'm enough for now. Not the finish line, but somewhere in between. And that's the kind of beautiful I haven't seen. I'm enough for now. I'm enough. Right here, right now. And I don't need to prove it, I don't need to shout. I don't need to shout. I'm enough for now. And that's all I need to know.
The ceiling knows my secrets better than anyone alive. It's heard me bargain with my choices 1,000 sleepless nights. I ask myself the questions the daylight won't allow. Like who would I become if I stop performing now? Am I the woman they applaud, or the one who's left backstage, writing apologies to herself on every other page? The hours between midnight and dawn hold a different kind of truth, the kind that doesn't need permission, the kind I can't refuse. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know. Where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations save my life when nothing else will do at all. I told myself last Tuesday that I'm allowed to change my mind, that loyalty to who I was doesn't mean I'm left behind. I asked the version of me at 16 if she'd recognize my face. She said I look like someone who forgot that rest is grace. So I'm sitting in the silence, not to fix but just to feel, letting every contradiction teach me something real. The hours between midnight and dawn hold a different kind of truth, the kind that doesn't need permission, the kind I can't refuse. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know, where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations save my life when nothing else will do at all. Sometimes I forgive myself out loud just to hear how it sounds. Sometimes I say I'm proud of you, and I mean it pound for pound, not because I conquered anything, but because I stayed through every single version of myself that was afraid. These conversations I have with myself are the realest ones I know, where I don't owe anyone a reason, and I finally let it show. No audience, no curtain call, just me against the wall. These conversations into tiny little paper boats. Set them on the water, watch them float away from me. All those heavy questions that I carry like a second skin, dissolving in the current, heading somewhere I can't see. I made myself a promise on a Tuesday afternoon that I would stop apologizing just for being who I am. There's a version of myself that I've been keeping in the margins, and it's time I let her breathe and let her take me by the hand. I've been holding back for so long now, but the only weight I feel is letting go. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions, finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, 'cause the living is the gold. I talked to my reflection, said I'm sorry for the silence, for the years of pushing down the things that made me real. There's a beauty in the awkward and a power in the fragile, and I'm learning that my flaws are just a different way to heal. Wrote a letter to the girl who thought she wasn't quite enough, told her every stumble was a stepping stone in bloom, told her all the pieces that she thought were somehow broken were the very things that built this beautiful and honest room. I've been holding back for so long now, but the only weight I feel is letting go. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions, finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, 'cause the living is the goal. Paper boats and promises, they carry what I've left behind. Every fold of memory I'm choosing not to keep, not because they didn't matter, not because they weren't mine, but because my hands are open now and I'm ready to receive. The wind is on my shoulders and the path is getting wider, and the girl who used to whisper now has something real to say. She's standing tall and smiling with her whole heart on the table, and she's beautiful because she chose to stay. I'm unfolding every part of me I tucked away, every color, every edge I was afraid to show, laying out the pieces like a map without directions, finding that the journey is the only thing I know. I'm unfolding and it feels like the beginning of a story where the ending doesn't matter, 'cause the living is the gold. Paper boats and promises, I'm letting all of them go. Yeah, I'm unfolding. Yeah, I'm unfolding, and it's beautiful to finally know. I never noticed how you pause right before you start to speak, like you're arranging something small, so nothing fragile sounds too weak. I've heard your stories all before, about the city and the rain, about the songs you used to play inside your barely tuned guitar strings. But something in the way you smiled felt different than it used to feel. Not louder, not more bright or wild, just suddenly intensely real. I've known your hands for years by now, the shape, the motion, how they move. But when they brushed against my sleeve, my steady thoughts began to groove. It wasn't thunder, wasn't flame, no spinning rush, no reckless start, just quiet heat beneath my name, a softer shift inside my heart. And I didn't see it coming through the space I thought I always knew. But now the air's bending new whenever I am close to you. We're not strangers in the night, we're not chasing borrowed light. We're just standing where we've been with something deeper settling in. The way you lean across the table, listening like I'm something rare, makes every ordinary word feel carefully and fully there. We used to talk for hours straight about the future, work and plans, but now there's something underneath that neither of us understands. There's rhythm in our steady tone, a subtle swing we've never shown, like chords we played in simpler keys, now turning into harmonies. And I didn't plan to feel this way inside a perfectly normal day, but something quiet chose to stay, and I don't want it to decay. This isn't reckless, isn't fast, it's not a break from what is past, it's what was always underneath, finally stepping past my teeth. I don't need sparks across the sky or fireworks to justify what's building slow inside this room in gentle, open, certain bloom. You laugh until your head aside and something settles in my stride, like every step I take is sure of what it's quietly reaching for. There's no performance, no disguise, no sudden shift behind our eyes, just deeper layers coming through and things we've always used to do. And I didn't see it coming through the space I thought I always knew, but now the air's bending new whenever I am close to you. If this becomes what I suspect, it won't erase what we protect, it won't rewrite the years we've known, it only adds a warmer tone. We won't collapse into surprise or dramatize what gently rises. We'll let it breathe, we'll let it grow at its own calm and steady flow. I like that nothing feels extreme, no dizzy edge, no fragile dream, just something rooted, something wide that fits so easy by my side. Maybe love doesn't always start with racing pulse or falling apart, maybe it lives in smaller signs between familiar lines. And I'm letting it unfold this way without the need to push or sway. If it remains, if it stays true, I'm glad it found its way through you. I never noticed how you pause right before you start to speak. Now every silence that you hold feels laid warm and deep.
You wake before the alarm rings. I wake when the room feels warm. You like the curtains wide open. I like the quiet before the dawn. You take your coffee darker, I add a little cream. You You move with steady focus, I linger in between. We never try to match exactly the way we start the day. You speak in clear directions, I drift a softer way. At first I thought we'd stumble over how we disagree, but difference turned to balance in ways I couldn't see. You read the morning headlines, already dressed in neat. I sit and play a chord progression, bare feet on cool concrete. You plan the week ahead of time with lists precise and straight. I'm sketching half-formed melodies that don't care about the day. And somewhere in that contrast, there's something that aligns. Your structure holds my wandering, my calm reshapes your lines. You said, don't change your rhythm for me, just let me learn your pace. And that was when I realized we both had found our place. You don't rush my quiet, I don't resist your drive. We meet around the table where both our styles survive. The piano fills the kitchen with chords that softly bend, like the way we compromise without pretending to pretend. You show me how to follow through when I begin to doubt. I show you how to breathe again when pressure builds throughout. The brush drums keep a gentle pulse, like footsteps side by side. Not racing for the finish, not falling far behind. The bass hums underneath it all, steady and sincere. It sounds like mutual respect, made audible and clear. I used to think love meant becoming similar, but maybe it's about staying different without drifting apart. You don't ask me to be louder, you don't ask me to compete. You only ask for honesty in every word we speak. And I don't ask you to slow down or loosen who you are. I just reach for your intention, even when it's far. Morning light across your shoulder turns everything to gold. You're tying up your laces while I'm still half in thought. We move in separate motions, yet somehow stay aligned. Two melodies in counterpoint, sharing space and time. If ever we misread each other, if tones begin to blur, we sit and let the silence do the quiet work for sure. You explain without accusation, I answer without defense. And that alone has built a trust that's deeper than suspense. I admire your precision, you admire how I feel. We never try to overwrite what makes the other real. I don't need you to mirror me, I don't need you to agree. I only need to know you're choosing this with me. The city starts to quicken, engines start to hum, but inside this shared beginning, we are not undone. Your tempo isn't my tempo, my timing isn't yours, but somehow when we listen, we create something more. A rhythm made of patience, a harmony of will, not forced into perfection, just honest and still. I've learned that love is layering, not blending into one. It's two distinct horizons meeting with the sun. You head toward your direction, I linger for a while, but when our eyes reconnect, there's recognition in the smile. No need to change the structure, no need to rearrange. The beauty is the contrast that neither tries to change. If anyone should ask me how we make it stay, I'll say we never lost ourselves along the way. You wake before the alarm rings, I wake when the room feels warm. Different in our methods, yet equally transformed. And every quiet morning as soft chords gently play, I am grateful for the balance we find at your tempo and mine each day.
I wore a size they gave me, and I called it who I am. Fit myself in margins someone else began. And love was always measured by a scale I didn't build, and I kept climbing toward it like a glass I'd never fill. Every race was almost, every win was not quite yet enough. Kept moving further like a shadow I can't catch. Who decided what the finish line was supposed to look like anyway? I've been running someone else's race, and I'm done crossing the tape. I'm stepping off the scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm rewriting every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. My mother's enough was silence, my father's enough was work, my teacher's enough was perfect, my lover's enough was hurt. I stitched them all together like a quilt of borrowed rules, and wrapped myself so tightly I forgot the cloth was cruel. But today I'm pulling threads and watching it unwind, not to be left naked, but to see what's really mine. Who decided what the finish line was supposed to look like anyway? I've been running someone else's race, and I'm done crossing their tape. I'm stepping off the scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm rewriting every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. It's Tuesday evenings, doing nothing on the couch. Enough is saying no without explaining how. Enough is who I am at 7 in the morning, before the world has told me who to be without a warning. I'm stepping off the scale that was never mine to stand on, dropping every measuring stick that wasn't made by my hands. Enough is what I say it is, not what they demand. I'm rewriting every standard with a pencil I command. Enough was always here, I just couldn't see it through someone else's definition of where I should land. I am enough, not almost, not nearly. I am enough, completely and clearly. There's a version of a There's a version of my life behind a door I haven't tried. keep walking past it daily, pretending I'm not terrified. What if the room is bigger than the hallway I call home? What if stepping through it means I'll never fit back in these bones? I've measured all the risks, counted every way to fall, but I never stop to ask, what if I don't fall at all? The door is not the enemy, staying is the cost. What if the life I'm protecting is the one I've already lost? There are rooms I haven't entered yet, lives I haven't worn, steps I haven't met, and maybe what I'm guarding isn't safety, it's regret. There are rooms I haven't entered yet, and I can feel them pulling like a promise or a debt. It's time I turn the handle on the life I haven't lived yet. I watch my sister leap into a country she can't spell. She called me from a payphone saying fear is just a shell. You crack it and beneath it there's a woman wanting more. I hung up and I stared at my familiar kitchen floor, and something in the tiles looked different than before, like even they were asking, what are you still waiting for? The door is not the enemy, staying is the cost. What if the life I'm protecting is the one I've already lost? There are rooms I haven't entered yet, leaves I haven't worn, steps I haven't met, and maybe what I'm guarding isn't safety, it's regret. There are rooms I haven't entered yet, and I can feel them pulling like a promise or a debt. It's time I turn the handle on the life I haven't lived yet. One foot then another, that's the whole technique. Not a running start, not a perfect week, just the quiet courage of a woman at a door, deciding she deserves whatever's waiting on the other floor. There are rooms I haven't entered yet, lives I haven't worn, on steps I haven't met, and maybe what I'm guarding isn't safety, it's regret. There are rooms I haven't entered yet, and I can feel them pulling like a promise or a debt. It's time I turn the handle on the life I haven't lived yet. I'm turning the handle now, I'm stepping through the rooms I haven't entered, were waiting for me to. I woke up before the room was ready, shadows still resting on the wall. There's a softness in unfinished hours before the world begins to call. I stretch into the quiet, let the air settle in my lungs. There's something sacred in this stillness when no one asks me to be strong. I say my name out loud just to hear how it feels today. Not the version they expect, not the polished one on display. Just me, unfiltered, steady, standing in my own skin. Stay with me now before the noise rushes in, before the deadlines, before the comparisons begin. Let me belong to myself for a little while. I don't have to prove anything, not before the first sip, not before the first step outside. I can arrive slowly, I can take my time. The piano leans into minor turns, but never falls too deep. Brushes sweep across the rhythm, like promises I can keep. Warm bass under my heartbeat, acoustic string There's comfort in this breathing, and I needn't to fight. I used to run ahead of daylight, chasing something undefined, thinking louder and stronger, thinking faster, meant to life. But I've learned strength can whisper, it doesn't always shout. Stay with me now, let the pace unfold gently, let ambition sit beside grace. I can move forward without leaving myself behind. I don't need applause to know I am enough. I don't need a headline to feel my pulse steady. I just need this ground beneath my feet, and the courage to stand here. There's beauty in beginning without fireworks in the sky, just a quiet decision to try. I pick up the cup beside me, let warmth circle my hands. There's a calm inside this moment no one else commands. Today doesn't have to dazzle, it doesn't have to impress. It just needs honesty and a little tenderness. Stay with me now, let the day open softly, let expectation fade to gray. I will carry myself forward, not as armor, but as truth. My name is enough. My pace is enough. This breath is enough. The chords rise slightly higher, but never lose their ease. A melody that lifts the shoulders without demanding knees. And as the door begins to open, as footsteps meet the street, I don't feel smaller, I don't feel incomplete, because I started here with my own name, with my own rhythm, with my own flame. No rush, no race, just steady motion, and that is more than enough for today. I passed the cafe on the corner street, the one where we would sit for hours, 2 cups warming frozen hands, spring arriving in quiet showers. Your laughter used to fill the air, it lingers in the wooden chairs, not haunting me, not pulling back, just resting there like answered prayers. I don't wait by the phone at night, I don't count every passing train, but somewhere deep beneath the calm, your name still moves like gentle rain. Some loves don't end in shattered glass, they soften into open sky, they turn into a steady light that doesn't fade when days go by. If you ever walk this road again, if time untangles what it tied, you'll find me standing just the same, with open hands, no need to hide. shifted one by one. Leaves fell and grew and fell once more. And every change the wind has made still leaves your echo at my door. But echoes are not empty things. They prove that something once was real. And I would rather feel that truth than force my heart to never feel. I've grown into a softer calm, a deeper breath, a steadier pace. Waiting isn't losing time, it's giving love a different space. If paths decide to cross again, we won't be who we were before. We'll meet as stronger versions of the ones who closed that door. And if the story ends right here, with distance stretching far and wide, I'll keep the warmth without the ache. Let memory walk beside, because love is not a cage to guard, nor chains that pull us back. It's something wide as morning light, a quiet glowing track somewhere beneath another sky. You might be thinking too of how the silence felt that day, of everything we knew. And if you ever wonder still whether I blame the past, know that I've let it breathe. I didn't make it last. I water hope like fragile seeds, but I don't force them through. If it's meant to bloom again, it will with something new. I'm not suspended in between, not lost in what could be. I simply leave the door unlocked and let the future see. So if your footsteps find this street, if chance decides to give, you'll find my heart unchanged in truth, where your name still we.
Packed a bag with nothing much inside, just a couple records and my restless pride. Caught a train I hadn't planned to take, left behind the noise for my own sake. Every town I pass becomes a scene, painted in a color I've never seen. Strangers wave like they already know something in my heart I'm scared to show. And maybe I've been holding on too tight to a version of myself that doesn't fit. Maybe all I needed was tonight to finally let go of all of it. Wherever this road goes, I'm following the feeling in my bones. No map, no destination set in stone, just the wind and the unknown. Wherever this road goes, I'll find a place where I can breathe alone, a little corner of the world to call my own. Wherever this road goes. Stop beside a river running wide, watch the water carry someone else's tide. Wrote your name in letters on the sand, knowing that the waves won't understand. Found a diner tucked behind the trees. Ordered something warm and let my shoulders ease. Lady at the counter poured me twice. Said you look like you could use something nice. Hey. And maybe there's no ending to this line. Maybe every crossroad leads somewhere. Maybe I've been searching all this time for a version of the world that doesn't care. Wherever this road goes, I'm following the feeling in my bones. No map, no destination set in stone. Just the wind and the unknown. Wherever this road goes, I find a place where I can breathe alone. A little corner of the world to call my own. Wherever this road goes.
I used to think that freedom meant escaping, running from the places that reminded me of who I was. But somewhere between the third city and the fourth goodbye, I realized freedom isn't running from anything. It's learning how to stay open, even when you don't know what's coming next. And that's the most peaceful thing I've ever felt.
Now the evening settles soft and low, and I'm sitting where the quiet rivers flow. Got no phone, no schedule, and no plans. Just the feeling of the earth beneath my hands. There's a kind of rhythm in this pace, something you can't find in any other place. Every step I'm getting closer to, not a place, but something honest, something true. Wherever this road goes, I'm following the feeling in my bones. No map, no destination set in stone. Just the wind and the unknown. Wherever this road goes, I find a place where I can breathe alone. A little corner of the world to call my own. Wherever this road goes, wherever it goes, oh, wherever it leads me, I'll be alright, I'll be just fine. Wherever this road goes, I'm already home.
I rehearsed 100 versions of the things I wanna say. Edited every feeling till it fit inside a frame. But truth has rough edges, it doesn't come in order. I'm tired of arranging it to sound like someone tame. You deserve the unrevised, the version with no filter. I've been giving you the highlights when the full film is much deeper. It's not the saying that scares me, it's the staying after. When you've seen the whole of someone and you're still standing there. The weight of being honest with you lives inside my chest, heavier than hiding, but it puts me more at rest. I'm handing you the pieces I've never shown to anyone. The weight of being honest with you might just set me free. If you can hold this version, then you're really holding me. I've loved before in costumes, in the safety of performance. Played the easy woman who would never ask for more. But you sit across the table like you're waiting for the real thing. And I realize I've been standing at the edge of my own door. What happens if I tell you that I'm terrified of needing that? The closer someone gets, the more I calculate the loss. It's not the saying that scares me, it's the staying after, when you've seen the whole of someone and you're still standing there. The weight of being honest with you lives inside my chest, heavier than hiding, but it puts me more at rest. I'm handing you the pieces I've never shown to anyone. The weight of being honest with you might just set me free. If you can hold this version, then you're really holding me. Oh, so here it is, the woman underneath the composure, the one who cries in parking lots and overthinks her worth, who keeps a distance, not because she doesn't love you, but because she loves you more than anything she's felt on earth. And that's what terrifies me more than any silence. The weight of being honest with you lives inside my chest, heavier than hiding, but it puts me more at rest. I'm handing you the pieces I've never shown to anyone. The weight of being honest with you might just set me free. If you can hold this version, then you're really holding me. If you can hold this version, then you're really holding me. That's all I ever wanted, to be held honestly. I wasn't looking for a reason to believe again, and my walls built high enough to keep the whole world out. Then you walked in like a conversation I didn't expect, and suddenly my careful silence turned itself around. You didn't try to fix me or to fill the empty spaces. You just sat beside me like you knew the view was fine, and somewhere in between the laughter and the ordinary, I realized I've been waiting for exactly your design. Funny how the things we need the most show up when we're done pretending we don't. You were closer than I think I ever knew, like a favorite song to play before I found the tune. Every conversation landing somewhere warm and true. You were closer than I think I ever knew, and now I'm standing in the middle of a feeling I can't lose. Said everything makes sense when I'm next to you. We don't need the big romantic gestures or the fireworks. Just your voice across the table is enough to make me stay. You remember little details that I barely even mention, and you hold them like they matter in the sweetest kind of way. There's a rhythm to the way we move around each other, like a dance we never practiced but we somehow always land. And I don't know what I did to deserve this kind of comfort, but I'm grateful for the way you always seem to understand. Funny how the things we need the most show up when we're done pretending we don't. You were closer than I think I ever knew, like a favorite song I played before I found the tune. Every conversation landed somewhere warm and true. You were closer than I think I ever knew, and now I'm standing in the middle of a feeling I can't lose. Yet everything makes sense when I'm next to you. I used to think that love was something loud and overwhelming, something you had to chase until you couldn't breathe. But here we are in all this gentle understanding, and it's more than I imagined it could be. You're the calm inside the chaos and the laughter after silence. You're the hand I reach for when the evening settles in. I never thought that easy could feel so full of meaning, but with you I keep discovering it again and again and again and again. You were closer than I think I ever knew, like a favorite song to play before I found the tune. Every conversation conversation landed somewhere warm and true. You were closer than I think I ever knew. And now I'm standing in the middle of a feeling I can't lose. Everything makes sense when I'm next to you. Oh, you are always closer, closer than I think I ever knew. Yeah, everything makes sense. Everything falls into place with you. Closer than I ever knew. I used to lower what I felt inside, keep every color soft and pacified. Careful not to take too much of space, careful not to show it on my face. I'd measure every word before it came, afraid of stepping wrong inside the frame. Trying to be easy to embrace, trying to disappear without a trace. But something shifted quietly one day, no thunder rolling in to clear the way. Just a steady pulse beneath my skin, saying I don't have to fold to fit it in. I don't need a shrink to be adored, I don't need approval as reward. There's a rhythm in my natural sound, and I'm finally letting it resound. And now my voice stays, it doesn't fade away. It rises calm and sure, it knows what it's here for. I'm not reaching over anyone, not racing just to prove I've won. I'm standing in a simple truth that feels both grounded and uncouth. Yeah. There's power in a steady tone and claiming what has always been my own. Not loud, not sharp, not forced to blaze, just present in 1,000 ways. I used to think that strength was steel, something rigid you could feel. But now I see it's softer lines, like steady roots beneath the vines. It's in the way I meet your eyes, without disguises or replies, without adjusting every part to fit inside a smaller heart. And now my voice stays, it doesn't bend or sway, it moves with honest stare, completely open, bare. I'm not reaching over anyone, not racing just to prove I've won. I'm breathing in my natural tone and letting it be fully known. There were days I held my breath, as if expression meant some threat, as if my truth would tip the scale and cause the fragile piece to fail. But peace was never built on that, on holding back and shrinking flat. Real balance doesn't need disguise, it lives where fearless softness lies. So here I am without defense, without rehearsed intelligence, just clarity inside my chest. No need to overthink the rest. And if you listen close enough, you'll hear it in the quiet stuff. Not shouting from a distant stage, but steady through each turning page. And now my voice stays, it settles in its place. Not searching for escape, not changing shape to shape. I'm not pushing anyone aside, there's room for all of us inside. But I won't dim what I can give to make it easier to live. This isn't fire burning wild, it's not rebellion running style. It's something deeper, something clear, a constant presence always here. I feel it when I speak your name, it doesn't tremble, doesn't strain. It carries warmth without demand, like open sky across the land. And now my voice stays, it doesn't drift away, it rises calm and sure, it knows what it's here for. No echo lost in crowded air, no quiet swallowed by a stare. It stands with ease, it stands with grace, it takes its rightful gentle space. I used to lower what I felt inside, but now I let it open wide. Not Not sharp, not harsh, not overplayed, just fully present, unafraid.
I used to wake up counting worries like they were coins beside my bed. Every small unfinished sentence echoed loudly in my head. The mirror wasn't very friendly. It showed me someone unsure, a version trying hard to stand but never feeling sure. Then you walked into the picture, now we're rescuing your eyes. Just a steady kind of presence, no performance, no disguise. You asked me simple questions like what I used to love,